step into a windswept frontier where ancient wisdom meets modern ambition, and hearts dare to bridge a divided world. This Western audiobook weaves a captivating tale of courage, connection, and forbidden love. Set against crimson sunsets and whispering prairies, amidst simmering tensions and hidden truths, a journey unfolds that promises to stir the soul and ignite the imagination. Perfect for listeners craving a romance as vast and untamed as the land itself. Chapter 1. Whispers on the Wind. The wind was a restless thing, a constant companion in this high, lonely place where the prairie surrendered to the foothills. It carried the scent of dust and pine, the sharp tang of distant snowmelt, and sometimes rarer, whispers the clatter of wagon wheels from the settlement miles below, the lowing of cattle, the sharp crack of a rifle echoing off indifferent stone. For Ayana, daughter of the Miniconju Lakota, granddaughter of healers, the wind spoke a language older than the white man's rough-hewn town, clinging precariously to the river bend. It sang of resilience, of cycles, of roots digging deep into earth that remembered everything. Her dwelling, little more than a sturdy cabin, built partly into the hillside for shelter against the punishing winters and scorching summers, stood apart. Not quite of the prairie, not yet truly in the mountains, it occupied a liminal space, much like Ayana herself. Smoke curled from the stone chimney, a thin gray ribbon against the vast, bruised twilight sky, the only sign of life for miles, save for the hawks circling lazily overhead and the rustle of unseen creatures in the tall grass. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of drying herbs, hanging in fragrant bundles from the rafters. Sage and sweetgrass for cleansing, yarrow for staunching blood, willow bark for easing pain, echinacea for chasing fevers, clay pots filled with salves and tinctures lined rough shelves, their contents the distillation of generations of knowledge, of careful observation, of listening to the earth's quiet wisdom. A fire crackled low in the hearth, casting flickering shadows that danced with the herbs, making them seem alive, breathing. Ayana knelt on a worn buffalo hide, grinding dried nettle leaves in a smooth stone mortar. Her movements were fluid, practiced, her dark eyes focused, reflecting the firelight like chips of obsidian. She was 23 summers old, slender but strong, her face framed by 2 thick black braids that fell past her shoulders. Her features held the quiet dignity of her people, a high cheekbone beauty marked by an unnerving stillness, a watching quality that often unsettled the townsfolk below. Her hands, stained faintly green from the plants she worked, moved with a sureness that belied her age. They knew the exact pressure needed to release the plant's essence, the precise moment when the powder was fine enough. She lived alone, had done so since her grandmother, Isna Win, lone woman, had walked the spirit path 3 winters past. Her parents, that was a different sorrow, a wound stitched closed but still tender beneath the surface, lost years ago in the relentless westward push of the Wasichu, the white settlers. Isna Win had taken her in, raised her here, on this fringe between worlds, teaching her the sacred ways of healing, the songs, the stories, the deep connection to Unsimaka, Grandmother Earth. The town, Redemption Creek, lay huddled in the valley like a scattering of weathered blocks. Ayana rarely went there. Necessity sometimes forced her hand trading herbs for salt, sugar, perhaps a length of sturdy cloth, but each visit was an exercise in quiet endurance. The stairs followed her like burrs on a blanket. Some were curious, laced with a grudging respect born of desperation. Her remedies had saved more than one settler child from croup. or pulled a rancher back from the brink of blood poisoning when the nearest sawbones was days away. But mostly, the eyes held suspicion, fear, the ingrained prejudice that saw her not as a healer, but as something other, something wild and potentially dangerous. Injun witch. She'd heard the whispers, sharp and ugly as broken glass, carried on that same wind that brought her solace. Half-breed magic. They didn't understand that her knowledge wasn't magic, but listening. Listening to the plants, to the body, to the spirit. A sudden gust rattled the heavy wooden door, making the flames in the hearth leap and sputter. Ayanna paused, her pestle stilled in the mortar. She tilted her head, listening not just with her ears but with her whole being. The wind carried more than dust tonight. It carried unease, a tension tightening the air, like a bowstring drawn taut. It wasn't the familiar warning of an approaching storm or the scent of a predator on the prowl. This felt different, human. She rose slowly, wiping her hands on her worn buckskin leggings, moving to the single window, its pane made not of glass but of thinly scraped and oiled hide. She peered out into the gathering gloom. The prairie stretched vast and empty, swallowing the last light. The sharp peaks of the Black Hills, sacred Pahasapa to her people, loomed like sleeping giants in the distance, their slopes already deep in shadow. Nothing seemed amiss. Yet the feeling persisted, a prickling along her spine, an ancient instinct honed by generations who had learned to read the subtle signs of danger in the rustle of leaves, the flight of a bird, the very taste of the air. She turned back to the fire, adding a small log. The flames licked at the dry wood, casting a warmer glow across the small space. Her grandmother's face seemed to flicker in the shadows, her eyes kind but stern. "Listen, Ayanna." Isna Wind's voice echoed in her memory, soft as falling snow. "The world speaks, not just in thunder but in whispers. Hear them." Ayanna had always listened. It was how she found the hidden patches of jewelweed that soothed the angry rash of poison ivy, how she knew which springs ran pure and which were tainted, how she sensed the shifting moods of the land, and it was how she sensed the change coming now, rolling towards Redemption Creek, like unseen storm clouds gathering over the mountains. The town needed her sometimes, grudgingly. Old Man Hemlock, the prospector whose cough rattled like stones in a tin can, traded nuggets for her lungwort syrup. Sarah Miller, the blacksmith's wife, pale and worn from too many births too close together, sought her help for female complaints. The town doctor, a gruff, whiskey-soaked man named Elias Thorne, dismissed with a wave of his hand. Thorne. He was part of the town's fear, fueling it with muttered warnings about heathen remedies and savage superstition, even as he occasionally, desperate or drunk, sent a messenger scrambling up the path to her cabin when his own skills failed. He resented her success, her independence, the quiet power she wielded through knowledge he couldn't comprehend. But Thorne had been away for weeks now, gone east to visit family, or so the rumor went. Redemption Creek had been without a doctor, relying on midwives, hopeful prayers, and when fear outweighed prejudice, the path up the hill to Ayanna's door. Perhaps that was the source of the unease the town felt vulnerable, exposed. Sickness could sweep through a place like Redemption Creek like wildfire, and without even Thorne's questionable skills. Ayanna pushed the thoughts aside. Worrying about the town was a tangled path, leading only to frustration and the familiar ache of being an outsider. Her duty was here, to the knowledge she carried, to the people who sought her help with open hearts, few though they might be. She returned to her grinding, the rhythmic scrape of stone on stone, a calming sound in the quiet cabin. She measured the powdered nettle into a small muslin bag, her fingers deftly tying it closed. This was for Silas Croft, a rancher whose joints swelled and ached with the damp weather, a pain that settled deep in his bones. She had other preparations to make tonight, a poultice for a barbed wire cut on a young cowboy's arm, a soothing tea for a fretful baby down in the settlement. Each remedy was prepared with intention, with a quiet prayer whispered over the herbs, asking for their strength to lend itself to the one in need. As she worked, her thoughts drifted, as they often did, to her grandmother. Isna had been a bridge between worlds, respected by some in the town, even as she held fast to the old ways. She had possessed a quiet authority, a wisdom that transcended prejudice. Ayanna missed her guidance fiercely, the comforting weight of her presence, the stories that held the history and heart of their people. Living alone sharpened the senses, but it also deepened the solitude, a vast, echoing space inside her. The firelight caught the intricate beadwork on a small pouch hanging from a peg on the wall, Isna Wind's medicine pouch. Ayanna's fingers traced the familiar pattern, tiny seed beads forming the image of a dragonfly, a symbol of transformation and illusion. Her grandmother had told her stories of the Heyoka, the sacred clowns, tricksters who spoke truths backwards and healed through laughter and disruption. Sometimes Ayanna felt like a pale imitation of that, living on the edge, neither fully accepted nor fully rejected, her existence a quiet disruption to the town's rigid order. She finished preparing the poultice, wrapping the damp herbs in a clean cloth. The scent of plantain and comfrey filled the air, earthy and reassuring. Stepping outside for a moment, she breathed deeply. The night air was cooler now, the wind having gentled slightly, though the sense of unease lingered, like wood smoke clinging to clothes. Stars were beginning to prick the darkening canvas above, sharp and brilliant in the clear prairie sky. Wichafpi, the star people, watched silently. Down in the valley, a few scattered lights flickered in Redemption Creek lamplight in windows, the brighter glow of the saloon. It looked peaceful from this distance, deceptively so. Ayanna knew the currents that ran beneath the surface, the simmering resentment over land, the fear of the unknown, the casual cruelty born of ignorance. The treaty lines drawn on paper meant little when settlers' fences encroached further onto traditional hunting grounds each season. Her own small plot, granted to Isna Win years ago by a territorial governor, vaguely indebted to her healing skills, was a precarious island in a rising tide of settlement. Whispers reached her about powerful ranchers eyeing the spring that fed her herb garden, about grumblings in the town council regarding the squatter on the hillside. She shivered, though the night wasn't cold. It was the chill of vulnerability, the awareness of how fragile her peace truly was. She belonged to this land. Her roots were sunk deep here, deeper than any fence post, yet in the eyes of the town, she was the intruder. A faint sound drifted up from the valley, distinct now from the wind sighing. Hoofbeats, not the slow, plodding gait of a farm horse, but the quicker, more urgent rhythm of a rider pushing hard, heading towards the town, it seemed, unusual for this time of night unless there was trouble. Ayanna strained her ears, listening as the sound grew, then faded as the rider presumably reached the main street. Trouble often found Redemption Creek. Disputes over claims, cattle rustling, drunken brawls spilling out of the saloon, the ever-present tension between settlers and the displaced tribes who sometimes pass through, hungry and weary. She lingered outside for another moment, watching the distant lights. The town felt like a separate world, one she observed but could never truly join. Her path lay here, among the plants, under the wide sky, guided by the wisdom of her ancestors. Yet the solitude sometimes felt less like peace and more like a cage. There were moments, fleeting and quickly suppressed, when she longed for connection, for a shared glance that held understanding instead of suspicion, for a voice that spoke her name without an edge of fear or condescension. She remembered fragments of her childhood before Isna Win, glimpses of laughter around a communal fire, the warmth of belonging to a people, a circle. That circle had been broken, scattered like leaves in the wind. Now there was only the wind itself, whispering its secrets and warnings. Returning inside, she barred the heavy door, a nightly ritual that felt more necessary than usual tonight. The fire had burned lower, casting long, dancing shadows. She banked the embers carefully, ensuring they would last till morning. The cabin felt small, enclosed, yet safe. Here she was not the engine witch, but Ayana, the keeper of the old ways, the listener to the earth. She unrolled her sleeping furs near the hearth, the familiar scent of smoked hide and dried sweetgrass rising to meet her. Before lying down, she took a small braid of sweetgrass from a hook, lit the end in the embers, and let the fragrant smoke wash over her, cleansing the space, calming her spirit. The ritual grounded her, connecting her to the long line of women who had performed this simple act for generations. Sleep did not come easily. The wind seemed to pick up again, moaning around the corners of the cabin, rattling the oiled hide window pane. It sounded like voices, indistinct but persistent, carrying fragments of sound from the town below, a distant shout. The tinkle of shattering glass, perhaps, or maybe just the wind playing tricks. The unease she'd felt earlier coiled tighter in her stomach. Something was wrong down there. Something had shifted. She thought of the rider galloping hard into town. Had he brought news or trouble? Perhaps illness had finally struck hard, with Thorn still absent. The townspeople feared her, yes, but when death clawed at their doors, fear sometimes gave way to desperation. Would they send for her? The thought brought a complex mix of reluctance and a deep-seated sense of duty. Healing was her calling, woven into the fabric of her being. It wasn't a choice, but a responsibility. She closed her eyes, trying to shut out the wind's mournful song, trying to find stillness within herself. But images flickered behind her eyelids. The suspicious eyes in the town, the encroaching fences, her grandmother's kind face, the herbs hanging like silent guardians in the shadows, and overlaying it all, that persistent feeling of change, of something new and potentially dangerous arriving on the whispering wind. A premonition, perhaps, as potent and unsettling as the bitter taste of a poisonous root. The night felt long, pregnant with unspoken possibilities, and Ayana lay awake, listening, waiting for the dawn, unsure of what it might bring, sensing only that the solitary quiet of her existence was about to be broken. The whispers on the wind were growing louder, carrying a name, a need, a future she could not yet see, but felt approaching with the inexorable force of a river, carving its path through the stone. Chapter 2. The Stranger's Shadow. Dawn arrived reluctantly, painting the eastern sky in bruised shades of lavender and gray, before surrendering to a pale, watery yellow. The wind had quieted during the darkest hours, leaving behind a stillness that felt heavy, expectant. Ayana rose before the sun fully cleared the horizon, the habit of generations ingrained in her bones. She rekindled the fire, the familiar scent of wood smoke, a small comfort against the lingering unease from the night. After a simple meal of dried berries and water, she stepped outside. The air was crisp, carrying the damp scent of dew on thirsty earth. The world felt washed clean, yet the tension remained, a low hum beneath the surface of the morning quiet. Her gaze immediately sought the valley, tracing the thin ribbon of the creek towards the cluster of buildings that was Redemption Creek. Something was different. Even from this distance, she could sense a subtle shift in the town's rhythm. Usually, mornings began slowly, smoke rising from chimneys, the clang of the blacksmith's hammer starting its steady beat, figures moving purposefully towards the mercantile or the livery stable. Today there seemed to be more people gathered, small knots of figures standing on the dusty main street, their postures suggesting discussion, perhaps debate. And there, tied outside the small, clapboard building that had served as Dr. Thorne's infrequent office and occasional sleeping quarters, was a horse and buggy she didn't recognize. It wasn't the battered wagon of a farmer or the sturdy mount of a rancher. This buggy was sleeker, darker, the horse a well-groomed bay with a look quality about it, impatient as it stamped a hoof, tossing its head. It spoke of resources, of the world beyond the immediate grasp of Redemption Creek. The rider from last night, then. He hadn't just brought news. He'd brought someone. Ayana drew her worn shawl tighter around her shoulders, though the morning wasn't particularly cold. She retreated slightly, moving towards the edge of her herb garden, where the early sun touched the silvery leaves of the sage plants. From here, screened by the low growth of junipers, she could watch without being easily seen. It was a habit born of necessity, of knowing that being observed often meant being judged. She saw figures gesturing towards the doctor's office, heads turning as a man emerged. Even from afar, he was distinct. Taller than most of the townsmen, dressed not in dusty denim or worn leather, but in darker, more fitted clothes, a coat, trousers, a hat that sat squarely on his head. He moved with a different sort of energy, not the bow-legged swagger of a cowboy or the weary trudge of a farmer, but a brisk, purposeful stride. He paused on the boardwalk, surveying the small town, his posture radiating a quiet confidence that seemed alien in this setting of rough edges and hard-won survival. This must be the new doctor. The whispers she'd sensed on the wind last night were coalescing into reality, a replacement for Thorne, or perhaps someone summoned specifically. Redemption Creek wasn't exactly a plum posting for an educated man. What brought him here? To this dusty edge of civilization. She continued her morning tasks, gathering fresh leaves, tending to the seedlings she nurtured in protected beds, but her attention remained divided, her senses strained, catching fragments carried on the breeze, a raised voice from the town, the sharp bark of a dog, the distant rumble of a freight wagon arriving at the mercantile. The town felt unsettled. The arrival of a stranger, especially one of position like a doctor, was an event, stirring curiosity, hope, and inevitable suspicion. Later that morning, young Billy Mapes, the freckle-faced son of a nearby homesteader, whose family sometimes traded eggs for Ayana's cough remedies, came scrambling up the path. He usually approached her cabin with a mixture of boyish boldness and ingrained apprehension, but today his eyes were wide with news. "Miss Ayanna! Miss Ayanna!" he panted, skidding to a halt near her woodpile. "There's a new doctor. Came in late last night." Ayanna paused, holding a bundle of yarrow. She kept her expression neutral, merely nodding. "I saw the buggy. He's from back east, Pa says," Billy continued, catching his breath. "Real educated like. Name's Whitaker. Thomas Whitaker." The boy pronounced the name carefully, as if tasting its unfamiliarity. "Sheriff Brody met him, says he's staying, gonna take over Doc Thorne's office." "Is Dr. Thorne not returning?" Ayanna asked quietly. Billy shrugged, kicking at a loose stone. "Don't know. Pa says maybe not. Folks are saying maybe this new fella knows more, especially about the sickness." Ayanna's senses sharpened. "Sickness?" "Yeah." Billy lowered his voice, glancing back towards the town, as if afraid of being overheard. "Mrs. Albright's youngest, little Clara. She's real bad, feverish and strange-like. Won't wake up proper. Happened sudden yesterday. That rider last night went clear to Benton Station to fetch Mr. Whitaker on the telegraph orders." So that was it. The urgency, the night ride, the new arrival, a sick child, a mysterious illness. The town's fear wasn't just prejudice now. It was sharp, immediate. And this new doctor, Whitaker, had walked directly into it. "They say he's already been to see her," Billy added, puffing out his chest slightly with the importance of the information. "He's got a big leather bag full of shiny things." Ayanna nodded again, her mind working. A sudden deep illness in a child. Fevers could be swift and deadly on the frontier. She thought of the plants that fought infection, cooled the blood, eased delirium, willow bark, elderflower, boneset. But strange light, that worried her. It suggested something beyond a simple fever. "Thank you for the news, Billy," she said, her voice soft. "Does your mother need anything today?" The boy shook his head, his errand completed. "No, ma'am. Just wanted to tell you." He lingered a moment, curiosity warring with the ingrained fear his parents likely instilled about the herb woman on the hill. "He looks different," Billy offered hesitantly. "Not like folks round here." "Different how?" "Cleaner," Billy said simply, then blushed, perhaps realizing how that sounded, and quieter. "Doesn't talk loud like Sheriff Brody or Mr. Henderson at the store." He scuffed his boot again. "Well, gotta go. Ma needs me." He turned and scrambled back down the path, leaving Ayanna alone with the news and the image of the quiet stranger with the shiny instruments. Thomas Whitaker. The name felt solid, grounded, unlike the blustering Thorne. Educated. From the East, he represented a different kind of knowledge, one based on books, universities, gleaming tools a world away from her own intuitive, earthbound wisdom. Would he be like Thorne, dismissive and contemptuous of her ways? Or would he be different, as Billy suggested, quieter, perhaps observant? Throughout the day, Ayanna felt his presence like a subtle shift in the atmospheric pressure. His shadow stretched metaphorically from the town below, touching everything. The ranchers stopping by the mercantile would be talking about him. The women gathered at the well would exchange opinions and worries. The men in the saloon would measure him against Thorne, likely over glasses of cheap whiskey. He was the unknown quantity, the potential savior, or another disappointment. She found herself glancing towards the town more often than usual, her work rhythm disrupted. She saw him once more in the late afternoon, walking down the main street, pausing to speak briefly with Sheriff Brody. Brody was a large, bluff man, his authority resting more on presence than intellect. From this distance, Ayanna couldn't read their expressions, but the doctor stood straight, listening intently, his hat casting his face in shadow. He seemed contained, self-possessed, a stark contrast to the often agitated energy of Redemption Creek. A part of her felt a flicker of something akin to relief. If he was competent, perhaps the weight of the town's desperation wouldn't fall so heavily on her. Perhaps children like little Clara Albright would have a better chance with his shiny things and Eastern learning. But another part, the part shaped by experience, remained wary. Men like him often saw people like her as relics of a bygone era, obstacles to progress, their knowledge quaint superstition at best, dangerous ignorance at worst. His quietness could be disdain, his confidence arrogance. The land dispute Billy hadn't mentioned, but which was a constant undercurrent, also came to mind. Would this new doctor align himself with the powerful ranchers like Henderson, who eyed the tribal lands and her own small plot with avarice? Or would he remain apart from the town's internal politics? A doctor held influence. His opinions carried weight. His arrival wasn't just about medicine. It was about power, about the shifting dynamics in a town balanced precariously on the edge. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in streaks of orange and rose, Ayanna was washing roots by the small stream that trickled near her cabin. The cold water felt good on her hands, grounding her after a day of unsettled thoughts. The scent of damp earth mingled with the pine needles underfoot. She heard it before she saw it, the steady crunch of boots on the gravelly path leading up from the town. Not Billy's light scramble, nor the familiar tread of Silas Croft coming for his nettle remedy. This was a measured, unfamiliar gait. Her heart gave a slight lurch. She straightened slowly, wiping her wet hands on her leggings, her senses on high alert. She turned towards the path, her body held still, waiting. A figure emerged from the deepening twilight, walking steadily uphill. It was him, Thomas Whitaker. He'd removed his hat, holding it in his hand, revealing dark hair neatly combed, though ruffled slightly by the climb of the breeze. His face, now visible in the fading light, was younger than she'd expected, perhaps late 20s or early 30s. It was a thoughtful face, clean-shaven, with serious eyes, and a mouth that seemed set in a determined line. He wasn't looking at her cabin with dismissal, but with a focused intensity, taking in the structure, the herb garden, the surrounding land. He stopped a respectful distance away, his breathing slightly quickened from the ascent. His eyes met hers across the intervening space. They were gray, clear, and surprisingly direct, holding none of the overt hostility or fear she usually encountered from townsfolk. Instead, they held curiosity, assessment, and something else, something deeper, a weariness perhaps, or the weight of the responsibility he carried for the sick child down in the town. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The only sounds were the whisper of the wind through the pines, the gurgle of the stream, and the distant call of a nighthawk. The air crackled with unspoken questions, with the tension of two different worlds meeting on this quiet hillside. His shadow, cast long by the setting sun, stretched across the path, almost touching the edge of her garden. He broke the silence first, his voice quieter than she'd expected, carrying clearly in the still air. It held the educated cadence of the East, but lacked the condescension she might have anticipated. Miss Ayanna. He spoke her name carefully, correctly, unlike many in the town who stumbled over it or deliberately mispronounced it. She inclined her head slightly, her gaze steady, watchful. I am Ayana. He took a step closer, stopping again. He gestured vaguely back down the path towards town, his expression turning grave. I am Dr. Thomas Whitaker. I arrived last night. I believe you may know something of the illness affecting the Albright child. It wasn't a demand, nor a dismissal of his own skills. It was a statement, heavy with implication and acknowledgement, perhaps, that his knowledge, his shiny instruments might not be enough. It hung in the air between them, a fragile bridge across the chasm of their different worlds. The stranger's shadow had fallen directly upon her doorstep, bringing with it the scent of sickness, desperation, and the unexpected possibility of connection. The quiet of her existence was definitively broken. Chapter 3. A Fever in the Dust. The silence stretched, taut as a bowstring, broken only by the faint gurgle of the stream and the sigh of the wind in the pines overhead. Ayana held Dr. Thomas Whitaker's gaze, her own expression unreadable, a mask carved by years of guarded interactions. He stood there, hat in hand, outlined against the fading bruise of the twilight sky, a figure starkly different from the weathered, wary men she usually encountered from Redemption Creek. His seriousness felt genuine, his weariness palpable, even across the few yards separating them. He hadn't demanded, hadn't scoffed. He had stated a belief, an admission of need, perhaps even a grudging respect for a knowledge system utterly alien to his own. The Albright child, Ayana repeated, her voice low and even, betraying none of the turmoil within. She knew the Albrights' newcomers, trying to scrape a living from a stubborn patch of land downriver. Martha Albright was young, often overwhelmed, her husband taciturn and hard-working. Clara was their youngest, barely 3 summers old, a wisp of a girl with bright, curious eyes. What is the nature of this illness? Whitaker took another step closer, his gray eyes scanning her face intently, searching for a reaction, perhaps acceptance or dismissal. A fever, he began, his tone precise, clinical, yet underscored with frustration. Sudden onset yesterday afternoon, high temperature unresponsive to cool cloths or the standard febrifuges I administered. But it's more than just the heat. He paused, choosing his words carefully. There's a rigidity, intermittent. Her limbs stiffen, her breathing becomes shallow, ragged. Her eyes, when they flicker open, seem unfocused, seeing nothing, and she cries out sometimes, a thin, sharp sound as if in sudden pain, but she cannot tell us where. He ran a hand through his dark hair, a gesture of contained anxiety. I've seen fevers break strong men, Miss Ayana. Typhoid, mountain fever, lung sickness. This doesn't fit the patterns I know cleanly. There are no spots typical of typhus, no rattling cough of pneumonia, no pronounced swelling or localized infection I can identify. It's as if the fever itself is consuming her from within, attacking her very spirit. His description, though couched in the language of his medicine, resonated with Ayana. Attacking her spirit. That was a concept Thorne would have laughed out of the room. Yet, it aligned with the Lakota understanding of illness and imbalance, not just of the body, but of the vital energy, the connection to the world, the rigidity, the shallow breathing, the unfocused eyes. Images flickered in her mind, certain plants known for their potent, sometimes dangerous effects on nerves, stories her grandmother told of illnesses brought on by fright or disruption of sacred places. You came a long way, Doctor, Ayana stated, shifting her stance slightly, the damp earth cool beneath her worn moccasins. From the east, the boy said. It wasn't entirely a question, more a probing statement. Philadelphia, he confirmed curtly, then seemed to relent slightly. I practiced there for 5 years before deciding a change was necessary. A shadow flickered in his eyes, a hint of a past he didn't elaborate on. I was at Benton Station, awaiting supplies for a planned survey further west, when the telegraph message about the Albright child reached me. Sheriff Brody's request was urgent. And Sheriff Brody, or perhaps others in the town, Ayanna continued, her voice still quiet, but with an edge now, suggested you seek out the herb woman on the hill, the Indian witch. She used the ugly words deliberately, watching his reaction. Whitaker's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. A faint flush rose on his neck. Some mentioned your name, he admitted, his gaze unwavering. There were varying opinions, as I'm sure you're aware, but Mrs. Albright herself, she spoke of a poultice you provided last winter, when her husband cut his hand badly on rusted wire. She said it healed cleanly when they feared worse. He hesitated. She seemed to think, she hoped, you might recognize this affliction. So, it was the mother's desperate hope, filtered through the town's grudging acknowledgement of her past successes, that had brought him here. Not solely his own open-mindedness, perhaps, but desperation was a powerful catalyst. Ayanna felt a familiar pang the way they only sought her out when their own methods failed, when fear gnawed deep. Yet the image of Martha Albright, young and frightened for her child, chipped away at her reserve. The plants offer remedies for fever, for pain, for calming the spirit, Ayanna said slowly, thinking aloud as much as speaking to him. Willow bark cools the blood. Valerian root can ease spasms, but must be used with great care, especially with one so small. Chamomile soothes, but rigidity, an affliction of the spirit. She looked past him towards the darkening silhouettes of the Black Hills. Sometimes illness comes not from what is eaten or breathed, but from what is seen or disturbed. Has anything unusual occurred at their homestead? Any sacred ground nearby been plowed? Any strange objects found? Whitaker looked momentarily taken aback by her line of questioning. So different from his own diagnostic approach, he frowned in concentration. Not that I'm aware of. They lived down by the creek bend, land cleared by the previous owner some years ago. Nothing sacred that I know of. Though my knowledge of such things is limited, he conceded, a flicker of humility entering his tone. As for strange objects, no, just the usual hardships. They lost a calf last week. Predators, likely. Martha worries constantly. The child, seemed fine until yesterday. He shifted his weight, the urgency returning to his voice. Miss Ayanna, I understand there may be mistrust between your ways and mine, and between you and the town. Frankly, from what little I've seen and heard since arriving, I can see why you might prefer your solitude. His directness was disarming. But a child's life is at stake. Whatever the cause, this fever is relentless. My quinine has barely touched it. My knowledge brought all the way from Philadelphia, he added with a touch of self-deprecation, seems inadequate to this prairie dust. He looked at her directly again, his gray eyes searching hers. I am asking for your help, not as a last resort, but as a potential source of understanding that I lack. Will you come? Will you at least look at the child? The request hung in the chill evening air. Come down into the town, into the Albright house, filled with fear and the scent of sickness. Stand beside this Eastern doctor under the scrutiny of worried parents and inevitably curious or hostile neighbors who might gather outside. expose her knowledge, her ways, to judgment, possibly failure. If Clara died, the blame could easily shift. The whispers of which could become shouts, accusations. Thorn, if he ever returned, would fuel those flames readily. She thought of Isna when her grandmother had navigated these treacherous waters with wisdom and courage, never refusing help when it was truly needed, yet always maintaining her dignity, her boundaries. Healing is not about pleasing others, Ayana, she had said once, her gaze distant. It is about restoring balance. Sometimes that means tending a wound. Sometimes it means speaking a hard truth. Sometimes it means walking away. Listen to the need, but also listen to your spirit. It will tell you the true path. What did her spirit say now? It felt the child's struggle, the thin thread of life fraying. It felt the mother's anguish, and it felt something else in this man, Whitaker. Not the arrogance of Thorn, nor the fearful ignorance of many townsfolk. He was guarded, yes, perhaps carrying his own burdens. But there was an openness in his request, an acknowledgement of limitation that felt honest. He hadn't come demanding a miracle cure based on superstition. He had come asking for a different perspective on something he couldn't explain. The risk was great. The town's prejudice was a tangible thing, sharp-edged and easily wielded. Her solitude was safe, predictable. Going down there meant stepping into the unknown, into potential conflict, aligning herself, even temporarily, with this outsider who represented the world that had taken so much from her people. Yet, the image of the little girl, rigid with fever, crying out in unseen pain, tipped the balance. Healing was about restoring balance. A child's life was profoundly out of balance. Her knowledge existed to be used, not hoarded in fear. Ayana drew a slow breath, the scent of pine and damp earth filling her lungs. She met Thomas Whitaker's gaze, her decision made. "I will come," she said, her voice quiet but firm. "But my ways are not yours, doctor. I will need to see the child, the home, feel the air there. Perhaps the imbalance lies not only within her, but around her." A visible wave of relief washed over Whitaker's face, though his expression remained serious. Thank you, of course. Whatever you need to do." "I must gather a few things first," Ayana stated, turning back towards her cabin. "Plants that may help soothe the fever, calm the spirit, and perhaps offer protection." She glanced back at him. "You can wait here or return to the town. It may take a little time." "I'll wait," he said immediately, pushing his hat back on his head. He seemed reluctant to leave, perhaps fearing she might change her mind, or maybe simply wanting to maintain the fragile connection they had just formed. He stepped back slightly, giving her space, his posture indicating patience. Ayana entered the cabin, the familiar scent of dried herbs enveloping her. The fire had burned low, casting flickering shadows. She moved swiftly, purposefully, her earlier hesitation replaced by focused action. From the bundles hanging overhead, she selected sprigs of yarrow, elderflower, and chamomile. From a clay pot on the shelf, she took a small amount of dried valerian root, handling it with respect for its potency. She added a pinch of sacred sage and a small piece of dried bear root, osha, known for its power against infections and negative influences. She wrapped these carefully in a piece of soft deer hide, her fingers moving with practiced surety. She paused by her grandmother's medicine pouch, touching the dragonfly beadwork for a fleeting moment, drawing strength from the connection. This was the path her spirit chose. Balance needed restoring. When she emerged back into the twilight, Thomas Whitaker was standing where she had left him, gazing out over the darkening valley, the lights of Redemption Creek twinkling faintly below like scattered embers. He turned as she approached, his expression expectant, hopeful, yet still etched with worry. "I am ready," Ayana said, holding the small bundle of herbs. He nodded, gesturing down the steep path. "After you." She hesitated for only a second, then started down the trail, her steps sure-footed even in the fading light. The path was familiar, worn smooth by her own passage and that of the few who sought her out. Tonight, however, it felt different. She was not just going towards Redemption Creek. She was walking into the heart of its fear, accompanied by a stranger whose presence signaled change, whose request had breached her solitude, and whose collaboration, however uncertain, might hold the only hope for a small child burning with a fever born of dust and shadows. The air grew cooler as they descended, the whispers of the wind seeming to follow them, carrying the weight of the night and the fragile life hanging in the balance below. The town awaited, and with it, the unknown consequences of her choice. Chapter 4. Under the Cottonwood Tree. The descent was made mostly in silence, a heavy charged quiet that settled between them like the falling dusk. Ayana led the way, her moccasined feet finding purchase on the loose scree, and packed earth with an instinctive grace that highlighted Thomas Whitaker's more careful, city-bred steps behind her. He didn't stumble, his movements economical and controlled, but she could hear the slight scrape of his leather soles, the occasional dislodged pebble skittering away into the gloom, sounds alien to the usual quiet symphony of her path. She was acutely aware of his presence behind her, a tangible weight in the twilight air. It wasn't threatening, not like the leering gazes she sometimes endured in town, but it was undeniably other. He represented the encroaching world, the world of sharp lines, rigid knowledge, and a power that had consistently sought to diminish or erase her own. Yet he had asked for her help. He had waited patiently. He had spoken her name correctly. These small things chipped away at the protective walls she habitually maintained, leaving her feeling strangely exposed. As they neared the bottom of the hill, the sounds and smells of Redemption Creek grew stronger, overlaying the clean scent of pine and earth. Wood smoke, sharper and tinged with the grease of cooking suppers, hung heavy in the air. The distant tinny piano music from the saloon drifted on the breeze, punctuated by a burst of rough male laughter. Lamplight spilled from windows, casting distorted yellow squares onto the dusty ground. Ayana instinctively pulled her shawl closer, her shoulders tightening. Down here. She was not the keeper of ancient wisdom. She was the outsider, the subject of whispers and wary glances. Thomas seemed to sense her withdrawal. "It's a stark place," he offered quietly, his voice pitched low as they reached the edge of the settlement, pausing where the path met the rutted track that served as a peripheral street. Ayana didn't reply immediately, her gaze sweeping over the nearest building's rough-sawn, unpainted wood, leaning slightly, as if weary of standing. Stark, yes, but also tenacious, like the people who lived here, clinging to this harsh land. "It is home to them," she said finally, her voice neutral. They walked along the edge of the town, avoiding the main thoroughfare. Ayana kept to the shadows where possible, her knowledge of the back ways serving her well. Thomas followed without comment, his silence somehow less awkward now, more like a shared understanding of the need for discretion. He seemed observant, taking in the details of the settlement, the patched roofs, the lean-to additions, the occasional hopeful but struggling flower patch near a doorstep without overt judgment. The Albright homestead was situated slightly apart from the main cluster of houses, down near the creek bend where a cluster of larger cottonwood trees grew, their leaves rustling like running water in the faint breeze. It was a small, basic cabin, barely more than one room, with a rough corral attached where a single bony horse stood listlessly. Lamplight glowed weakly from the single window, and the door stood slightly ajar, spilling light and muffled sounds of distress into the yard. Even before they reached the door, Ayanna could feel the palpable weight of fear and sickness hanging in the air. It was a heavy, stagnant energy, different from the clean wildness of her hillside. As they approached, the door flew open wider, and Martha Albright rushed out, her face pale and drawn in the lamplight, her eyes wide with frantic hope and terror. She was young, her hair escaping its pins, her apron stained. "Dr. Whitaker! Oh, thank God!" And her gaze fell on Ayanna, standing slightly behind the doctor, and her expression shifted, becoming a complex mixture of desperation, residual town-taught fear, and a flicker of the hope Whitaker had mentioned. "Miss Ayanna, you came?" Her voice was barely a whisper, raw with exhaustion and worry. "Martha," Thomas said gently, stepping forward. "How is she? Any change?" "Worse," Martha choked out, tears welling. "The stiffness. It comes more often now. She barely breathes when it happens, and she cries out, 'Oh, John!'" A man appeared in the doorway behind her, presumably John Albright. He was broad-shouldered but stooped, his face etched with the worry of a man helpless against forces he didn't understand. He looked from Whitaker to Ayanna, his expression grim, suspicious, but utterly desperate. He gave Ayanna a curt, wary nod. "Let us see her," Thomas said, his professional calm asserting itself, though Ayanna saw the strain around his eyes. He moved towards the door, gesturing for Ayanna to precede him. She paused for a fraction of a second, drawing a deep breath, steeling herself. Then she stepped over the threshold, into the thick, close air of the cabin. The space was small, cramped, dominated by a large stone hearth at one end, where a low fire burned fitfully, and a rough-hewn table and benches at the other. Bundles of laundry lay unsorted. Dishes were piled near a basin, testament to the disruption caused by the illness. The air smelled metallic and faintly sour, the unmistakable odor of high fever overlaid with the scent of wood smoke and something else, something vaguely medicinal and ineffective. Perhaps one of Thorne's old liniments Martha had tried in desperation. In a small cot near the hearth lay Clara. Even in the dim lamp light, Ayanna could see the unnatural flush on the child's face, the way her small chest rose and fell with shallow, rapid breaths. Her dark hair was plastered to her forehead with sweat. As they watched, a tremor ran through her tiny body, and her back arched slightly, her limbs going rigid, her breath catching in a terrifying hitch. A small, whimpering cry escaped her lips, thin and sharp as glass. Martha gasped, rushing to the cot, smoothing the child's hair, murmuring frantic reassurances. John Albright stood frozen near the door, his fists clenched at his sides, his face a mask of agonized impotence. Thomas moved quickly to the bedside, his movements efficient. He gently placed his fingers on the child's wrist, his brow furrowed in concentration as he timed her pulse. He laid the back of his hand against her forehead, his touch surprisingly gentle. "Still burning," he murmured, more to himself than anyone else. He took a stethoscope from his bag, one of the shiny things Billy Mapes had mentioned, and listened intently to her chest, front and back, his expression growing increasingly grave. Breathing is shallow, constricted, but the lungs sound clear otherwise. Ayana stood back for a moment, observing not just the child, but the entire scene, the parents' fear, the doctor's focused concern, the very atmosphere of the room. Her senses reached out, tasting the air, feeling the subtle currents of energy. She closed her eyes briefly, centering herself, pushing aside the immediate panic that threatened to rise in empathy for the parents. Healing required calm clarity. When Thomas straightened, turning from the cot, his eyes sought hers. There was a silent question in his gaze, an acknowledgement that his tools and methods were providing data but not answers. Ayana moved forward slowly, deliberately. She didn't reach for the child immediately. Instead, her gaze swept the small cabin again. Her eyes lingered on a small, crudely made doll lying on the floor near the cot, its yarn hair askew. She noted the herbs Martha had likely hung near the window, dried bundles of mint and lavender, common household remedies, but nothing potent enough for this. Her gaze drifted towards the open door, towards the large, ancient cottonwood tree that dominated the small yard just beyond the patch of lamplight, its leaves whispering secrets in the night air. "May I?" she asked softly, looking at Martha, then Thomas. Martha nodded mutely, tears streaming down her face. Thomas gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod, stepping back slightly to give her space, his eyes watchful, curious. Ayana knelt beside the cot. She didn't touch Clara at first, but simply held her hand a few inches above the child's small body, feeling the waves of heat radiating from her skin, sensing the erratic, frightened energy pulsing within. The rigidity had passed for the moment, leaving the child limp, exhausted, her breathing still shallow. Ayana brought her hand closer, gently brushing a stray lock of damp hair from Clara's forehead. The skin was fiery hot, dry despite the sweat. She opened the deerskin pouch she carried and took out the small braid of sweetgrass, murmuring ancient words of cleansing and protection, words her grandmother had taught her. She lit the end from a taper borrowed from the mantelpiece. Holding it carefully, she let the fragrant smoke drift gently over the child, not close enough to choke her, but allowing the purifying scent to permeate the heavy air around the cot. John Albright shifted uncomfortably, suspicion warring with hope on his face, but Martha watched with desperate intensity, clutching her hands together. Thomas observed the ritual silently, his expression unreadable, though his focus was absolute. Ayana then took a small pinch of the powdered willow bark from her bundle, mixing it with a few drops of water from her own water skin in a small cup Martha provided. "For the fever," she explained quietly to Thomas, holding the cup out. "It is gentler than your quinine, perhaps, but it helps the body cool itself from within." Thomas hesitated only a moment, then nodded. "How much?" "Only a little," Ayana instructed. "She is small, and her spirit is weak." Together, they managed to get a few sips of the willow bark infusion past Clara's lips, Thomas supporting her head, while Ayana gently coaxed the liquid in. The child barely stirred. Next, Ayana looked around the room again, her gaze returning to the open door and the darkness beyond, dominated by the rustling cottonwood. "Has she spent much time playing near the big tree lately?" she asked Martha, her voice soft. Martha frowned, trying to recall through her exhaustion. She likes it there." Under the branches. We sit there sometimes when it's hot. Why? Are there any unusual plants growing near its roots? Anything with thorns or milky sap or berries she might have touched or tasted? Ayana pressed gently. John Albright snorted dismissively. Just weeds, same as everywhere. Let me look, Ayana said, her intuition prickling. Something felt amiss, connected to the land itself, perhaps, an imbalance. Doctor, will you come? Thomas looked surprised, but nodded again, his curiosity evidently piqued by her line of inquiry, so different from his own focus on internal symptoms. He spoke briefly to the Albrights, reassuring them they would only be a moment, his calm authority seeming to soothe them slightly. Ayana stepped out into the cool night air, Thomas following closely. The contrast with the stifling heat and fear of the cabin was immediate. The stars seemed brighter here, away from the direct lamplight. The air smelled cleaner, carrying the scent of dust, dry grass, and the damp earth near the creek. She walked directly towards the massive cottonwood tree, its lowest branches sweeping down almost to the ground, creating a shadowed sanctuary beneath its canopy. Thomas stopped beside her, looking up into the vast network of branches silhouetted against the starry sky. It's magnificent, he murmured, appreciation in his voice. Ayana didn't answer immediately. She knelt near the base of the thick trunk, her fingers brushing the dry, dusty ground, feeling the packed earth where a child might play. She ran her hands over the rough bark, then scanned the ground intently in the faint starlight filtering through the leaves. Her eyes, accustomed to discerning subtle differences in foliage even in low light, moved slowly, methodically. She saw the usual prairie grasses, some tough weeds, a scattering of fallen leaves and twigs. Then, partially hidden beneath a clump of drying thistle, she saw it, a small sprig of dark green leaves, slightly crushed, with tiny, almost invisible thorns along the stem, and clusters of small, waxy-looking berries, dark purple, almost black. It wasn't native to this immediate area, though she knew it grew in more sheltered, damper spots further up the foothills. Datura, Jamestown weed, devil's snare, highly poisonous, known to cause fever, delirium, rigidity, thirst, confusion symptoms, startlingly similar to Clara's. Even touching the leaves could sometimes cause irritation or absorption through the skin, especially in a child. Her breath caught. She carefully picked up the sprig, avoiding direct contact with the berries or crushed leaves, holding it by the very end of the stem. She rose slowly, turning to Thomas, holding it out. "Do you recognize this plant, Doctor?" she asked, her voice low and urgent. Thomas leaned closer, peering at the sprig in the dim light. He frowned, shaking his head. "No, I don't believe I've encountered it before. My botanical knowledge is geared more towards medicinal species recognized back east. In my language, some call it Memniwakan, mystery water, because of its power," Ayana explained, her gaze intense. "Your people call it datura or thorn apple. It is a poison, a powerful one. It can bring visions, madness, or death, especially to the young." She looked towards the cabin, towards the sick child. Fever, rigidity, confusion, crying out. Does a child playing here crush the leaves, touch the berries, then perhaps rub her eyes or put her fingers in her mouth? Thomas stared at the plant, then back at Ayana, comprehension dawning in his eyes, quickly followed by alarm. "Good God," he whispered, the clinical detachment momentarily stripped away. "It fits. The symptoms, the sudden onset, the neurological signs." He looked back towards the silent cabin. the weak lamplight suddenly seeming more fragile. We need to counteract it, if possible. There are ways, Ayana said, her mind already racing through the necessary preparations. The plants needed to soothe the irritated nerves, to help the body expel the toxin, to protect the spirit during its trial. But it requires speed and trust. She looked at him then, standing there under the vast ancient cottonwood, the poisonous sprig held carefully between them. The air felt charged, not with suspicion now, but with a shared urgent purpose. They were from different worlds, armed with different knowledge, yet brought together by a child's suffering and a discovery made beneath the whispering leaves of an old tree. The path forward was uncertain, dangerous perhaps, but for the first time since he'd arrived on her hillside, Ayana felt a flicker of something other than guardedness towards the stranger beside her. It was the fragile beginnings of understanding, forged in the face of a fever that rose from the dust itself. The next hours would be critical, testing both their skills and the tentative bridge forming between them. Chapter 5. Roots and Remedies. The weight of the discovery settled heavily upon them as they hurried back towards the dim lamplight spilling from the all-bright cabin. The whispering cottonwood leaves seemed to murmur warnings behind them, ancient voices acknowledging the disturbance, the potent danger brought forth from the earth. Ayana clutched the datura sprig carefully, its dark berries gleaming faintly like malevolent eyes in the gloom. Beside her, Thomas Whitaker moved with a newfound urgency, his earlier weariness replaced by focused alarm. The pieces fit, clinically and terrifyingly. Re-entering the cabin felt like plunging back into a suffocating pool of fear. Martha Albright looked up, her eyes instantly searching their faces, desperate for any sign of hope. John stood near the hearth, his posture rigid, braced for bad news. The air was still thick with the metallic scent of fever, and the child's shallow, rattling breaths from the cot. Martha, John. Thomas began, his voice low but steady, commanding attention. He gestured towards the sprig Ayana held out carefully on the palm of her hand, ensuring the parents didn't touch it. We believe we've found the cause. This plant, he indicated the datura, grows beneath the cottonwood. It's known to be poisonous, especially the berries and leaves. Its effects, they match Clara's symptoms almost exactly. The fever, the rigidity, the delirium. Martha gasped, her hand flying to her mouth, her eyes wide with horrified recognition. The tree! She was playing there yesterday afternoon, making mud pies. I saw her picking at some weeds. Her voice broke on a sob. Oh, dear God, no! John Albright stared at the plant, then at Ayana, his deep-set suspicion momentarily overshadowed by raw fear. Poison! Are you certain? His gaze flickered between the Eastern doctor and the Lakota woman, two figures representing vastly different worlds, now united in this grim diagnosis. The symptoms are a strong match, Thomas affirmed, and Miss Ayana recognized the plant immediately. It's called datura. Ayana stepped forward slightly, meeting John's gaze directly. Her voice was quiet, but held an undeniable authority, born of deep knowledge. It is a powerful plant, she said, her Lakota name for it echoing softly, Miniwakan. She didn't translate the mystery water part, letting the weight of the indigenous name hang in the air. It confuses the spirit, burns the body, steals the breath. We see it in the way she stiffens, the way her eyes see nothing, the heat that consumes her. It is a poison that works on the mind as much as the flesh. Her explanation, though rooted in a different understanding, seemed to resonate with the parents' own terrified observations in a way Thomas's clinical description hadn't. Martha nodded frantically through her tears. Yes, confuses the spirit. That's how it feels. Can you help her? John asked, the question raw, directed perhaps at both of them, perhaps more pointedly at Ayanna, whose knowledge had identified the source. His earlier skepticism seemed to be cracking under the weight of parental terror. We can try, Thomas said carefully. There are methods to counteract poisons, encourage the body to expel them. But she is very small, and the toxin has been in her system for hours. Ayanna added her own quiet assurance, tempered with realism. The plants have remedies to cleanse the blood, soothe the spirit, and draw out the poison's fire. But the plant spirit is strong. Clara's spirit must fight too. We must help her. Without waiting for further discussion, Ayanna moved towards the hearth, placing the datura sprig carefully on a high stone ledge well out of reach. Action was needed, not just words. I need clean water brought to a boil, she instructed Martha, her tone gentle but firm, and a sturdy pot. Martha, galvanized by the possibility of doing something, anything, hurried to comply, fetching water from a bucket and stoking the fire under a heavy iron pot hanging from a hook in the hearth. John watched, uncertain, hovering near the doorway. Thomas opened his large leather bag on the rough-hewn table, laying out some of his own instruments vials, a syringe, bottles of tinctures. I have activated charcoal, he said, holding up a small jar of black powder. Standard treatment for ingested poisons. It helps bind the toxins in the stomach and gut. Ayanna nodded, acknowledging his medicine. That is good. It can help capture what remains inside, but we must also cleanse what has already entered her blood and calm the storm it has raised in her nerves. She untied her deerskin bundle on the table beside his instruments, the earthy scent of her dried herbs mingling strangely with the sharper chemical smells from his vials. The contrast was stark. His precise manufactured tools and compounds, her hand-gathered plants, carrying the energy of the earth they grew from. Yet here, side by side, they represented a unified purpose. She selected dried burdock root, known for its blood-purifying properties, and dandelion root, to support the liver in filtering the toxins. She added finely chopped milk thistle seeds, a plant her grandmother revered for protecting the liver against poisons, for calming the spirit and easing the spasms. She chose skullcap and a smaller amount of the potent valerian root she'd brought, knowing its dosage was critical. As Martha brought the boiling water, Ayanna carefully measured the herbs into a separate, smaller pot Martha provided. She poured the steaming water over them, and the air filled with a complex, pungent aroma, bitter, earthy, with faint floral undertones. She covered the pot, letting the infusion steep, the plants releasing their volatile oils and healing compounds into the water. While the tea steeped, Thomas prepared the charcoal, mixing the black powder with a little water in a cup. Getting Clara to swallow anything was a challenge. She remained mostly unresponsive, trapped in the cycle of feverish heat and chilling rigidity. Thomas lifted her gently, supporting her head, while Ayanna tried to spoon a tiny amount of the charcoal mixture into her mouth. Most of the paddle it dribbled out, but some went down. They exchanged a look, a small victory, but the battle was far from over. Her pulse is still rapid, thready, Thomas reported, his fingers pressed lightly against the child's neck. Respiration shallow. The fever. He shook his head, his expression grim. Ayana dipped a clean cloth into cool water, mixed with a few drops of peppermint essence she carried, and gently bathed Clara's face and neck. The child didn't react, her skin remaining stubbornly hot. The herbal tea finished steeping. Ayana strained it carefully through a piece of clean muslin into another cup. The liquid was dark, almost brown, its scent filling the small cabin. This will help cleanse her from within, she explained, holding the cup, and soothe the pathways the poison travels. Again they worked together. Thomas cradled the child, murmuring softly, while Ayana used infinite patience, drop by drop, to get some of the potent tea into Clara. It was painstaking work, each swallowed drop feeling like a monumental achievement against the illness gripping the child. Martha watched, twisting her apron, prayers moving silently on her lips. John stood like a sentinel by the door, his face unreadable, his gaze fixed on his daughter. Hours crawled by, marked only by the sputtering lamp, the crackle of the fire, and the child's distressed breathing. The initial urgency gave way to a tense, watchful waiting. Ayana reapplied cool compresses, checking the strength of the tea, adding a little more honey to make it palatable, always mindful of the dosage. Thomas monitored Clara's pulse and breathing, making notes in a small leather-bound book with precise economical movements. They spoke little, but a silent communication developed between them. A shared glance when Clara stirred restlessly, a slight nod when a spasm seemed less intense than the last. A mutual tightening of the jaw when her breathing grew alarmingly shallow. Ayana found herself observing Thomas, noting the way his hands, though clearly accustomed to instruments, were surprisingly gentle with the child. She saw the genuine concern in his eyes, the frustration when his knowledge reached its limits, the quiet respect he afforded her own methods, even when they involved rituals like burning sweetgrass or murmuring Lakota words of healing over the tea. He didn't interfere, didn't question, merely observed, his scientific curiosity seemingly overriding any ingrained prejudice he might have carried from his Eastern training. He, in turn, seemed to study her movements, the way she handled the herbs with such familiarity, the quiet confidence in her actions, the deep well of knowledge she drew upon that seemed intrinsically linked to the land outside the cabin door. He asked her quiet questions occasionally. What property does the burdock have? Why skullcap instead of laudanum? Burdock root helps clean the blood like a fresh stream washing away mud, Ayana explained softly, crushing a fresh poultice of plantain leaves known for drawing out toxins through the skin. Skullcap quiets the nerves without stealing the spirit, like laudanum can. The valerian helps ease the tightness in her muscles, but too much deepens the sleep too far. Balance is needed. Balance, he repeated thoughtfully, looking from the herbs to the child. My medicine often seeks to conquer the illness directly. Yours seems focused on restoring harmony. Ayana nodded, applying the cool plantain poultice to Clara's small wrists and ankles. Illness is an imbalance. The poison creates chaos. We invite harmony back, coax the body to find its own way to heal, strengthened by the plant spirits. As the night deepened towards the darkest hour before dawn, Clara experienced another violent wave of rigidity. Her small body arched, her breath stopped completely for several terrifying seconds, her face turning dusky in the lamplight. Martha cried out, stumbling towards the cot. John let out a strangled groan. Thomas immediately began trying to clear her airway, checking for obstruction, his movements swift and practiced. Ayana reacted instinctively. She placed her hands gently on the child's chest and forehead, closing her eyes, shutting out the parent's panic, focusing her entire being. She began to hum, a low, ancient melody that Isna Wynne had taught her, a song for calming troubled spirits, for calling a soul back from the edge. It was a wordless song, rising and falling like the breath she prayed the child would take, weaving a thread of calm energy into the fraught atmosphere of the cabin. Thomas paused in his ministrations, looking at Ayana, listening to the strange, resonant sound filling the small space. He didn't stop her. He simply waited, his hand resting lightly on Clara's shoulder, watching the child's face intently. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the rigidity began to ease. A tiny flicker of movement returned to Clara's eyelids, then a small, shuddering gasp, followed by a ragged but definite intake of breath. Then another. The dusky color began to recede from her face, replaced by the feverish flush, which seemed marginally less intense than before. Martha sobbed, this time in relief, sinking on to a nearby stool. John scrubbed a hand over his face, his shoulders slumping. Thomas let out a long, slow breath, his gaze meeting Ayana's across the small cot. In his eyes, she saw not just relief, but a flicker of something else, awe, perhaps, or at least profound respect for the power he had just witnessed, a power beyond the reach of his instruments and textbooks. The humming faded as Ayana gently withdrew her hands. The immediate crisis had passed, but the child was still deeply unwell, exhausted by the ordeal. Ayana prepared another small dose of the cleansing tea, adding a drop more honey. This time, Clara swallowed it with less difficulty, a faint sucking reflex returning. Her fever feels slightly less, Thomas murmured, laying his hand again on the child's forehead, still dangerously high, but perhaps breaking? Ayana nodded, caution tempering the hope. The poison fights back. The turning point is often the most dangerous. We must remain watchful. As the first pale hints of dawn began to streak the sky outside the small window, a fragile quiet settled over the cabin. Clara slept, her breathing still uneven, but deeper than before. The terrifying rigidity hadn't returned for over an hour. Martha had collapsed into an exhausted doze in her chair, while John kept vigil, his expression weary but softened with a sliver of hope. Ayana and Thomas stood near the table, the remnants of their combined efforts spread out before them, empty vials, used cloths, wilting poultice herbs, the dregs of the herbal tea. They were both bone-tired, their faces smudged with soot and strain in the pre-dawn light. What you did, Thomas began, his voice low, hesitant. The humming, it seemed to reach her? Ayana merely nodded, too weary to explain the intricate Lakota understanding of spirit and sound. Sometimes the body needs more than roots and leaves. It needs the spirit to be called home. He looked at her, truly looked at her then, not just as a source of botanical knowledge, but as a healer in her own right, possessing a different, perhaps deeper, kind of wisdom. The professional distance seemed to have eroded slightly through the shared crucible of the long night. Thank you, Ayana, he said simply, the words carrying a weight of sincerity that surprised her. I wouldn't have known where to begin without you. A faint warmth spread through Ayana's chest, easing some of the deep fatigue. It wasn't praise she sought, but acknowledgement of her knowledge, her heritage, her place in the healing of this land. We work together, Doctor. she replied quietly, for Clara. Outside the world was stirring. A rooster crowed in the distance. The light grew stronger, chasing the shadows from the corners of the cabin. Clara murmured in her sleep, a sound less distressed than before. The fever hadn't fully broken. The danger hadn't completely passed. But under the combined care of roots and remedies, science and spirit, a fragile foothold had been gained against the poison's darkness. As the sun climbed higher, casting long shadows from the cottonwood tree, Ayanna and Thomas shared a look of profound exhaustion, mutual respect, and the unspoken understanding that this shared vigil had irrevocably shifted the ground between them. The dawn brought not an end, but a tentative beginning. Chapter 6. The Town's Cold Gaze. The fragile peace bought by the approaching dawn felt paper-thin as the sun climbed higher, casting long, sharp shadows across the dusty yard of the Albright homestead. Inside the cabin, the air, though still heavy with the lingering scent of sickness and potent herbs, held less of the suffocating despair of the night. Clara slept, her breathing deeper, more regular, the terrifying rigidity absent for several hours now. The fever hadn't vanished entirely, clinging stubbornly, but the fiery heat had lessened, her skin now damp with a more natural healing sweat. Martha dozed fitfully in her chair, exhaustion finally claiming her, while John sat slumped by the hearth, his gaze fixed on his daughter. The harsh lines of fear on his face softened into weary relief. Ayanna stood near the small window, watching the light change on the leaves of the great cottonwood tree outside. She felt drained, hollowed out by the long vigil, the constant focus, the outpouring of energy required not just for the physical tasks, but for the spiritual battle waged against the poison's insidious influence. Yet beneath the fatigue, there was a quiet hum of satisfaction, the deep resonance that came from fulfilling her purpose, from answering the call to heal. Thomas Whitaker stood near the table, methodically cleaning his instruments with alcohol and carefully repacking his leather bag. His movements were precise, economical, betraying none of the exhaustion that must surely weigh on him as heavily as it did on her. He had maintained his quiet professionalism throughout the night, yet she had seen glimpses beneath it, the genuine concern, the flash of alarm, the moment of quiet awe after her humming seemed to turn the tide. He had respected her space, her methods, even participated in administering her remedies. It was unlike anything she had experienced before with a representative of the white man's medicine. He finished packing his bag, snapping the clasp shut with a decisive click. He looked over at Clara, then at Ayanna. "She's better," he stated, his voice low, husky with fatigue, "considerably better. The fever is still present, but it seems to be following a more natural course now rather than that aggressive heat. The neurological symptoms have subsided for now. The worst, I hope, is over." Ayanna nodded slowly. The poison's hold is weakened, but she is still fragile. She will need rest, careful nourishment, and the cleansing herbs for several more days to fully clear the blood and restore her strength. She indicated a small bundle of herbs she had set aside on the table. "I will leave these with Martha, with instructions." "Thank you," Thomas said again, his gray eyes meeting hers. The weariness in them was profound, but so was a clear, unadulterated gratitude. "Your knowledge of that plant, it likely saved her life. My charcoal would have been too little. Too late, I suspect, without understanding the root cause." The directness of his acknowledgement felt strange, almost uncomfortable after years of dismissal or grudging backhanded compliments from the town. She lowered her gaze, focusing on gathering the herbs for Martha. The earth provides the remedy, often close by the affliction, she murmured, repeating a familiar teaching of her grandmother's. A few moments later, Martha stirred, blinking sleepily. Seeing Ayanna and Thomas still there, she sat up straighter, her gaze immediately flying to Clara's cot. A small sigh of relief escaped her as she saw the child sleeping more peacefully. Ayanna went to her side, explaining quietly how to prepare the tea, how often to give it, emphasizing the need for rest and plenty of fluids. Martha listened intently, nodding. Her eyes, though red-rimmed and shadowed with fatigue, now held a desperate, clinging hope instead of sheer terror. John joined them, listening silently, his earlier suspicion seemingly replaced by a weary acceptance and profound relief. He cleared his throat awkwardly when Ayanna finished. We thank you, Miss Ayanna, he mumbled, looking down at his worn boots. And you, Doctor, for staying. She's not out of the woods yet, Thomas cautioned gently but firmly. Keep her quiet, keep her cool. Send word immediately if the rigidity or breathing trouble returns. I'll be back later today to check on her progress. It was time to leave. The sun was fully up now, the sounds of Redemption Creek's morning routine drifting through the open door, hammering, wagon wheels, distant shouts. Ayanna gathered her shawl, her own empty deerskin pouch. A reluctance settled in her stomach at the thought of walking back out into the town's awareness, especially now, emerging from this crucible alongside the new doctor. Their collaboration, born of necessity and desperation within these four walls, would look different under the harsh light of public scrutiny. Thomas seemed to sense her hesitation. He held the door open. Shall we? He asked, his tone neutral, but his eyes held a flicker of understanding. He knew, she realized. He might be new, an outsider himself, but he wasn't blind to the currents of prejudice that ran through Redemption Creek. He had likely encountered his own share of skepticism upon arrival. Taking a steadying breath, Ayanna nodded and stepped out into the bright morning sun, Thomas following, pulling the door gently closed behind them. The contrast between the dim, intense intimacy of the sick room and the wide, unforgiving openness of the town was jarring. They started walking back towards the main part of the settlement, their path taking them past other cabins and houses now stirring to life. And the stairs began. It started subtly. A woman shaking out a rug on her porch froze, her eyes fixing on them Ayanna, the herb woman, walking side by side with the new Eastern doctor. Her expression hardened, her lips thinning into a disapproving line before she turned abruptly and went back inside, slamming the door harder than necessary. Further on, two men leaning against the rails of a corral stopped their conversation, turning as one to watch them pass. Their faces were blank, unreadable, but their stillness felt heavy with judgment. Ayanna kept her gaze straight ahead, focusing on the dusty track beneath her feet. The familiar sensation of being watched, dissected, pricking at her skin. She felt the old defenses rising, the instinct to withdraw, to become invisible. Thomas walked beside her, his stride steady, his gaze also directed forward, though she sensed his peripheral awareness taking in the reactions. He didn't comment, didn't slow down or speed up. His quiet presence was a strange sort of anchor, neither defending nor abandoning, simply there. A group of children playing near a woodpile stopped their game, pointing openly. One whispered something to another loud enough for Ayanna to catch the word witch. A mother rushed out, scolding them not for pointing, but for being too loud before quickly hustling them indoors, casting a fearful glance towards Ayana as she did so. The coldness wasn't universal. Old man Hemlock, the prospector, emerged from the mercantile, squinting in the sunlight. He saw them, and his weathered face broke into a gap-toothed grin, aimed mostly at Ayana. He tipped his battered hat. "Morning, Miss Ayana. Heard you was helping the Albright girl. Good on ya." He nodded towards Thomas. "Doc." His acknowledgement was rough but genuine, born perhaps of his own reliance on her remedies. Ayana inclined her head slightly in return, a faint warmth touching her amidst the chill. Thomas gave a curt nod, but Hemlock's greeting only seemed to make the silence from others more profound, the disapproving stares more pointed. As they approached the main street, the scrutiny intensified. Mr. Henderson, the portly, prosperous owner of the mercantile and a major landowner known for his ambition and disdain for the Lakota claims, stood on the boardwalk talking to Sheriff Brody. Both men turned as Ayana and Thomas came into view. Brody's expression was guarded, assessing. Henderson's was openly contemptuous, his gaze flicking over Ayana as if she was something unclean before settling on Thomas with a look that mixed curiosity with disapproval. "Dr. Whitaker!" Brody called out, his voice bluff but carrying an edge. "Thought you might still be down at Albright's." Thomas stopped, Ayana pausing beside him, feeling exposed under Henderson's hostile stare. "Just leaving, Sheriff," Thomas replied evenly. "The child has improved, resting more comfortably." "Heard the, healer lent a hand," Brody said, glancing uneasily at Ayana, then quickly away. He clearly felt awkward, caught between acknowledging Ayana's apparent success and aligning with the town's general prejudice, likely fueled by men like Henderson. Miss Ayana's knowledge was instrumental in identifying the cause of the illness and initiating treatment, Thomas stated clearly, his voice carrying in the relative quiet of the street. He didn't elaborate, didn't offer details about the poison, but his statement was unequivocal. He gave her credit, openly, in front of the sheriff and the influential Henderson. Ayana felt a jolt, a mixture of surprise and a strange sort of vindication. He hadn't needed to say that. He could have downplayed her role, taken the credit himself, appeased the town's sensibilities, but he hadn't. Henderson scoffed audibly, though he didn't speak directly to Ayana. "Fancy Eastern doctors relying on engine weeds now, are they? Don't fill folks with confidence, Whitaker. The threat was veiled but clear. Align yourself with her, and you lose the town's trust, particularly the trust of powerful men like him." Thomas's jaw tightened, almost imperceptibly, but his voice remained calm, almost cool. "I rely on whatever proves effective in saving a life, Mr. Henderson. Dogma has little place when facing a crisis." He gave a curt nod to both men. "Sheriff, Mr. Henderson." He turned, implicitly expecting Ayana to walk with him. They continued down the street, the silence behind them thick with unspoken animosity. Ayana could feel Henderson's glare burning into her back. The brief exchange had drawn more attention. Faces peered from behind curtains. Men paused in their work. Women stopped sweeping porches. The town's collective gaze felt like a physical weight, cold and heavy. It wasn't just suspicion now. It was disapproval of the doctor who dared to associate with her, who publicly validated her knowledge. She walked beside him, her head held high, but inside the old wounds smarted. This was the price of stepping out of her solitude, the price of sharing her knowledge, the price of this unexpected fragile alliance with the outsider doctor. She had helped save a child, yet in the eyes of many here, she had only confirmed her otherness, her perceived threat to their world, and she had dragged Thomas Whitaker into that uncomfortable space with her. They reached the point where the main street ended and the path leading up the hill to her cabin diverged from the track leading towards the doctor's office. The intensity of the town's collective observation lessened slightly here, though she still felt eyes on them. They stopped. The silence stretched between them again, but it was different now, charged with the shared experience of the town's cold reception. "Thank you," Thomas said again, his voice lower now, more personal. He looked directly at her, his gray eyes serious, not just for your help with Clara, but for enduring that. He gestured vaguely back towards the town. "I understand this was not easy for you." His acknowledgement of the social cost resonated deeply. More than his earlier praise of her skills, he saw it. He understood perhaps more than she expected. "It is the way it often is," Ayanna replied quietly, her gaze drifting towards the path leading up to her sanctuary. "It shouldn't be," he said, a surprising firmness in his tone. He hesitated, then seemed to make a decision. "I imagine I'll have further questions as Clara recovers about the aftercare, the herbs you recommended. Perhaps I could call on you again at your cabin. It might be less disruptive." The suggestion hung in the air. He was offering to come to her space, away from the prying eyes and cold judgments of the town. It was a gesture of respect, a continuation of the connection forged during the night, a deliberate step away from the town's expectations. But it was also risky for both of them. It would further mark them as allies, separating them from the community they lived on the fringes of. Ayanna looked up the path towards her cabin, towards the solitude and safety it represented. Then she looked back at Thomas Whitaker, standing straight and serious in the harsh morning light. His quiet integrity, a surprising counterpoint to the town's open hostility. He was offering a bridge, however narrow and precarious. "You know the way, Doctor," she said softly, a flicker of something new trust, perhaps, or maybe just weary acceptance of this complicated path dawning within her. He gave a slight nod, a ghost of a smile touching his lips before vanishing. "Until later, then." He turned and walked towards his office, his figure solitary against the backdrop of the judgmental town. Ayanna watched him go for a moment, then turned and began the climb up her own path, leaving the cold gaze of Redemption Creek behind her, but carrying the weight of its implications and the unexpected complication of the quiet doctor with her into the lonely sanctuary of the hills. The whispers on the wind felt different now, carrying not just warnings, but also the faint, uncertain echo of possibility. Chapter 7. Stories by Firelight. Several evenings later, the familiar rhythm of solitude had almost reasserted itself in Ayanna's small cabin. Almost. The lingering scent of the potent herbs used for Clara's cleansing tea seemed to have subtly permeated the wooden walls, a reminder of the turbulent night that had breached her isolation. Clara was recovering steadily, according to the infrequent updates Ayanna received, indirectly a grateful nod from John Albright when he rode past the base of her hill, a hurried word from young Billy Mapes that the little girl was sitting up and asking for broth. The crisis had passed, leaving behind a fragile calm in the Albright household, but ripples continued to spread through the town. The coldness Ayanna felt from Redemption Creek hadn't lessened. If anything, it had solidified. The open collaboration between her and the new doctor, particularly his public acknowledgement of her contribution, had drawn lines in the sand. She was tolerated when desperate, feared when misunderstood, but actively collaborating with their educated doctor? That crossed a boundary, stirring resentment and suspicion, fanned undoubtedly by men like Henderson, who saw any validation of her presence as a threat to their own ambitions. Ayanna sat by her hearth, the fire casting dancing shadows that elongated the hanging bundles of herbs, making them look like sleeping spirits. She was grinding dried echinacea root, its distinctive earthy scent rising in the warm air. The rhythmic scrape of her stone pestle against the mortar was usually a soothing sound, a connection to generations of healers before her. Tonight, however, her focus wavered. She found herself listening, straining to hear, beyond the crackle of the flames and the low moan of the wind wrapping around the cabin. Listening for a footstep on the path. He had said he might call on her again. Thomas Whitaker, the quiet doctor with the serious gray eyes and the unexpected integrity. She hadn't truly expected him to follow through, imagining the pressure from the town, the subtle warnings from Brody, or the overt hostility from Henderson would make him reconsider seeking her out, especially here, in her own space. It was one thing to collaborate in an emergency, another entirely to seek out the company of the engine witch voluntarily. Yet a part of her, a part she hadn't realized existed until recently, felt a strange anticipation, a tension that was equal parts apprehension and something else. Curiosity, a flicker of loneliness she rarely acknowledged. He was an enigma, a man of science who hadn't scoffed at her spirit songs, an educated Easterner who seemed genuinely interested in the properties of her weeds, an outsider who understood on some level the sting of the town's cold gaze. A faint but distinct sound reached her, the crunch of boots on the gravelly upper section of the path. Her hand stilled on the pestle. Her heart gave a small, betraying leap. She rose slowly, smoothing her simple buckskin dress, tucking a stray strand of black hair back into her braid. She moved to the door, her hand resting lightly on the wooden latch, waiting. A knock came, firm but not demanding, not the hesitant rap of a nervous townsperson seeking a cure, nor the impatient banging Thorne might have employed, if drunk enough to seek her aid. Just a steady, polite knock. She drew a breath and lifted the latch, pulling the heavy door inward. Thomas Whitaker stood there, silhouetted against the deep indigo of the prairie night sky, a sky already strewn with diamond-sharp stars. He held his hat in his hand, just as he had the first time he'd approached her cabin. The lines of fatigue seemed etched a little deeper around his eyes, suggesting the ongoing demands of his new practice, but his expression was calm, steady. "Miss Ayanna," he greeted her, his voice quiet in the vast stillness. "I hope I'm not intruding." "Doctor," she acknowledged, with a slight inclination of her head, stepping back to allow him entry. "You are welcome." He stepped inside, bringing a gust of cool night air with him, momentarily stirring the fire and the hanging herbs. He paused just inside the doorway, his gaze sweeping the interior of the cabin, the firelit intimacy, the rows of clay pots, the fragrant bundles overhead, the neat stack of sleeping furs. It was a space utterly different from any he likely knew, yet his expression held only quiet observation. Perhaps even appreciation, not the judgment or discomfort she might have expected. "Thank you," he said, placing his hat on a small, rough bench near the door. "It's peaceful here, a stark contrast to the town." "Peace has its price," Ayanna replied, turning back towards the hearth. Please sit. She gestured towards a low stool, smoothed by years of use, that sat opposite her own grinding spot near the fire. He took the offered seat, settling himself with an ease that surprised her. He didn't fidget or look out of place, simply watched the flames for a moment, seemingly content in the silence. Ayana returned to her mortar and pestle, resuming the rhythmic grinding, the familiar action helping to center her. Clara Albright continues to improve, Thomas offered, after a comfortable moment of quiet. Her fever is gone. She's weak, naturally, and Martha says she has moments of confusion still, nightmares perhaps, but her strength returns daily. The tea you provided seems to be helping greatly with that, and with her appetite. The poisoned shadow lingers, Ayana said, nodding. It frightens the spirit even after the body begins to mend. The skullcap helps soothe those pathways. Has the rash appeared? Thomas frowned slightly. Rash? No, I haven't observed one. Should I expect one? Sometimes, Ayana explained, pausing her grinding. As the body pushes the last traces of the poison out, the skin can show its displeasure. Plantain leaf poultices, changed often, will draw it out and soothe the itching if it occurs. She pointed towards a bundle of broad green leaves drying near the hearth. That is plantain. He looked at the unassuming plant with new interest. I know it primarily as a common weed, useful for bee stings, perhaps. Its uses are many, Ayana said softly. It draws out poisons, staunches blood, mends tissues. Grandmother called it life of the path because it springs up wherever people walk, offering its help freely. A faint smile touched her lips as she remembered Isna Wynne pointing it out to her as a child. Thomas leaned forward slightly, his interest genuine. Your grandmother. She taught you all this? Ayana nodded, the mention of Isna Wynne bringing a familiar mix of warmth and sorrow. She was Mini Konju Lakota, like my mother. Her own mother was a healer, and her mother before that. The knowledge passes through the women, carried in stories, in songs, in watching the seasons change, listening to what the plants tell us. She looked into the fire, the flames reflecting in her dark eyes. She knew the secrets of the roots, the whispers of the leaves. She knew how to restore balance. Balance, Thomas murmured again, thoughtfully. It seems a core principle of your healing. He paused, then asked hesitantly, is that very different from how your people traditionally lived? Before, he trailed off, perhaps unsure how to phrase the delicate subject of disruption caused by settlement. Ayana felt a familiar tightening in her chest, the old grief stirring. We lived with the land, not on it, she said, her voice low but clear. We followed the buffalo, our lives shaped by the seasons, by the cycles of birth and death and renewal. We took only what was needed, gave thanks for every gift. Balance was essential between the people and the earth, between the tribes, within the spirit. The Wasichu, she used the Lakota word for the white settlers. Her tone neutral, but carrying the weight of history, came with fences, with lines on maps, with a hunger that sees the land only for what can be taken from it. They broke the circle. They brought imbalance. She didn't speak with anger, but with a deep, quiet sorrow that resonated in the firelit cabin. Thomas listened intently, his expression serious, respectful. He didn't offer platitudes or defenses. My understanding of your history is limited, he admitted quietly, learned from books written by men who likely shared that hunger you speak of. What I see here, in Redemption Creek, the tensions over land, the fear, the dismissal of your ways. It suggests that imbalance persists. It grows, Ayana stated simply, like a weed choking the life from the prairie. A log in the fire shifted, sending up a shower of bright sparks. The silence returned, filled now with the weight of unspoken history, of cultures colliding, of deep wounds. Ayana shifted the conversation slightly, uncomfortable, dwelling on the painful past, yet also curious about the man sitting opposite her, the man who listened without interrupting, who seemed capable of seeing beyond the surface. You said you left Philadelphia for a change, doctor. Was the medicine there not balanced? Thomas looked down at his hands, his long fingers tracing the rim of the empty cup he still held metaphorically from the Albrights' cabin. A shadow crossed his face, the same one she'd glimpsed before. Medicine in the city. He began slowly, choosing his words with care. It has made great strides. We understand more about anatomy, disease, surgery than ever before. There are hospitals, universities, libraries filled with knowledge. He paused. But it can also be impersonal, driven by ego sometimes or by profit. Patients can become cases, sets of symptoms to be cataloged and treated according to established protocols their spirits overlooked. He looked up, his gray eyes meeting hers across the firelight. I worked in a large hospital, saw remarkable cures, also saw failures, mistakes. Sometimes the protocols weren't enough. Sometimes the patient needed something more than drugs or scalpels. Sometimes the imbalance was deeper than we could reach. He hesitated again, clearly wrestling with a difficult memory. I lost a patient, a young woman, not from lack of knowledge perhaps, but from a failure to truly see her, to understand the fear that was complicating her recovery. The protocols were followed, but the spirit gave way. His voice was low, tinged with regret. I realized I needed space, distance, a place where healing might mean something different, where I might learn to listen better. His quiet confession hung in the air, raw and vulnerable. He hadn't just sought a change of scenery, he sought a change within himself, driven by loss and disillusionment. Ayana felt a pang of empathy. His world of gleaming instruments and published papers wasn't so different from hers in its potential for failure, for overlooking the essential spirit within the suffering flesh. Listening is the first step in healing, Ayana said softly, echoing her grandmother's wisdom. Listening to the body, the spirit, the land, they all speak if we quiet ourselves enough to hear. He nodded slowly, his gaze thoughtful. You seem to have mastered that art. I am still learning, Ayana corrected gently. The learning never ends. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, the fire crackling, the wind sighing outside. The initial awkwardness had dissipated, replaced by a fragile intimacy woven from shared vulnerability and nascent understanding. Ayana resumed her grinding, the rhythmic sound filling the quiet space. Thomas watched the fire, seemingly lost in thought, yet his presence felt attentive, connected. She found herself noticing small things about him, the way his dark hair caught the firelight, the intelligence in his steady gaze, the hint of strength in his hands, despite their gentleness with Clara. There was a quiet intensity about him, a depth that hinted at complexities beneath the calm exterior. He was not like the rough-hewn men of Redemption Creek, nor the arrogant officials who sometimes passed through. He was something different, something that stirred a cautious curiosity within her. This echinacea? Thomas asked, breaking the silence, gesturing towards her mortar. I've read some conflicting reports on its efficacy back east. Some dismiss it. You clearly value it. It strengthens the body's own fight, Ayana explained, holding up a piece of the dried, cone-shaped root. It does not kill the illness directly like some poisons, but awakens the spirit's fire to burn away the sickness from within. It is good for snakebite, for blood ailments, for wounds that refuse to heal. Grandmother taught me where the strongest roots grow, on slopes that face the morning sun. She offered him a small piece of the root she held. Smell it, taste a tiny fragment, feel its energy. He took the piece hesitantly, bringing it close to his nose, inhaling its pungent, slightly tingling scent. He looked at her, a question in his eyes, then carefully placed a minuscule fragment on his tongue. His eyes widened slightly at the tingling sensation, the unique signature of the plant's power. It's potent, he admitted, reaching for the water dipper she offered. Ayana smiled faintly. The earth does not whisper its secrets. Sometimes it shouts. He returned the smile, a genuine, unguarded expression that softened the seriousness of his face, making him look younger. In that shared moment, looking at each other across the firelight, tasting the same root, acknowledging the same power, the vast distance between their worlds seemed to shrink, becoming almost negligible. The air felt charged, intimate, the silence humming with unspoken possibilities. The spell was broken by a sudden, sharp sound from outside the unmistakable crack of a twig snapping underfoot, too close to the cabin to be an animal. Ayana froze, her hand tightening on the pestle. Thomas instantly became alert, his head tilting, listening intently. They exchanged a look, the easy intimacy vanishing, replaced by immediate caution. The sanctuary of the cabin suddenly felt fragile, exposed. "Stay here," Ayana whispered, rising silently. She moved like a shadow to the hide-covered window, peering out into the darkness near the path. The moon was rising, casting long, distorted shadows from the pines. She saw nothing at first, only the familiar shapes of the night. Then a flicker of movement near the edge of the trees, a darker shape detaching itself from the deeper shadows, moving quickly back down the path towards the town. Too far away to identify, but definitely human. Someone had been watching. Listening? She turned back from the window, her expression grim. The cold gaze of the town had followed them, even here. "Someone was out there," she said quietly, her voice tight. Thomas rose, his relaxed posture gone, replaced by a protective tension. He moved to stand beside her, looking out the window, though the figure was gone now. Henderson's men, he guessed, his voice low and hard, or just curious townsfolk. "It matters little," Ayana replied, her sense of violation sharp. "My privacy is not respected. Yours by association will likely fare no better, Doctor." The fragile connection forged by firelight felt suddenly threatened, the harsh realities of their divided world crashing back in. The stories shared, the vulnerabilities revealed, now felt dangerous, exposed to hostile ears. The night, which had seemed peaceful and full of quiet revelation, now felt charged with a different kind of tension, the cold breath of unseen watchers and the undeniable risk of their growing closeness. The path ahead, which had briefly seemed illuminated by understanding, was now plunged back into uncertain shadow. Chapter 8. Lines Drawn in the Earth. The intrusion left a chill in the cabin air that lingered long after Thomas Whitaker had departed. His departure marked by a quiet solemnity, a shared understanding of the implications of the unseen watcher. The easy companionship forged by the firelight felt fragile now, tainted by the knowledge that their connection, however nascent and respectful, was being observed, likely misinterpreted, and certainly judged by the hostile elements within Redemption Creek. Ayanna secured her door carefully that night, the heavy wooden bar feeling less like protection and more like a confirmation of her isolation. Sleep was restless, punctuated by the memory of the flickering shadow at the edge of the trees. In the days that followed, a palpable tension seemed to settle over the land, mirroring the unease Ayanna felt within. The late summer heat intensified, baking the prairie grasses to a brittle gold, cracking the dry earth. Dust devils danced across the plains like restless spirits, and the sky often held a hazy, oppressive quality, promising storms that never quite broke. It felt like the land itself was holding its breath, waiting. Word of Clara Albright's continued recovery spread, solidifying Thomas Whitaker's position in the eyes of some. He was seen as competent, dedicated, a welcome replacement for the erratic Dr. Thorne, who, rumor now had it, had succumbed to his own vices somewhere back east and wouldn't be returning. Thomas moved through the town with his quiet professionalism, tending to coughs, setting broken bones, delivering babies. He navigated the social currents with care, polite to everyone, maintaining a certain reserve, yet making no secret of his continued consultations regarding Clara's aftercare, which necessitated occasional, brief visits to the Albright homestead visits Ayanna sometimes timed her own check-ins to coincide with, always maintaining a careful distance in public. Their interactions were brief, professional, focused solely on the child's health, yet in the shared glance across Clara's now sleeping form, in the quiet exchange of observations about lingering weakness or returning appetite, the connection forged that night by the fire remained, an unspoken thread between them. Ayanna provided bundles of nourishing herbs, nettle for strength, oat straw for nerves, rose hips for vitality, and Thomas listened respectfully to her recommendations, integrating them where appropriate, with his own advice on diet and rest. They functioned as a team, albeit a cautious, socially distanced one. But the undercurrent of hostility, particularly from Jed Henderson and his faction, remained strong, perhaps even growing. Henderson, a man whose wealth was built on acquiring land, and whose influence stemmed from controlling resources like the mercantile and freight lines, saw Thomas's association with Ayanna not just as a social impropriety, but as a potential threat. Ayanna, living independently on her hillside plot with its valuable spring, represented an obstacle to his expansionist ambitions. Her knowledge, validated by the Eastern doctor, lent her a credibility he clearly resented, and Thomas, by refusing to dismiss her, by implicitly acknowledging the value of something beyond Henderson's control, became an unpredictable element in the town's power dynamics. The pressure manifested in subtle ways. Henderson's ranch hands, rough men loyal to their paycheck, would sometimes ride past the base of Ayanna's hill, their gazes lingering too long on her cabin, their presence a silent intimidation. Supplies she occasionally needed from the mercantile were suddenly out of stock or subject to unexplained price increases. Whispers in town intensified, twisting the story of Clara's rescue, suggesting Ayanna had somehow caused the illness only to cure it for her own gain, or that the doctor was being foolishly manipulated by savage ways. Ayanna weathered these aggressions with the quiet stoicism she had learned over years of navigating prejudice. She relied more heavily on foraging, trading discreetly with the few settlers like the Mapes family who still valued her remedies. and drawing strength from the solitude of her hillside. But the constant vigilance was wearying, the sense of being encircled, tightening its grip. One hot, dusty afternoon, the simmering tensions broke the surface. Ayana was down by the creek that bordered the lower edge of her property, gathering water mint near the spring that originated higher up on her land, the very spring Henderson was rumored to covet. The water ran cool and clear, a lifeline in the parched landscape, nurturing a ribbon of green that contrasted sharply with the surrounding dry hills. She heard the horses before she saw them, 3 riders emerging from the cottonwoods downstream, heading directly towards her. Her heart gave a familiar lurch of apprehension. It was Henderson, flanked by 2 of his toughest ranch hands, Caleb Stone and Pike Lowry, men known for their loyalty to Henderson and their quick tempers. Ayana straightened slowly, holding her basket of mint, her posture calm but wary. She stood her ground near the spring, on the land her grandmother had tended, the land that was rightfully hers according to the old territorial grant, however contested it might be in Henderson's eyes. Henderson reined in his horse a few yards away, looking down at her from the saddle, his florid face set in lines of arrogance and disdain. Stone and Lowry flanked him, their expressions hard, their hands resting near the guns holstered at their hips. The air crackled with unspoken threat. "Trespassing again, Ayana," Henderson drawled, his voice dripping with condescension. He gestured vaguely downstream. "This creek feeds my cattle. Don't need you muddying the water or putting your hexes on it." Ayana met his gaze evenly, refusing to be intimidated. "This spring originates on my land, Mr. Henderson, granted to my grandmother long before your fences crossed this valley. The water flows where it will. I take only what I need for healing." Henderson scoffed. "Your land? This is cattle country now. Belonged to the Sioux once maybe, but times change. Progress demands respect for boundaries and agreements." Ayana cut in, her voice quiet but firm. "The grant papers are filed at the territorial office." Henderson's eyes narrowed. He clearly hadn't expected her to stand up to him so directly. "Papers," he sneered. "Pieces of paper don't mean much out here. Possession does. And this water, it's vital. More vital for thirsty cattle than for whatever weeds you boil up there." He leaned forward slightly in his saddle, his voice dropping to a menacing growl. "Maybe it's time you reconsidered your claim, Ayana. Town's growing. Land's getting valuable. A lone woman might find things difficult." The threat was blatant now. Stone and Lowry shifted in their saddles, their presence reinforcing Henderson's words. Ayana felt a surge of anger, hot and fierce, but she held it in check, knowing that losing her composure was exactly what he wanted. "This land is mine," she repeated, her voice steady despite the tremor she felt inside. "I am not leaving." Henderson glared at her for a long moment, his face flushing darker. He seemed to be weighing his options, perhaps realizing that physically threatening her here and now might be too overt, too likely to cause trouble with Sheriff Brody, who, despite his biases, maintained a semblance of order. He straightened in his saddle, forcing a smug smile. "Have it your way, for now." He exchanged a look with Stone, a silent communication passing between them. "Just remember, water rights are a tricky thing. Fences get broken. Springs can dry up unexpectedly." He wheeled his horse around abruptly. "Let's ride, boys." The 3 men galloped away, leaving Ayana standing alone by the creek, her heart pounding, the scent of water mint sharp in her nostrils. The encounter had shaken her more than she cared to admit. Henderson wasn't just posturing. He was drawing lines, staking his claim, warning her off. The reference to broken fences and drying springs wasn't idle talk. It was a promise of future harassment, potentially sabotage. She looked at the clear water bubbling from the earth, the lifeblood of her garden, her work, her independence. She thought of her grandmother, who had fiercely defended this small patch of earth against similar encroachments years ago. The fight wasn't new, but Henderson felt more ruthless, more dangerous than the previous challenges. And her alliance, however tentative, with the new doctor seemed to have galvanized him, made her a more pressing target. Later that day, disturbed and seeking the grounding presence of the earth, Ayanna walked the boundaries of her property. It wasn't large, just the slope rising from the creek to the crest of the low hill where her cabin sat, encompassing the vital spring and her carefully tended herb gardens, both wild harvested patches and cultivated beds. She checked the simple wire fence that marked the lower edge, a fence Isna Wynne had painstakingly erected with the help of a sympathetic rancher years ago. It was intact, but the memory of Henderson's threat lingered. As she climbed higher, nearing the ridge, she saw another figure walking the perimeter, coming towards her from the opposite direction. It was Thomas Whitaker. He moved with his characteristic steady stride, his gaze scanning the land, his expression thoughtful. He hadn't seen her yet. He stopped near a cluster of weathered granite boulders that marked the upper corner of her property, looking out over the vast expanse of the prairie, stretching towards the hazy horizon. There was a stillness about him, a contemplative quality she hadn't seen in the intensity of the sick room or the cautious navigation of the town. She approached quietly, not wanting to startle him. He heard her footsteps on the dry grass and turned, surprise flickering across his face, quickly followed by a warmer expression, a quiet pleasure at seeing her that sent an unexpected flutter through her chest. "Ayanna," he said, his voice softer than usual, colored by the quiet of the hills. "I didn't expect to see you up here." "I walk my boundaries sometimes, but she replied, stopping a few paces away, "to see what the land tells me. And you, doctor? Are you surveying?" He gave a wry smile. "Hardly, just thinking, trying to understand the lay of the land, both literally and figuratively." He gestured out towards the sprawling Henderson ranch visible in the distance, then back towards her small, self-contained plot. "Lines drawn on paper, lines drawn by fences, lines drawn by prejudice. They carve up more than just the earth, don't they?" His observation resonated deeply with her own troubled thoughts after the encounter with Henderson. "They seek to divide what should be whole," she agreed quietly. She hesitated, then decided to tell him about Henderson's visit, the threats veiled and overt. She recounted the conversation by the spring, keeping her tone factual, suppressing the fear and anger that still simmered beneath the surface. Thomas listened intently, his expression hardening as she spoke. The easy contemplation vanished, replaced by a grim anger that mirrored her own. When she finished, he was silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the distant Henderson Ranch buildings. "The man is a bully and a thief," he said finally, his voice tight with controlled fury. "Threatening you, coveting your water. It's despicable, but not surprising, I suppose. Power like his often breeds arrogance. He sees this land, my presence, as an inconvenience," Ayanna said, "something to be removed." "He's wrong," Thomas stated firmly. He looked around them at the wild beauty of the hillside, the carefully tended herbs, the sturdy cabin. This place, your work, it has value far beyond what Henderson can comprehend. He met her eyes, his gaze intense. You cannot let him intimidate you. I have no intention of leaving, Ayanna assured him, drawing strength from his unwavering support. But I am one woman. He has men, resources. He also has enemies, Thomas said thoughtfully. Not everyone in Redemption Creek admires Jed Henderson. Smaller ranchers resent his dominance, others simply dislike his methods. And Sheriff Brody, he tolerates Henderson, but I don't believe he entirely trusts him or approves of him stepping too far outside the law. He looked at her again, a new determination in his eyes. We need to be strategic. Document everything. Note the times his men ride by, any damages, any further threats. Perhaps talk to Brody, formally report the incident by the spring, establish a record. He paused. And you are not entirely alone. The quiet conviction in his voice, the simple "we," struck her deeply. He was aligning himself with her, not just passively respecting her knowledge, but actively offering support against a powerful adversary. It was a significant step, fraught with potential consequences for his own standing in the town. Your support is valued, Doctor, Ayanna said, the understatement heavy with unspoken gratitude. But associating with me further could make things difficult for you as well. Henderson holds sway. Let him, Thomas replied, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. I didn't come out here to bow to bullies or turn a blind eye to injustice. I came seeking something clearer, truer. Defending what's right seems a good place to start. They stood there for a long moment on the quiet hillside, the vast prairie stretching before them, the lines drawn on the earth by greed and prejudice, seeming insignificant against the backdrop of the immense sky. Yet those lines were real, dangerous. Henderson's threats, the watcher in the darkness, the town's cold gaze, they were all part of the complex, the treacherous landscape they now had to navigate together. A hawk circled high overhead, its cry sharp and lonely in the stillness. The wind picked up, whispering through the dry grasses, carrying the scent of dust and distant rain that never came. The truce was over. Lines had been drawn, not just on maps or with fences, but between those who sought to control and dominate and those who sought to live in balance, protect their heritage, and defend their right to exist. And Ayanna knew, with a certainty that both strengthened and unsettled her, that she and the quiet doctor from Philadelphia now stood firmly, perhaps irrevocably, on the same side of that divide. The earth beneath their feet felt solid, ancient, but the path ahead remained shrouded in the dust of coming conflict. Chapter 9. A different kind of healing. The relentless heat of late summer finally began to soften its grip, yielding reluctantly to the cooler nights and shorter days that hinted at autumn's approach. The prairie grasses faded from brittle gold to a softer pale straw, and the leaves on the lone cottonwood near the Albright cabin started to show faint tinges of yellow at their edges. A different quality entered the light, clearer, sharper, casting longer shadows in the late afternoon. Inside Ayanna's cabin, the air held the mingled scents of drying late-season herbs, goldenrod for kidney ailments, rose hips gathered for winter vitality, pungent sagebrush for cleansing, and the ever-present aroma of wood smoke from the hearth. Life had settled into a wary routine. Ayanna continued her work, gathering, preparing, sometimes trading discreetly at the edge of town, always conscious of the lingering hostility, the unseen eyes that might be watching from the folds of the hills or the dusty streets below. Henderson and his men kept their distance for now, but their presence was a constant pressure, a silent promise of future conflict over land, water, and the simple right to exist peacefully. The lines drawn in the earth felt palpable, invisible fences marking territory, both physical and ideological. Her interactions with Thomas Whitaker had become anchors in this uneasy landscape. His visits, initially focused solely on Clara Albright's recovery, gradually evolved. He still sought her knowledge on herbs, asking insightful questions about dosages, preparations, and potential interactions with his own medicines, demonstrating a respect for her expertise that continued to chip away at her defenses. But their conversations often drifted, touching upon the nature of illness, the resilience of the human spirit, the stark beauty and unforgiving nature of the land they both inhabited, albeit from vastly different perspectives. He would sometimes arrive as dusk settled, ostensibly to share an observation about a patient or borrow a specific botanical text he'd surprisingly acquired. But Ayana sensed a deeper motivation. He seemed drawn to the quiet sanctuary of her cabin, the escape it offered from the tensions and demands of Redemption Creek, the different rhythm of life dictated by seasons and plants rather than clocks and appointments. He brought news from the town, sometimes practical, like the arrival of a supply wagon, sometimes unsettling, like Henderson's latest grumblings at the saloon, sharing it quietly, treating her as an equal, an ally. One evening, as a cool breeze swept down from the hills, carrying the scent of pine and imminent frost, Thomas arrived looking more troubled than usual. He accepted the cup of raspberry leaf tea Ayana offered, warming his hands around the simple earthenware mug, his gaze distant as he stared into the flickering flames of the hearth. "Another difficult case?" Ayana asked quietly, resuming her task of sorting dried elderberries, their dark skins gleaming like tiny jewels in the firelight. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Of a sort. Not a fever, not a wound amenable to stitching." He hesitated, then looked at her, his gray eyes shadowed with concern. "Is young Silas Croft, the rancher with the afflicted joints you prepare the nettle for?" Ayana nodded. "His body carries much dampness and pain, especially when the weather turns. Yes, the physical ailment is chronic, but manageable with your remedies and care," Thomas agreed. "But lately there's something else. His wife, Mary, sought me out today. She's worried. He barely speaks, sits staring at the wall for hours. He neglects his chores, shows no interest in food or anything. He wakes in the night, she says, sometimes crying out, but remembers nothing after. He seems lost." Thomas shook his head, frustration clear in his voice. "Physically, aside from the arthritis, he seems sound enough. I examined him. But his spirit is fading. He looks haunted." He looked directly at Ayana then, a question in his eyes that went beyond herbs and poultices. In Philadelphia, we might call it melancholy. Prescribed rest, perhaps tonics of little real value, maybe even suggest laudanum, which brings its own dangers. But out here, I feel helpless. My tools, my books, they offer no remedy for a sickness of the soul. Ayana listened intently, setting aside the elderberries. She knew Silas Croft a quiet man, weathered by the land and hard work, prone to bouts of low spirits, especially after losing his eldest son to a stampede several years prior. His grief, perhaps, had settled deep, becoming a different kind of affliction. "Sometimes the deepest wounds are unseen," Ayana said softly. "A loss, a fear, A regret can take root in the spirit like a burr, festering, drawing the life out. It creates an imbalance far harder to reach than a fever. Exactly, Thomas murmured. And how does your healing address such things? Ayana considered her response carefully. This was the heart of her tradition, the place where her knowledge diverged most sharply from his scientific approach. We listen, she began, echoing her earlier words, not just to the words spoken, but to the silence, to the story the body tells, the slump of the shoulders, the emptiness in the eyes, the rhythm of the breath. We seek the source of the imbalance. Was it sudden, like a lightning strike of grief, or slow, like water wearing away stone? She looked towards the fire. Sometimes the spirit needs cleansing, like smudging with sage to clear heavy energy. Sometimes it needs strengthening, like teas made from plants known to lift the heart, hawthorn berries or lemon balm. Sometimes, she continued, her voice dropping lower, it needs to reconnect. To the earth, to purpose, to community, to the memory of joy. Reconnect? Thomas prompted, leaning forward slightly. When the spirit feels lost, adrift, Ayana explained, it forgets its place in the circle. It feels alone, cut off. We might encourage walking barefoot on the earth, feeling its strength, sitting by running water, letting its movement carry away sorrow, finding a task, however small, that connects hands to purpose, mending a fence, tending a garden, carving wood, something that says, I am still here. I am still part of the living world. She picked up a smooth gray stone from her hearth, warmed by the fire. Sometimes, simply holding something solid, something real from the earth, can anchor a drifting soul. Remembering the cycles that winter gives way to spring, that darkness yields to dawn, that even the deepest wounds can scar over and allow new growth. Thomas listened with rapt attention, his earlier frustration replaced by thoughtful absorption. He turned the earthenware mug slowly in his hands. It's a profoundly different approach, less about intervention, more about facilitating the person's own healing journey, helping them find their way back to balance. The healer walks beside them, Ayana clarified, offers support, points the way, provides the tools the earth offers, but the journey is theirs to make. We cannot force the spirit to heal, only invite it. He was silent for a long moment, contemplating her words. The young woman I told you about, he said finally, his voice low, returning to the painful memory from Philadelphia. The one I lost. Perhaps that was what she needed. Not just treatments, but connection, anchoring, someone to walk beside her spirit. The admission cost him, the regret stark in his eyes. Ayana felt a wave of compassion. His pain was real, a wound he still carried. The past teaches us, she said, gently, sometimes harshly. Your desire to listen now, to see beyond the physical, that is its lesson, perhaps, a difficult gift. His gaze met hers, and in it, she saw not just sorrow, but gratitude for her understanding, for the gentle way she framed his painful experience. A current passed between them, deeper than shared knowledge, born of shared vulnerability and the recognition of each other's burdens. What would you suggest for Silas Croft? He asked, returning to the practical problem, but with a new openness in his query. Listen to him, Ayana advised. Truly listen, even if he speaks little. Sit with him in silence, perhaps. Offer him the nettle tea not just for his joints, but as a connection to the earth's strength. Encourage Mary to involve him in small, necessary tasks. Suggest they walk together, perhaps by the creek, when he feels able. Remind him gently that grief has its season, but life continues its cycle around it. She paused, and perhaps a small pouch of cedar and sage to carry, for protection and to remind him of cleansing. Thomas nodded slowly, absorbing her suggestions. It makes sense, in a way my textbooks don't. He looked around the cabin again, at the herbs, the fire, the quiet simplicity. There's a different kind of healing needed out here, isn't there? Not just for bodies, but for the spirits worn thin by hardship, isolation, loss, and for the healers, too, Ayana added softly, thinking of his past wound and perhaps her own solitary existence. He met her gaze again, holding it for a longer moment this time. The air in the cabin felt still, charged. The fire crackled, casting flickering gold across his face, highlighting the seriousness of his expression, the depth in his eyes. She saw the weariness there, but also resilience, intelligence, and a surprising capacity for empathy that drew her in despite her ingrained caution. She felt the pull, the dangerous magnetic draw towards this man who saw beyond the surface, who listened, who wasn't afraid to admit his limitations or confront injustice. The solitude that had defined her life for so long suddenly felt less complete. The silence of her cabin felt different with him, in it not empty, but filled with a quiet, resonant potential. He eventually rose to leave, the unspoken tension lingering between them. At the door he paused, turning back to her. Thank you, Ayana, for your wisdom, not just about herbs. Walk safely, Doctor, she replied, her voice softer than intended. After he had gone, melting back into the starry darkness, Ayana stood by the door for a long time, listening to his retreating footsteps fade down the path. The encounter with Henderson had drawn a line in the earth, a line of conflict. But this evening, sharing stories and perspectives by the fire, exploring the deeper meanings of healing, felt like it had drawn a different kind of line, one that connected them, blurring the boundaries between their world, their knowledge, and perhaps their hearts. It was a connection that felt both healing and profoundly dangerous in the tense landscape of Redemption Creek. The wind whispered around the cabin, carrying the scent of oncoming autumn and the unmistakable feeling that the season of their lives, too, was irrevocably turning. Chapter 10. Whispers turned to shouts. The fragile peace of early autumn, marked by crisp mornings and the golden light slanting across the prairie, proved to be deceptive. Like a fever that retreats only to return with greater force, the underlying tensions in Redemption Creek began to escalate. The quiet whispers of disapproval and suspicion gradually hardening into open hostility. The catalyst, as is often the case in small isolated communities, was a confluence of fear, scarcity, and the insidious drip of poisoned words. The first sign was subtle. The creek, the lifeblood of the valley, began to run lower than usual for the season. While the autumn was dry, the decrease seemed unnaturally rapid, particularly below the point where Henderson's largest cattle herds grazed. Murmurs started among the smaller homesteaders downstream, worries about having enough water for their own livestock, for their winter gardens. Henderson, when questioned, blamed the dry weather and the Indian woman upstream for supposedly hoarding water at her spring, conveniently ignoring the hundreds of cattle his own ranch consumed daily. The accusation, though baseless, found fertile ground among those already struggling and looking for someone to blame. Ayana, monitoring her own spring, noted its flow remained steady, confirming her suspicion that the problem lay further down, likely due to Henderson damming or diverting the water for his exclusive use further upstream from the main settlement, a common tactic for powerful ranchers seeking to control resources. Yet the narrative Henderson spun took hold, painting her once again as the outsider, the hoarder, the cause of the community's potential hardship. The cold stares she encountered on her infrequent trips near town intensified, now tinged with resentment. Around the same time, a bout of illness swept through the settlement, a persistent hacking cough accompanied by fatigue and low fever. It wasn't the deadly pneumonia that sometimes stalked the winters, but it was debilitating, laying low several families, affecting children and adults alike. Thomas Whitaker was run ragged, moving from cabin to cabin, dispensing cough syrups, advising rest, his brow furrowed with concern. He recognized it as a bronchial affliction, likely viral, spread easily in the close confines of the town, exacerbated by the dust and changing weather. He prescribed standard treatments, offered supportive care, but the illness lingered stubbornly, and in the vacuum of quick cures, fear and superstition began to breed. Someone remembered an old story about Thorn that he'd once muttered. Ayana's remedies sometimes brought on lingering coughs as a side effect, a malicious falsehood Thorn likely invented out of jealousy. The rumor resurfaced, twisted and amplified in the telling. Maybe the engine witch wasn't just hoarding water. Maybe she'd put a curse on the town, brought this sickness upon them. Perhaps her healing of the Albright child had unleashed something else. The whispers grew louder, uglier. They echoed in the saloon, fueled by cheap whiskey and Henderson's calculated insinuations. They were muttered over fences, shared in worried tones by mothers tending sick children. Logic held little sway against fear, especially when scapegoating offered an easy target. Ayana felt the shift acutely. The requests for her remedies, even for common ailments, dwindled abruptly. Those few settlers who had previously sought her out, discreetly, now avoided her path altogether. Young Billy Mapes, who used to bring news, now averted his gaze if he saw her from a distance. The isolation she had long endured felt different now, no longer just a separation, but an active quarantine imposed by fear and hatred. One afternoon, she walked down to the lower edge of her property, near the creek, ostensibly to check on a patch of late-blooming Joe Pye weed, known for its usefulness in urinary ailments. But her real purpose was to observe the water flow, confirm her suspicions. As she knelt by the bank, she saw its subtle signs of recent disturbance upstream, beyond her property line, but before the main settlement. Trampled earth near the banks, newly broken branches, a faint but discernible decrease in the water volume compared to the flow near her spring. Henderson, or his men, had indeed been tampering with the creek. As she rose, intending to head back up the hill, 3 figures emerged from the trees on the opposite bank. Not Henderson this time, but Caleb Stone, Pike Lowry, and a younger, swaggering hand named Finn. They didn't carry rifles openly, but their postures were aggressive, their expressions hostile. "Looky here," Stone drawled, spitting tobacco juice near the water's edge. "The witch scouting out the creek she's draining dry. Or maybe brewing up some kind of sickness to put in it," Pike added, his eyes narrowed maliciously. Ayana ignored the taunts, turning to walk away, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and anger. She wouldn't give them the satisfaction of a reaction. "Hey, we're talking to you," Finn shouted, bolder than the others, taking a step into the shallow water as if to cross. Ayana stopped, turning back slowly, her gaze cold. "I have nothing to say to you. Leave my land. Stone chuckled humorlessly. Your land? Not for long, maybe. Folks are getting tired of your ways, tired of being thirsty while you got your precious spring, tired of being sick. He took a menacing step forward on his side of the creek. Maybe it's time you moved on, went back to your own kind. This is my land, Ayana repeated, her voice low but carrying dangerous intensity. And my kind have lived here longer than your fences. Her defiance seemed to infuriate Stone. He exchanged a look with Pike. Then his gaze hardened. Maybe you need convincing. He subtly shifted his weight, his hand drifting towards his belt. Before the situation could escalate further, another voice cut through the tension, sharp and authoritative. That's enough, Stone. Lowry, get away from her. Sheriff Brody emerged from the trees on Ayana's side of the creek, his face grim, his hand resting purposefully on the butt of his own gun. He must have been patrolling the area, perhaps alerted by the rising tensions over the water. Stone and his men froze, surprise and resentment warring on their faces. They hadn't expected the sheriff. Just having a chat, Sheriff, Stone mumbled, backing off slightly. Looked like more than a chat to me, Brody growled, his gaze sweeping over the three men, then settling on Ayana with a look that was hard to read annoyance, perhaps, but also a grudging sense of duty. This here is Miss Ayana's property line. You got no business harassing her. Now clear out. Stone hesitated, clearly wanting to argue, but Brody's stance was uncompromising. Muttering under his breath, he signaled to Pike and Finn, and the three men retreated back into the trees, casting venomous backward glances at Ayana and the sheriff. Brody watched them go, then turned to Ayana, his expression still stern. You all right, Miss Ayana? I am unharmed, Sheriff, Ayana replied, her voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through her veins. Thank you for intervening. Brody sighed heavily, rubbing his jaw. This situation is getting out of hand. Henderson's stirring folks up about the water, and this sickness ain't helping matters. People are scared. He looked at her, a flicker of the town's suspicion in his eyes. You sure you ain't seen nothing unusual up by your spring? Nothing that might explain the creek running low? Ayana met his gaze directly. The spring runs clear and steady, Sheriff. The problem lies downstream from my land, likely upstream from the town, perhaps where Mr. Henderson grazes his herds. Brody frowned, clearly unwilling or unable to confront Henderson directly without concrete proof. Maybe, he conceded grudgingly, but right now folks ain't thinking rationally. They're pointing fingers. He lowered his voice. Be careful, Miss Ayana. Stone and his like, they ain't above causing real trouble, especially if Henderson gives them the nod. Maybe keep out of sight for a bit? His warning, though perhaps well-intentioned, grated on her. Keep out of sight on her own land because she was being falsely accused? I will be careful, Sheriff, she said coolly, but I will not hide. Brody shook his head, clearly frustrated. Suit yourself. Just watch your back. He turned and strode away, leaving Ayana alone by the dwindling creek, the confrontation leaving a bitter taste in her mouth. The sheriff's intervention had prevented violence, but it hadn't addressed the root cause, the lies, the fear, the prejudice being manipulated by Henderson. The whispers were turning into open accusations, open threats. That evening, the tension reached a breaking point. Ayana was inside her cabin preparing a simple meal, the confrontation weighing heavily on her mind when she heard it not the stealthy approach of a single watcher, but the unmistakable sound of multiple voices angry and emboldened by darkness and drink coming up her path. Shouts, rough laughter, the clink of glass. Her blood ran cold. She quickly barred her door, her heart pounding against her ribs. Peering through a crack in the window shutter, she saw them, a group of perhaps half a dozen men, silhouetted against the moonlight, stumbling up the path. She recognized Stone and Pike among them, along with others known to frequent the saloon and align themselves with Henderson. They carried lanterns, and at least one carried a bottle, swigging from it openly. "Witch, come on out!" Stone bellowed, his voice slurred but menacing. "Gonna find out what you done with our water," another voice yelled, "and pay for the sickness you brought." They stopped short of the cabin itself, milling about near her herb garden, their presence a violation, their angry energy radiating towards her door. One of them kicked at a marker stone bordering a bed of carefully tended sage. Another laughed cruelly. Ayanna stood frozen inside, her mind racing. Should she remain silent, hope they would tire and leave, confront them? But confronting a drunken mob was suicidal. Where was Brody now? Where was Thomas? The isolation of her hillside had never felt so terrifying, so absolute. Then a new sound, hoofbeats pounding up the path at a gallop. Another figure appeared, reining in sharply just behind the mob. It was Thomas Whitaker. He must have heard the commotion from town or been alerted somehow. He swung down from his horse, his face pale but set with grim determination in the moonlight. "What in God's name is going on here?" he demanded, his voice ringing with an authority that momentarily silenced the drunken shouts. Stone turned, surprised, then sneered. "Well, looky here. The witch's fancy doctor friend. Come to protect her?" "I've come to tell you lot to disperse," Thomas said evenly, though Ayanna could see the tension in his shoulders. "You're trespassing, and you're disturbing the peace. Go home before the sheriff gets involved." "Sheriff ain't gonna do nothing," Pike scoffed. "He knows she's trouble. We're just encouraging her to leave. This is mob justice, fueled by ignorance and lies," Thomas shot back, his voice rising. "Miss Ayanna has done nothing wrong. This sickness is a natural affliction, and the water shortage is not her doing." "Says you," Stone retorted, stepping closer to Thomas, puffing out his chest. "You've been spending too much time up here, Doc. Maybe her witchery's got you addled, too." The other men murmured agreement, closing in slightly around Thomas, their mood turning uglier, fueled by the confrontation. Ayanna watched in horror through the crack in her shutter, her fear for her own safety momentarily eclipsed by fear for his. He was one man against six, armed only with his conviction. "Leave him alone!" Ayanna cried out, unable to remain silent any longer. She unbarred the door, stepping out onto her threshold, her figure framed in the dim light from her cabin, her dark eyes blazing with fury. "He speaks the truth! Jed Henderson is stealing your water! Your fear is blinding you!" Her sudden appearance startled the mob, momentarily distracting them from Thomas. Stone turned towards her, his face contorted with rage. "There she is, the lying witch!" He took a step towards her. Thomas moved instantly, placing himself between Ayanna and Stone. "Get back!" he ordered Stone, his stance protective, resolute. The standoff crackled with violence. Stone glared at Thomas, then at Ayanna, then spat on the ground. "This ain't over, Doc. Not by a long shot. And you," he snarled at Ayanna, "your time here is running out." He seemed to hesitate, perhaps unwilling to assault the doctor directly, especially with Ayanna as a witness. With a final glare, he motioned to his companions. "Come on! Let's leave the lovers to their cursed hillside. With more muttered threats and drunken jeers, the mob turned and stumbled back down the path, their lanterns swinging, their angry voices slowly fading into the night, leaving behind a trampled garden bed and the heavy silence of menace. Ayanna stood trembling on her doorstep, reaction setting in. Thomas turned to her, his face etched with concern. "Are you all right?" She nodded numbly, wrapping her arms around herself. They would have... "I know," he said grimly. "It's gone too far. The whispers have become shouts. Henderson is whipping them into a frenzy." He looked at her, his expression hardening with resolve. "You're not safe here alone anymore, Ayanna." The stark truth of his words hung in the cool night air, undeniable. The sanctuary she had guarded for so long had been breached, violated. The lines drawn in the earth had become battle lines, and the first shots, fueled by whispers turned to shouts, had just been fired directly at her door, with Thomas standing beside her, firmly in the line of fire. Chapter 11. The River Knows Secrets. The aftermath of the mob's menacing visit hung heavy in the air, thicker and more suffocating than the usual scent of wood smoke and herbs in Ayanna's cabin. The trampled sage plants just beyond her doorstep served as a stark physical reminder of the violation, the hatred that had breached her sanctuary. Thomas Whitaker lingered, his initial protective anger giving way to a quiet simmering concern. He helped her right kicked over marker stone, his touch gentle on the rough granite, a silent gesture of restoration in the face of destruction. "You cannot stay here alone tonight," he repeated firmly, his gaze sweeping the shadowed hillside, listening for any lingering threats in the rustling leaves. "They might come back. Stone is drunk and angry, and Henderson likely put him up to this." Ayanna understood the logic. The danger was undeniable, yet the thought of abandoning her home, even for a night, felt like a surrender. This small cabin, this patch of earth, was all she had left of her heritage, her independence. "Where would I go, Doctor?" she asked wearily, gesturing around the small, firelit space that suddenly felt terribly vulnerable. "The town offers no welcome." "The Albrights, perhaps?" Thomas suggested, though doubt flickered in his eyes. "They owe you Clara's life. They might offer shelter." Ayanna shook her head. "They are good people, but frightened. Taking me in would put them in danger. Mark them as allies against Henderson. I cannot ask that of them." Thomas ran a hand through his hair, frustration warring with concern. He paced the small confines of the cabin, his usual calm replaced by restless energy. "There must be somewhere. I cannot in good conscience leave you here, undefended after what just happened." He stopped, looking at her directly. "My office. It has a small back room, basic but secure. You could stay there tonight. No one would need to know." The offer surprised her. His office in the heart of the town that shunned her? It was a bold, risky suggestion. If discovered, it would irrevocably tie him to her in the eyes of Redemption Creek, potentially destroying the fragile acceptance he had begun to earn. Yet, his sincerity was undeniable, his concern genuine. He was offering not just shelter, but a significant personal risk, a testament to the bond that had grown between them. She considered it, the practical safety warring with her ingrained instinct for self-reliance and distrust of the town. Could she walk through those streets, even under cover of darkness, seek a refuge in the very place that represented the world encroaching on hers? "Thank you, Thomas," she said softly, using his given name for the first time, the sound feeling both intimate and natural after the shared ordeal. Your offer is generous, kind, but I cannot hide in the heart of the town. It feels wrong, like admitting defeat. She looked towards the fire, her gaze hardening with resolve. This is my home. If I must defend it, I will. He looked conflicted, admiring her spirit, but clearly worried for her safety. Alone? Against men like Stone? Perhaps not entirely alone, Ayanna said, a sudden idea sparking in her mind, born of desperation and a deep, intuitive connection to the land. Henderson's power comes from control of land, water, people through fear and lies. The lies about the water, that is where he is vulnerable. If the truth were known. But how? Thomas asked. Brody won't act without proof, and no one dares cross Henderson openly. Proof doesn't only come from witnesses or documents, Ayanna murmured, her gaze drifting towards the window, towards the dark ribbon of the creek winding through the valley. The river knows secrets. It carries evidence. She looked back at Thomas, her eyes intense. Tomorrow, at first light, we follow the creek upstream, beyond my property, towards Henderson's main grazing lands. We look for the place where the water is being stolen. Thomas stared at her, absorbing the audacity of her plan. It was dangerous. They would be trespassing deep into Henderson's territory, risking discovery by his watchful ranch hands. Yet, it held the potential for the proof they needed, the truth that could counteract the lies fueling the town's hostility. It's risky, he said slowly, extremely risky. If we're caught, being caught sitting here, waiting for the next attack is also risky. Ayanna countered quietly. Fear gains strength in darkness and inaction. Sometimes the only way to fight a shadow is to bring it into the light. He held her gaze for a long moment, weighing the dangers against the potential reward, the possibility of justice. He saw the determination in her eyes, the quiet courage that refused to buckle under threat. And perhaps he saw a chance to fight back against the kind of injustice that had disillusioned him back east. A chance to stand for something tangible, something right. All right, he said finally, a decisive nod settling his features. At first light, we find the truth the river knows. His agreement solidified their alliance, transforming it from passive support to active collaboration, a shared quest for truth in the face of danger. He didn't leave immediately. He insisted on staying, keeping watch outside her cabin while she rested, armed with his medical bag, which Ayanna suspected held more than just bandages and tinctures, perhaps a small pistol, discreetly tucked away. She didn't argue. The vulnerability she felt was too raw, the threat too real. Knowing he was nearby, a silent guardian against the lingering menace of the night, allowed her a few hours of uneasy, fitful sleep near the banked embers of her fire. Before the first hint of gray softened the eastern horizon, Thomas roused her gently. They spoke little, the shared purpose understood. Ayanna gathered a small pouch with essentials dried meat, a water skin, her sharpest foraging knife, and a small bundle of potent herbs for energy and focus. Thomas checked his own supplies, his expression serious, focused. They slipped away from the cabin as the stars began to fade, moving like shadows down the familiar path towards the creek. The air was cold, biting, carrying the damp scent of dew and decaying leaves. The world felt hushed, holding its breath before the dawn. They reached the creek bed, the water gurgling softly over stones, its voice lower, weaker than it should be. Instead of heading towards town, they turned upstream, following the winding course of the water into the darker folds of the hills that marked the beginning of Henderson's vast, ill-defined territory. They moved cautiously, using the cover of willows and cottonwoods that lined the banks, their senses on high alert for any sign of Henderson's patrols. Ayana's knowledge of the terrain, her ability to read the subtle signs of passage, a broken twig, a displaced stone, the faint track of a horse, guided their path. Thomas moved with surprising stealth for a city man, his steps quiet, his eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. The further upstream they traveled, the more apparent the water diminishment became. The creek narrowed, the flow becoming sluggish, the exposed banks wider and muddier. They saw increasing signs of cattle hoof prints, churning the mud, dung littering the banks, areas where the vegetation was trampled and overgrazed. Henderson's herds were clearly concentrated in this upper valley, drawing heavily on the limited water source. After nearly an hour of careful trekking, as the sky brightened and the first rays of sun touched the highest peaks, Ayana suddenly held up a hand, signaling Thomas to halt. She pointed towards a section of the creek ahead, partially obscured by a dense thicket of alder. "Listen," she whispered. Thomas strained his ears. Over the gentle murmur of the creek, he could hear it a low, steady sucking sound, unnatural, mechanical, and the faintest hint of engine noise, a rhythmic chugging. They crept forward, moving stealthily through the undergrowth until they reached the edge of the alder thicket. Peering through the leaves, their breath caught simultaneously. There, partially hidden by the bank and the trees, was a crude but effective setup, a large, gasoline-powered pump, likely hauled in by wagon, sat near the water's edge. A wide intake hose snaked into the deepest part of the creek bed, drawing a significant volume of water. Another, even larger outflow pipe ran from the pump up the hillside, disappearing over the ridge, presumably leading to a large holding tank or trough situated closer to Henderson's main ranch house and grazing pastures. The pump was chugging away steadily, greedily sucking the lifeblood from the creek, leaving only a diminished trickle to flow downstream towards Ayana's land and the parched homesteads below. It was blatant, audacious theft. Far more than just letting his cattle drink freely, Henderson was actively pumping the creek dry for his own exclusive use, manufacturing the very water shortage he blamed on Ayana. Anger surged through Ayana, hot and righteous. This was the proof. This was the truth the river held. Thomas's face was grim, his jaw tight with fury. He looked at Ayana, his eyes reflecting her own outrage. They watched for several minutes, hidden, ensuring no one was immediately guarding the pump. It seemed Henderson relied on its remote location and the intimidation of his reputation to keep it secret. They needed evidence, something more tangible than just their word against the powerful rancher. Thomas carefully withdrew a small notepad and pencil from his coat pocket, the same one he used for patient notes. With quick, precise strokes, he began sketching the scene, the pump, the hoses, the surrounding terrain, noting the make of the engine, the approximate size of the pipes. His scientific training manifested in meticulous observation and documentation. Ayana, meanwhile, scanned the ground around the pump. Her eyes caught something glinting near the muddy bank, a discarded wrench, dropped carelessly, bearing a distinctive brand mark she recognized from the tools sold exclusively at Henderson's Mercantile, a small but significant piece of physical evidence linking the operation directly back to him. She carefully wrapped it in a piece of cloth from her pouch. As Thomas finished his sketch, a sound made them both freeze, the distant whinny of a horse. Further up the valley, a patrol? They exchanged urgent glances. It was time to leave before their discovery was itself discovered. Retreating as silently as they had come, they moved quickly back downstream, their steps driven by adrenaline and the weight of their findings. They didn't speak until they were well away from the pump site, back on land closer to Ayana's property. "He's not just diverting it, he's draining it," Thomas said, his voice tight with anger. "Blaming you while he actively steals the water from everyone downstream. It's monstrous." "It is Henderson's way," Ayana replied grimly. "Control through lies and theft." She held up the cloth-wrapped wrench. "But now we have proof. Your sketch, this tool." "Will Brody believe us?" Thomas questioned, the doubt still lingering. "Henderson owns half the town council." "Perhaps Brody doesn't need to believe us," Ayana said thoughtfully, looking towards the distant cluster of buildings that was Redemption Creek. "Perhaps the town needs to see the truth. Henderson relies on their fear and ignorance. What happens if that ignorance is stripped away?" A new plan began to form in her mind. Bolder, riskier than simply confronting the sheriff, a plan to expose Henderson's lies directly to the people he manipulated. They had followed the river and found its secret. Now, they had to decide how to channel that truth, hoping it would be enough to turn the tide of anger away from her and towards the man truly responsible for their hardship, before the whispers turned to shouts again, this time with potentially fatal consequences. The rising sun cast long shadows behind them, shadows of the fight yet to come. Chapter 12. Between Two Worlds. The discovery of Henderson's pump, the tangible proof of his deceit, charged the air between Ayana and Thomas with a volatile mix of righteous anger and strategic urgency. They returned to her cabin under the full light of morning, the adrenaline of their clandestine expedition slowly ebbing, replaced by the weighty question of how best to deploy the truth they now possessed. The sketch Thomas had made lay on the rough-hewn table between them, a stark visual indictment. The branded wrench, still wrapped in cloth, felt heavy with implication. "We take this to Brody," Thomas argued, his initial instinct leaning towards the established channels of law, however flawed. "Present the evidence. Demand he investigate." Ayana traced the lines of the creek on his sketch with her finger, her expression thoughtful, her gaze distant. "Brody is caught between Henderson's influence and his own sense of duty. He avoided confrontation with Stone and the others, warned me to hide. Confronting Henderson directly based on our word and a sketch? He might hesitate, delay, give Henderson time to remove the pump, deny everything." She shook her head. "Henderson controls the narrative through fear and whispers. We need to break that control directly." "How?" Thomas asked, leaning forward, his gray eyes fixed on hers, trusting her intuition, her deeper understanding of the town's dynamics. "Confront Henderson ourselves? That seems unwise." "Not confront him," Ayana clarified, her gaze sharpening. "Expose him to the people he's lying to. The homesteaders downstream who worry for their crops and cattle. The townsfolk suffering the cough, susceptible to blaming the outsider. They need to see the truth, not just hear it from us or the sheriff." "A town meeting?" Thomas suggested skeptically. "Henderson would shout us down. Twist the narrative?" "No," Ayana said slowly, the plan solidifying in her mind. "Not a meeting, a demonstration. We bring the evidence to them. We show them the sketch, the wrench, but more than that. She paused, looking towards the pouch where she kept her most potent, carefully guarded herbs. We offer them a different kind of truth as well, relief from their suffering, a gesture of goodwill that counters the image of the witch Henderson has painted. Thomas looked puzzled. Relief? From the cough? Ayanna nodded. The illness lingers. Your medicines help, but the cough persists, irritating the lungs, fraying nerves, making people more susceptible to fear and anger. There are plants, horehound, marshmallow root, mullein leaf, known for centuries by my people, and even recognized in some of your older herbals, for soothing bronchial passages, easing stubborn coughs. She met his eyes. What if we prepare a remedy, a large batch, offer it freely in the center of town, not as a challenge, but as an act of healing? While people gather, we present the evidence of Henderson's theft. Thomas absorbed her idea, his initial surprise giving way to thoughtful consideration. It was unconventional, certainly, blending healing with exposure, medicine with politics. It bypassed the sheriff, took the truth directly to the people, and simultaneously offered something tangible, something beneficial, undercutting Henderson's narrative of her malevolence. It was also incredibly risky. Standing openly in the center of Redemption Creek, offering engine remedies while accusing the town's most powerful man, it could easily backfire, incite the very mob they sought to disarm. It's bold, he said finally, his voice tinged with admiration for her audacity, and dangerous. Henderson won't stand idly by. He thrives in shadow and whispers, Ayanna countered. Sunlight, the light of truth, the warmth of healing might be the only thing that can weaken him. She looked at Thomas, her expression earnest. It requires trust, Thomas. Your trust in my remedies, enough to stand beside me, offering them, and our combined courage to face the town. Together. The phrase hung in the air. Together. It implied a partnership deeper than mere alliance, a shared stand that blurred the lines between his world of scientific medicine and her world of ancestral wisdom. He thought of his sterile Philadelphia hospital, the rigid protocols, the professional distance. Then he looked at Ayanna, her quiet strength, her deep connection to the land, the potent efficacy he had witnessed firsthand with Clara Albright. He thought of the town's cold gaze, the loneliness he sometimes felt as an outsider himself, the yearning for something truer that had driven him west. Standing beside Ayanna, offering healing and truth, felt undeniably right, however perilous. I trust you, Ayanna, he said simply, the declaration solidifying his commitment. And your remedies, we'll do it together. The decision made, a new energy filled the small cabin. They spent the rest of the day in focused preparation, a strange and compelling partnership unfolding between two worlds. Ayanna gathered the necessary herbs from her store's dried horehound leaves, slippery marshmallow root, fuzzy mullein leaves, adding licorice root for sweetness and soothing properties, and a touch of wild cherry bark, another traditional cough remedy. She worked with practiced efficiency, her movements fluid, her knowledge innate, explaining the properties of each plant to Thomas as she measured and combined them. Thomas, in turn, applied his scientific mind to the practicalities. He helped chop the tougher roots, fetched water, tended the fire beneath the large pot Ayanna used for brewing decoctions. He calculated dosages, considered the best method for large-scale preparation and distribution, his methodical approach complementing her intuitive wisdom. They worked side by side, the initial awkwardness dissolving into a comfortable rhythm, their shared purpose overriding the vast differences in their backgrounds. As the potent, sweet-smelling aroma of the simmering cough remedy filled the cabin, their conversation flowed more easily. Ayana shared stories her grandmother had told her about the plants, their spirits, their uses beyond the physical. She spoke of the importance of harvesting respectfully, of giving thanks, of understanding the plant, not just as a collection of compounds, but as a living entity offering its energy for healing. Thomas listened, truly listened, asking questions that showed genuine intellectual curiosity, not dismissal. He spoke of his own training, the focus on isolating active ingredients, understanding chemical reactions, the rigorous testing required for acceptance in his world. He admitted the limitations of his approach, the way it sometimes overlooked the holistic nature of illness, the connection between mind, body, and spirit that Ayana's tradition embraced so naturally. "It's like looking at the same mountain from different sides," he mused, stirring the dark, fragrant brew, seeing different facets, different pathways to the summit. "Perhaps both paths hold wisdom," Ayana suggested softly. "Perhaps the strongest healing comes from seeing the whole mountain." In that shared work, in the quiet exchange of knowledge and perspectives, something profound shifted between them. The boundaries blurred, not just between their healing traditions, but between themselves. Ayana saw past the Eastern doctor to the thoughtful, honorable man beneath, the man who carried his own wounds, but sought truth, the man whose quiet integrity resonated with her own. Thomas saw beyond the herb woman, the outsider, to the intelligent, courageous, deeply knowledgeable healer, the woman whose connection to the earth held a wisdom his books couldn't teach, the woman whose quiet grace and fierce spirit stirred something protective and unexpectedly tender within him. The physical space between them seemed to shrink. Sometimes their hands brushed as they reached for the same tool or herb, sending an unexpected jolt through Ayana, making her heart beat faster. Sometimes their eyes met over the steaming pot, holding for a moment longer than necessary, charged with an unspoken awareness, a growing attraction that felt as potent and dangerous as the remedy they prepared. They were suspended between two worlds, the hostile world of Redemption Creek waiting below, and the intimate, fragile world they were creating within the four walls of her cabin, a world built on shared purpose, mutual respect, and the undeniable spark igniting between them. By late afternoon, the remedy was ready, a large quantity of dark, syrupy liquid, cooled and strained into several large earthenware jugs Thomas had brought up from his office supplies. They also carefully wrapped the wrench and Thomas's sketch, preparing their evidence. The plan was set. They would go down into town early the next morning, set up a simple table near the central well, a neutral, public space, offer the cough remedy freely, and when a crowd gathered, present the proof of Henderson's deceit. As dusk settled, casting long shadows across the floor, Thomas prepared to leave. He needed to make his usual evening rounds, maintain appearances, ensure no one grew suspicious of his prolonged absence. A reluctance to part lingered between them. "Tomorrow will be difficult," he said, standing near the door, his hat in his hand. "Are you certain, Ayana?" She met his gaze, her own resolve firm, despite the fear churning beneath. "We chose this path, Thomas, to bring the truth to light." He nodded, his expression serious. "I'll be here before dawn." He hesitated, then reached out, his fingers gently brushing a stray strand of hair from her cheek, a touch that was both tentative and electric. "Be safe tonight." The brief contact sent a shiver down her spine. She couldn't remember the last time someone had touched her with such simple, unthreatening tenderness. "You too," she whispered, her voice barely audible. He held her gaze for another charged second, then turned and slipped out into the gathering darkness, leaving Ayana alone with the simmering pot, the damning evidence, and the tumultuous beating of her own heart. She stood between two worlds, the world of her ancestors, calling her to stand firm and speak truth, and the encroaching world, represented by Thomas, offering an unexpected, dangerous, and deeply compelling connection. Tomorrow, those two worlds would collide in the dusty center of Redemption Creek, and the outcome remained terrifyingly uncertain. All she knew was that she would not face it alone. Chapter 13. A Promise Made in Twilight. The heavy cabin door closed, shutting out the cool night air and the receding echo of Thomas's footsteps, but it couldn't shut out the reverberations of the day, the charged intimacy of their shared work, or the raw fear left by the mob's fury. Ayana stood motionless in the center of the small room, the warmth from the hearth barely penetrating, the chill that seemed to have settled deep within her bones, the scent of the simmering cough, remedy horehound, marshmallow, mullein, licorice filled the air, a testament to the plan forged in desperation and trust, yet it mingled now with the lingering phantom smell of stale whiskey and malice from the men who had stood just outside her threshold. She walked slowly to the table, her hand resting on the smooth, cool surface of one of the earthenware jugs containing the remedy. Tomorrow, they would walk into the heart of Redemption Creek, into the cold gaze of the town, armed with herbs and a sketch and a fragile hope that truth could somehow dismantle the walls of fear and hatred Henderson had built. It felt audacious, reckless, like standing before a looming thunderstorm, armed only with a willow branch. Her gaze fell upon the wrapped wrench lying beside Thomas's meticulous sketch of the pump. Tangible evidence, yet she knew, with a certainty born of bitter experience, that evidence often mattered less than prejudice. Henderson wouldn't simply concede defeat. He would fight back, twist the narrative, perhaps incite further violence. And Thomas had willingly placed himself beside her, directly in the path of that potential storm. The memory of his touch, fleeting as it was, fingers brushing her cheek, lingered like a phantom warmth. It was such a simple gesture, yet in the context of her guarded life, the constant vigilance against unwanted attention or touch, it felt profound. It spoke of care, of seeing her, Ayana, not just the herb woman or the Indian witch. It spoke of the connection that had deepened between them, evolving from cautious respect to shared vulnerability, and now to something warmer, more complex, something that both thrilled and terrified her. She sank onto the low stool by the hearth, pulling her shawl tighter, though the room wasn't cold. The fire had burned low, casting dancing shadows that seemed to hold the memories of the day, Thomas stirring the pot, his brow furrowed in concentration, their hands brushing as they sorted roots, his quiet confession about the patient lost in Philadelphia, his steady gaze meeting hers across the flames, filled with understanding. He was unlike any man she had ever known. The men of her own people, remembered from childhood, held strength and dignity, but their world had been shattered. The settlers and ranchers of Redemption Creek were rough, driven by survival or greed, their view of her shaped by fear and ignorance. Even those few who showed kindness, like Silas Croft or the Albrights, kept a careful distance. Thomas, however, bridged the gap. He carried the knowledge of the white man's world, the education, the science, yet he possessed a quiet humility, an openness to her ways, a core of integrity that allowed him to stand against the current of prejudice. And he saw her, not just her skills, but her spirit. He listened to her stories, respected her connection to the land, acknowledged the injustice she faced. In his presence, she felt less alone, less adrift between two worlds. But that connection came at a perilous cost. Henderson's men had already labeled him the witch's fancy doctor friend. His association with her was a liability, a target painted on his back. Was it fair to let him risk so much for her? For a fight that was in many ways hers alone? The weight of that responsibility pressed down on her. A sudden noise outside, a horse blowing softly. Footsteps approaching the cabin again sent a jolt of fear through her. She rose quickly, grabbing the heavy iron poker from the hearth, her heart pounding. Was it Stone and his men? Returned? She moved silently to the door, listening intently. The footsteps were steady, unhurried, familiar. It was Thomas. Relief washed over her, so potent it left her weak-kneed. She hesitated, then unbarred the door, pulling it open just a crack. Thomas? He stood there, his face shadowed by the brim of his hat, the moonlight catching the silver buckle on his medical bag slung over his shoulder. He looked weary, but his eyes held a familiar steadiness. "Forgive me for returning so late," he said quietly. "I finished my rounds, checked on Silas Croft, who seems marginally better, more engaged after our talk, but I couldn't settle. There was something I neglected to ask." She opened the door wider, though she didn't invite him inside immediately. The threshold felt charged, a boundary between the fragile intimacy within and the dangerous night outside. "What is it?" He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "The herbs you carry." He gestured towards the small pouch she often wore at her belt. Is there something among them for courage? For steadying the nerve before what we face tomorrow?" He asked it simply, without embarrassment, a man of science acknowledging the potential power of belief, of ritual, of something beyond his own pharmacopoeia. Ayanna was touched by his vulnerability, his willingness to seek strength from her world in this moment of shared apprehension. She nodded slowly. "There are plants that lend strength, clear the mind, but true courage, that comes from within, Thomas, from knowing you stand for what is right, even when afraid." She unfastened the pouch at her belt, its beaded dragonfly catching the faint light. She opened it, the familiar scent of sage, cedar, and sweetgrass rising. She carefully took out a small, perfectly formed eagle feather, smoothed by years of handling, a gift from her grandmother. Eagles, Isna Wynne had taught her, represented clear vision, connection to the Great Spirit, courage that soared above fear. She also selected a tiny pinch of dried bare root, Osha known not just for healing, but for immense strength and grounding power. "Carry these," she said softly, pressing the feather and the pinch of root, wrapped in a tiny piece of doeskin, into his hand. "The eagle lends vision and spirit. The bear lends strength and grounding to the heart. They will not banish fear, but they may help you stand firm beside it." He closed his hand around the small offering, his fingers warm against hers for a fleeting moment. He looked down at the bundle, then back up at her, his expression unreadable in the shadows, yet conveying a deep gratitude. Thank you, Ayana. This, means more than you know. We face tomorrow together, she reminded him, echoing his earlier words back to him. He nodded, his gaze intense. He took a step closer, the space between them shrinking until she could feel the warmth radiating from him, smell the faint, clean scent of the soap he used mixed with the dust of the trail, and the faint medicinal aroma that always clung to him. The world seemed to narrow to the small space between them, the vast starry sky arching overhead, the silent hills witnesses. Ayana, he began, his voice low, husky. What we're doing, it's not just about water rights or exposing Henderson anymore, is it? It feels like more. He searched her face, his own vulnerability laid bare. Standing with you today, working beside you, seeing your strength, your wisdom, it changes things. It changes me. Her breath caught in her throat. She knew what he meant. The lines had blurred, the partnership deepening into something far more personal, more potent. The shared danger, the mutual respect, the unexpected moments of connection had forged something strong and fragile between them in the crucible of Redemption Creek's hostility. For me too, she admitted, her voice barely a whisper, the confession feeling both liberating and terrifying. To acknowledge these feelings felt like stepping off a cliff edge into the unknown. He reached out again, not just a fleeting brush this time, but taking her hand, his grip firm yet gentle. Her hand felt small, lost within his yet anchored. Tomorrow, whatever happens, I need you to know. He struggled for words, the precise language of science failing him in the face of raw emotion. I will stand with you, not just as a doctor or an ally, but as Thomas. He looked into her eyes, his gaze clear and unwavering in the twilight gloom. I promise you that. Whatever comes, you will not face it alone. The simple words resonated deep within her, a solemn vow made there in the charged stillness between night and dawn. A promise, not of safety, not of victory, not of a future free from prejudice or danger, but of presence, of companionship, of not being alone. In her solitary life, marked by loss and guarded independence, it was perhaps the most profound promise anyone could make. Tears pricked her eyes, blurring the image of his face. She squeezed his hand, unable to speak past the lump in her throat, pouring her gratitude, her fear, her own burgeoning, complex feelings into that simple touch. He seemed to understand, his thumb stroking the back of her hand gently. They stood like that for a long moment, hand in hand under the vast, indifferent sky, two solitary figures from different worlds, bound by a shared purpose and an unexpected growing affection. The promise hung between them, fragile as a spider's thread, yet strong as braided sinew, a small point of light against the encroaching darkness. Finally, reluctantly, he released her hand. The loss of contact felt immediate, sharp. Get some rest, he murmured. We'll need our strength. You too, Thomas, she replied, finding her voice. May the eagle and the bear guard your spirit. He gave her a small, almost imperceptible nod, perhaps a hint of a smile touching his lips, then turned and mounted his horse. He didn't look back as he rode away, disappearing into the pre-dawn gloom, leaving Ayana standing alone on her threshold once more. She slowly closed and barred the door, leaning against the solid wood, the echo of his promise resonating within her, a promise made in twilight. It didn't change the danger of the coming day didn't erase the threats or the hatred, but it changed her. It gave her an anchor, a sense of shared burden, a flicker of warmth in the cold landscape of her reality. She was still Ayana, daughter of the Minikanju, keeper of the old ways, walking a difficult path between two worlds. But now someone walked that path beside her. As the first pale light began to stain the eastern horizon, Ayana turned from the door, her fear still present, but overlaid with a new, quiet resolve, strengthened by a promise whispered under a canopy of stars. The dawn was coming, and she was ready to face it. Chapter 14. The Poisoned Well. The air in redemption. Creek hung still and cool in the hour before true dawn, holding the scent of cold dust, wood smoke from banked fires, and an undercurrent of stale whiskey drifting from the direction of the saloon. Ayana and Thomas moved through the sleeping town like phantoms, their footsteps muffled on the packed earth of the main street. They carried the heavy, earthenware jugs of cough remedy between them, along with a small folding table Thomas had retrieved from his office. The weight felt physical, but the burden of their purpose, the audacious plan they were about to enact, felt infinitely heavier. Fear, cold and sharp, coiled in Ayana's stomach, but it was overlaid with a brittle layer of resolve, strengthened by the memory of Thomas's promise made in the twilight gloom. She glanced at him as they walked, his profile etched against the faint pre-dawn light. His face was set, serious, the lines around his eyes betraying lack of sleep, but his stride was steady, his presence beside her a solid anchor in the uncertain darkness. He carried the small pouch with the eagle feather and bare root tucked inside his coat. She could almost feel its symbolic weight, lending him strength. They chose their location carefully, the open space near the town's central well. It was the heart of the community, the place where paths crossed, where water was drawn, where news and gossip were exchanged. It was public, visible, unavoidable. Setting up their table, there was a deliberate act, claiming space in the very center of the world that sought to marginalize her. The rough wooden table unfolded with a quiet scrape that sounded unnaturally loud in the stillness. Ayana arranged the jugs of dark, fragrant remedy upon it, along with a stack of tin cups Thomas had provided. She took a deep breath, centering herself, drawing on the quiet strength she'd learned from her grandmother, from the earth itself. Thomas stood beside her, placing the wrapped wrench and his carefully folded sketch discreetly beneath the table for the moment, his posture conveying a calm readiness that belied the storm they were intentionally provoking. As the sky began to pale, painting the eastern horizon with strokes of rose and gray, the town slowly stirred. A door creaked open nearby. The clang of the blacksmith's hammer, starting his day's work, echoed down the street. Figures began to emerge, heading towards the mercantile, the livery, the well itself with buckets swinging. The first reactions were wary glances, curious stares. People saw the table, the jugs, the unexpected pairing of the Eastern doctor and the Lakota herb woman standing together in the open, and they hesitated, whispering amongst themselves. The memory of the mob the night before was fresh, the tension palpable. Then a woman approached cautiously, her face drawn with fatigue, holding the hand of a small child who coughed rackingly, a dry, persistent sound that echoed the illness plaguing the town. It was Mary Croft, Silas's wife. Her eyes held a mixture of desperation and apprehension as she looked from Ayana to Thomas. "Doctor, Miss Ayana," she began hesitantly, is Is this something for the cough? It is, Mary, Thomas replied, his voice calm and reassuring. A remedy to soothe the lungs and ease the cough, prepared by Miss Ayana from traditional herbs known for their healing properties. We offer it freely to anyone suffering. Ayana stepped forward, ladling some of the dark syrup into a tin cup. These plants, she said softly, her voice carrying in the quiet morning air. Horehound, marshmallow root, mullein. They help quiet the irritation, allow the body to rest and heal. She offered the cup to Mary. For your little one and for Silas too, perhaps. Mary looked at the cup, then at Ayana's steady, compassionate gaze, then back at her coughing child. Need warred with the ingrained fear Henderson's whispers had sown. But the child coughed again, a painful sound, and desperation won. She took the cup with trembling hands. Thank you, she whispered, genuine gratitude in her eyes. Thank you both. Her acceptance seemed to break the ice. Others suffering from the persistent cough, or with family members laid low, began to approach, drawn by the offer of free relief, their need outweighing their suspicion. An elderly man whose breath wheezed with effort, a young mother frantic about her baby's struggles, a weary ranch hand, unable to shake the fatigue. Ayana dispensed the remedy calmly, her movements graceful, her voice quiet as she offered words of encouragement or simple instructions. Thomas stood beside her, assisting, refilling jugs, speaking reassuringly to those who still seemed hesitant, his presence lending a legitimacy in their eyes that Ayana alone could not command. For a fragile hour, a different kind of energy permeated the space around the well. Not hostility, but need. Not suspicion, but a cautious openness. People tasted the remedy, their expressions ranging from surprise at its palatable sweetness, thanks to the licorice root, to relief as the soothing syrup seemed to offer immediate, albeit temporary, ease to raw throats. They were healing, not just bodies, but perhaps, in some small way, the poisoned atmosphere of the town itself, countering fear with kindness, suspicion with open generosity. Ayana felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. Perhaps truth, offered alongside genuine care, could indeed prevail. But the fragile peace was destined to be short-lived. As the crowd around the table grew, drawn by curiosity as much as need, a new figure pushed through the throng. Jed Henderson. His face was florid, thunderous. His eyes narrowed to slits as he took in the scene, Ayana and Thomas working together, dispensing remedies, commanding the attention of the townsfolk he considered his domain. Flanked by Caleb Stone and Pike Lowry, their expressions mirroring his fury, he strode towards the table like a storm cloud preparing to burst. "What is the meaning of this?" Henderson boomed, his voice cutting through the murmur of the crowd. "Selling your snake oil in the middle of town now, are you, witch?" He spat the word at Ayana, his hatred undisguised. Ayana met his glare without flinching, her hand steady as she offered a cup to the elderly man. "We offer healing, Mr. Henderson, freely given." "Healing?" Henderson sneered. "Or more poison, like the poison you put in the creek to make honest folks sick and steal their water?" The accusation, bald and venomous, sent a ripple of fear and anger through the crowd. Some recoiled from the table, suspicion reignited. Others looked confused, caught between Henderson's bluster and the remedy they had just gratefully accepted. This was the moment. Before Henderson could further dominate the narrative with lies, Thomas stepped forward, holding up his hand for silence. His voice, though quieter than Henderson's bellow, carried a calm authority that commanded attention. "Mr. Henderson makes accusations without basis," Thomas stated clearly, his gaze sweeping the crowd before settling on the rancher. "He speaks of poison and theft. Perhaps we should discuss who is truly poisoning this town and who is truly stealing." He reached under the table and brought out the sketch, unfolding it carefully. "Early this morning, Miss Ayana and I followed the creek upstream into your territory, Mr. Henderson, and this is what we found." He held up the drawing, turning it so the crowd could see the depiction of the pump, the hoses draining the creek dry, a gasoline-powered pump, actively draining the creek, leaving only a trickle for those downstream. "That is why the water runs low, not because of Miss Ayana, but because of your greed." Gasps rippled through the crowd as people craned their necks to see the drawing. Murmurs of disbelief and anger began to rise. "And this," Ayana added, stepping forward, holding up the cloth-wrapped wrench, "was found beside the pump." She unwrapped it, revealing the distinctive brand mark. "A tool sold only at your mercantile, Mr. Henderson." The evidence was laid bare. Simple, direct. The sketch, the branded tool, they told a clear story that directly contradicted Henderson's narrative. The mood of the crowd shifted palpably. Faces turned towards Henderson no longer with fear, but with dawning anger and suspicion. The homesteaders who relied on the creek, the small ranchers who resented his dominance, their resentment found a focus. Henderson seemed momentarily stunned by the directness of the attack, the tangible evidence presented. His face purpled with rage. Stone and Lowry shifted uneasily, clearly not expecting this public exposure. "Lies!" Henderson roared, finding his voice. "Fabricated nonsense. That drawing proves nothing. That wrench could have been dropped by anyone." He pointed a shaking finger at Ayana, his eyes blazing with cornered fury. "She's the liar! She's the witch! She came here and suddenly the creek runs low. Sickness spreads. Don't you see? It's her doing. She's trying to drive us out, take the land for her kind." He desperately tried to regain control, falling back on the familiar poison of prejudice, but the seed of doubt had been planted. The visual of the pump, the logic of the theft, resonated with people's own observations of the dwindling creek. Seeing his usual tactics failing, Henderson's eyes darted around wildly, seeking another weapon. His gaze fell upon the well itself, the central source of the town's drinking water. A truly venomous idea seemed to spark in his eyes. He lunged towards the wellhead, pointing dramatically down into its depths. "And this sickness," he bellowed, his voice filled with feigned horror and accusation. "Where do you think it comes from? Ask yourselves, who benefits from making the town weak, dependent? Who has the knowledge of roots and poisons?" He spun around, stabbing his finger directly at Ayana, then at Thomas. "They work together. The witch and her puppet doctor. They haven't just cursed the creek, they've poisoned the well, our drinking water. That's why you're sick. They poisoned the well." The accusation was monstrous, terrifying, and utterly calculated. It struck at the most basic fear, the fear of tainted water, of hidden poison at the very heart of the community. It shifted the focus from the provable theft of creek water to an unprovable, insidious act of mass poisoning. Panic erupted in the crowd. The fragile trust Ayana and Thomas had built evaporated in an instant. People who had just accepted the remedy now looked at their cups with horror. Shouts rose no longer, just suspicious whispers, but terrified, angry cries. "Poison! The well water! They tried to kill us all!" The crowd surged forward, not towards Henderson now, but towards Ayanna and Thomas, their faces contorted with fear and rage. The remedy table was knocked aside, jugs smashing on the ground, the dark liquid spreading like spilled blood in the dust. Stone and Lowry grinned triumphantly, sensing the tide had turned violently in their favor. Ayanna felt a wave of icy dread wash over her. This was worse than she could have imagined. Henderson hadn't just denied the truth. He had twisted it into a deadly weapon aimed directly at them. Thomas stood protectively in front of her, his face pale but resolute, searching the chaotic scene for Sheriff Brody, who was nowhere in sight. The mob pressed closer, their shouts turning into a menacing roar. Hands reached out. A rock flew through the air, narrowly missing Thomas's head. They were trapped, surrounded by a terrified, enraged populace, convinced they stood before murderers. The well, the source of life, had become the symbol of their supposed crime, its depths reflecting the poisoned heart of the town's fear. The truth lay trampled in the dust alongside the spilled remedy, and the shouts for vengeance echoed under the unforgiving autumn sky. Chapter 15. Accusations and Allies. Chaos erupted around the poisoned well. The crowd, moments before cautiously accepting Ayanna's remedy, now surged with terror and rage, their faces distorted by Henderson's monstrous accusation. Shouts of "Poisoners!" and "Kill the witch!" mingled with terrified cries about the water. Rocks and clumps of dirt began to fly. The air crackled with imminent violence, thick and suffocating. Ayanna felt Thomas's hand grip her arm, pulling her back slightly, shielding her body with his own, as a rock whistled past. His face was grim, pale beneath the prairie dust, his eyes scanning the mob for any sign of reason, any potential escape. They were surrounded, trapped between the well and the furious townsfolk, Henderson's triumphant sneer visible through the churning bodies. Stone and Lowry egged the crowd on, shouting accusations, fanning the flames of panic. "They planned it all along," Stone yelled. "The sickness, the drought, and now the well. Henderson tried to warn us." Just as the mob seemed about to surge forward and engulf them completely, a commanding shout cut through the din. "Hold! Hold, I say! What in tarnation is going on here?" Sheriff Brody pushed his way through the crowd, his face red with exertion and anger, his shotgun held firmly across his chest, not aimed but clearly ready. Two deputies, looking overwhelmed and uncertain, followed in his wake. His sudden appearance, backed by the undeniable authority of the law and the shotgun, caused the mob to hesitate, their forward momentum momentarily checked. "Sheriff, thank God!" Henderson immediately played the victim, pointing a trembling finger at Ayanna and Thomas. "These two, they poisoned the well, tried to kill us all. They admitted, well, not admitted, but we caught them. They cursed the creek, brought the sickness, and now this." Brody's gaze swept over the scene, the overturned table, the smashed jugs, the furious crowd, Ayanna and Thomas standing pale but defiant, Henderson's dramatic accusations. His eyes narrowed, taking in the chaos, his expression unreadable but clearly unhappy. "Poison the well," Brody repeated skeptically, his gaze falling on the wellhead, then back to Henderson. "That's a mighty serious accusation, Jed. You got proof?" "Proof?" Henderson sputtered. "Look around. The sickness, the creek drying up, and now them." He gestured wildly at Ayanna and Thomas, caught red-handed peddling their potions right here. "It all adds up." "That doesn't add up to proof of poisoning the town well," Brody stated flatly, his voice cutting through Henderson's bluster. He turned his attention to Thomas. "Dr. Whitaker, what's your side of this?" Thomas stepped forward slightly, his voice steady despite the surrounding hostility. "Sheriff, Mr. Henderson is lying. We came here this morning to offer a remedy for the cough that plagues this town, freely given." He gestured to the mess on the ground. "We also came to present evidence that Mr. Henderson himself is responsible for the low water levels in the creek." He quickly retrieved the sketch from the ground, holding it up. "Miss Ayana and I discovered this pump on Henderson's upper grazing land this morning, actively draining the creek dry." He then held up the branded wrench and found this tool beside it. Henderson manufactured the water shortage and blamed Miss Ayana to turn the town against her. Brody looked at the sketch, then at the wrench, his frown deepening. He recognized the brand mark. He looked back at Henderson, a flicker of suspicion finally hardening in his eyes. Henderson saw his advantage slipping. "More lies. Forged evidence. Don't listen to him, Sheriff. He's bewitched. Ask anyone." But Henderson's denial felt weaker now, countered by the tangible evidence and Thomas's calm demeanor. The crowd murmured, some still furious, others looking uncertain, confused by the conflicting stories. "As for poisoning the well," Thomas continued, his voice ringing with conviction, "that accusation is not only baseless, it's ludicrous. As a doctor, my oath is to preserve life, not destroy it. And Miss Ayana," he turned slightly, his gaze meeting hers, conveying absolute trust, "is a healer, dedicated to easing suffering, as she proved with the Albright child, and as she attempted to do here this morning, before Henderson incited this violence." His defense of her, so public, so unwavering in the face of the mob, sent a wave of warmth through Ayana, momentarily pushing back the fear. He didn't just stand beside her. He actively championed her skills, her integrity. The standoff hung in the balance. Brody looked torn, the evidence pointing towards Henderson's deceit regarding the creek, but the terrifying accusation about the well still hanging heavy in the air, playing on deep-seated fears. He needed a way to defuse the situation, assert control. All right, settle down," Brody ordered the crowd, raising his shotgun slightly. "There's been accusations flying both ways. We ain't gonna have mob rule here." He pointed towards the well. "Nobody touches that well water till I say so. Deputy Miller, stand guard here. Deputy Sloan, fetch me a clean bucket and rope." He turned back to Thomas and Ayana. "Doctor, Miss Ayana, for your own safety, you're coming with me to my office. Henderson, Stone, Lowry, you too. We're going to sort this out away from..." He waved a hand at the still agitated crowd. "All this, it wasn't an arrest, but protective custody, a way to separate the key players from the volatile mob." Henderson started to protest, wanting to press his advantage with the crowd, but Brody cut him off with a hard stare. Stone and Lowry exchanged uneasy glances but complied sullenly. Escorted by Brody and his deputies, Ayana and Thomas walked away from the well, leaving behind the simmering hostility and the wreckage of their attempt at healing and truth. The short walk to the sheriff's office felt agonizingly long, the stares of the townsfolk following them like physical blows. Whispers of poisoners still reached their ears. Henderson walked behind them, muttering threats under his breath. The sheriff's office was small, cluttered, smelling faintly of stale cigar smoke and old paper. Brody directed Ayana and Thomas to sit on a worn wooden bench against one wall, while Henderson, Stone, and Lowry stood glowering near the door. Deputy Miller remained outside, trying to disperse the lingering crowd, while Deputy Sloan returned with a bucket of water drawn carefully from the well before Brody had ordered it sealed. "Now," Brody began, placing the bucket on his desk, "this poisoning accusation. Henderson, you got anything more than just shouting?" "It's obvious, Sheriff," Henderson insisted. "She knows poisons. Who else would do it?" Brody ignored him, turning to Thomas. "Doctor, you got any way to test this water? See if there's anything wrong with it?" Thomas looked at the bucket, then shook his head ruefully. "Sheriff, determining the presence of poison, especially unknown plant-based toxins, requires laboratory equipment far beyond what I possess. Even back east, it would be a complex process. Out here," he shrugged helplessly, "my examination would be limited to observable contaminants, taste, smell, none of which are reliable indicators for many poisons, especially if diluted in a large volume like a well." Henderson seized on this. "See? He can't prove it ain't poisoned, 'cause he's in on it." "That's enough, Jed," Brody snapped, his patience clearly wearing thin. He knew Henderson was likely lying about the pump, and this well-poisoning story felt increasingly like a desperate, dangerous fabrication. But he couldn't easily disprove it, and the town's fear was real. Suddenly, the office door opened, and a new figure entered. Pushing past Deputy Miller, it was Martha Albright, Clara's mother. Her face was pale but determined, her eyes flashing with an anger Ayanna hadn't seen before. John Albright stood hesitantly behind her in the doorway. "Sheriff Brody," Martha said, her voice trembling but clear, "I heard what Jed Henderson is saying about Miss Ayanna poisoning the well, poisoning the town." She took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping over Henderson with contempt, before settling on Ayanna with fierce loyalty. "It's a lie! A hateful lie! This woman," she gestured towards Ayanna, "saved my Clara's life when that doctor," she nodded towards Thomas, "didn't know what else to do. She used her knowledge for healing, not harm. She sat with my baby all night. Would a poisoner do that?" John Albright stepped forward, clearing his throat nervously but finding his voice. "Martha's right, Sheriff, what Miss Ayanna did for our girl. It weren't poison. It was kindness and skill." He looked directly at Henderson. "And we know about the creek, Jed. We live downstream, too. We seen it dwindling. Don't take much figuring to see who benefits most from pumping it dry." Their unexpected defense, spoken publicly in the sheriff's office, shifted the atmosphere dramatically. Here were ordinary townsfolk, victims of Henderson's lies about Ayanna's healing, now standing up for her, challenging Henderson directly. It was an act of significant courage, given Henderson's power. Henderson looked momentarily flabbergasted, then furious. "You fools! She's tricked you, filled your heads with—" Before he could continue, another voice joined the fray. Silas Croft, leaning heavily on a cane, but standing straighter than Ayanna had seen him in months, entered the office, Mary Croft supporting his other arm. "Jed Henderson," Silas said, his voice raspy but firm, his eyes no longer haunted but clear and steady, fixed on the rancher. "You spread poison with your words, not with herbs. You try to turn neighbor against neighbor out of greed and fear." He looked towards Ayanna and Thomas. "Miss Ayanna gave me remedies that eased the pain in my bones when nothing else would. And Dr. Whitaker, he sat with me, just sat. Listened when I couldn't hardly speak about my boy." He shook his head slowly. "These ain't the actions of poisoners. These are the actions of healers. The testimony of the Albrights and the Crofts, respected if humble members of the community, carried immense weight. They were people who had directly benefited from both Ayanna's and Thomas's care, people who had experienced their integrity firsthand. Their words provided a powerful counter-narrative to Henderson's accusations, exposing his claims as rooted in malice, not fact. Sheriff Brody watched the exchange, his expression thoughtful. He looked at the determined faces of the Albrights and the Crofts, then at the growing unease on the faces of Stone and Lowry, who seemed less confident now that their boss's lies were being challenged by credible townsfolk. He looked at Henderson's sputtering rage, which now seemed less like righteous anger and more like the bluster of a man caught out. Finally, he looked at Ayanna and Thomas, sitting quietly, letting their allies speak for them. "Well, Jed," Brody said slowly, his voice heavy with implication. "Seems like folks ain't quite so convinced by your story as you thought." He gestured towards the bucket of water on his desk. "As for this poison, well, sounds to me like the only poison around here is the one you've been spreading." He stood up, his decision made. "All right. Dr. Miss Ayanna, you're free to go. I suggest you head on up to your cabin, Miss Ayanna, and maybe lay low till things cool down further. I'll have Miller keep an eye on the path." He turned a hard gaze on Henderson, Stone, and Lowry. "You three, don't think this is over. I got questions about that pump. Serious questions. Don't you be leaving town." Henderson started to protest again, but Brody cut him off. "Get out, Jed, all of you. Now." His tone left no room for argument. Shoulders slumped in defeat, fury radiating from him, Henderson stormed out of the office, his henchmen trailing behind him like chastened dogs. The immediate threat had passed, thanks to the unexpected courage of newfound allies. Martha, Mary, John, and Silas gathered around Ayanna and Thomas, offering quiet words of support. Their simple solidarity, a powerful antidote to the mob's hatred. "Thank you," Ayanna whispered, her voice thick with emotion, looking at each of them in turn. "You were very brave." "You were brave first, Miss Ayanna," Martha replied simply, squeezing her arm. Thomas added his own thanks, shaking John's and Silas's hands. The shared ordeal, the public defense, had forged a new bond between them all, a small circle of trust amidst the town's hostility. As Ayanna and Thomas prepared to leave the office, stepping back out into the tense quiet of the street, Sheriff Brody stopped them briefly. "That sketch," he said gruffly, nodding towards the paper Thomas still held. "Might need to borrow that later. And the wrench." He looked at Ayanna, his expression still wary, but with a grudging respect now. "You got nerve, woman. Both of you." They walked away from the sheriff's office, leaving the poisoned well and the immediate accusations behind them, but the air was far from clear. Henderson had been exposed, his credibility damaged, but he was still powerful, still dangerous, and now humiliated. They had won a battle, thanks to unexpected allies, but the war for the heart of Redemption Creek and for their own place within it felt far from over. The lines drawn in the earth remained, and the path ahead was still shadowed by uncertainty and the threat of reprisal. Chapter 16. Storm over the Prairie. The tense quiet that descended upon Redemption Creek following the confrontation at the well felt unnatural, like the heavy stillness that precedes a violent thunderstorm. Henderson and his men retreated, sullen and simmering, their public humiliation leaving a dangerous residue of resentment in the air. While the accusations of well poisoning had been largely discredited, thanks to the courageous testimony of the Albrights and Crofts, and the evidence of the water pump had planted seeds of doubt about Henderson's integrity, the underlying prejudice against Ayanna remained. She was still the outsider, the other, and the incident had solidified her connection to Thomas Whitaker, making them both targets. Ayanna returned to her cabin under the sheriff's grudging protection, Deputy Miller escorting her discreetly to the base of her path. The trampled herbs in her garden served as a constant reminder of the near violence, the hatred that lurked just beneath the surface of the town's fragile civility. She felt profoundly weary, the emotional toll of the confrontation weighing heavily. Yet, beneath the exhaustion, there was a new resilience, fortified by the unexpected emergence of allies and the unwavering strength she had found standing beside Thomas. His promise made in the twilight had held true. He had not left her side. Thomas, meanwhile, navigated the town with cautious professionalism. Some townsfolk now regarded him with newfound respect, seeing his calm defense of Ayanna and his willingness to challenge Henderson as signs of integrity. Others, however, influenced by Henderson's lingering power or their own ingrained biases, viewed him with suspicion, the doctor who consorted with the Indian witch. He continued his rounds, tending to the lingering coughs the remedy they had offered, though disrupted, had provided enough relief to quell the worst of the panic surrounding the illness itself, and checking on Silas Croft, whose spirit seemed genuinely lighter, buoyed perhaps by his own act of courage in defending Ayanna. The days shortened further, the wind turning colder, carrying the sharp bite of approaching winter. The sky seemed perpetually bruised, heavy gray clouds scudding low over the prairie, occasionally spitting rain or sleet, but never delivering the cleansing downpour the land seemed to crave. The atmosphere mirrored the mood of the town, volatile, uncertain, pregnant with unspoken tension. Henderson was quieter, but his silence felt menacing. He avoided direct confrontation, but Ayanna heard through the infrequent cautious visits from Mary Croft, bringing offerings of bread or eggs in gratitude, that Henderson was working behind the scenes, consolidating his power, spreading rumors that the sheriff was biased, that the doctor was incompetent or worse, subtly reminding people of debts owed to his mercantile, tightening his economic grip. He hadn't removed the pump. Brody had confirmed that, though lacked the political will or manpower to force the issue without a direct order from territorial authorities. But its existence remained a source of simmering resentment among the downstream homesteaders, a resentment Henderson now tried to deflect back towards the interfering doctor and the troublesome herb woman. Ayanna and Thomas saw each other less frequently in the days following the well incident. Mindful of provoking further antagonism, their meetings were brief, often occurring under the guise of medical consultation at the Albright or Croft homesteads, or occasionally a quick exchange of words near the edge of town if their paths crossed. Yet the connection between them felt stronger, deeper, forged in the crucible of shared danger and solidified by the public stand they had taken. The unspoken emotions that had surfaced that night in her cabin lingered beneath the surface of their careful interactions. A shared glance held a moment too long, a slight hesitation before parting, an undercurrent of awareness that went far beyond their roles as healers. Ayanna found herself thinking of Thomas often, his quiet strength, his surprising vulnerability, the way his gray eyes crinkled slightly at the corners when he almost smiled. She replayed their conversations, his thoughtful questions about her healing methods, his own regrets about his past. She felt a growing affection, a dangerous tenderness that warred with her lifelong habit of self-protection. To allow herself to feel this way, especially towards a white man, an outsider in the eyes of her lost people, felt like a betrayal of sorts, yet also undeniably achingly real. It was a conflict that mirrored her existence, caught between two worlds, belonging fully to neither. One afternoon, as the sky darkened ominously and the wind began to howl with true fury around her cabin, Ayana felt a deep unease settle over her, sharper than the usual background tension. It wasn't just the approaching storm, though the bruised clouds rolling in from the north looked particularly menacing. It was a prickling sensation along her spine, an intuitive warning. The same feeling she'd had the night Thomas first arrived, the night the watcher had lingered near her cabin. Something was wrong. She secured her shutters, checked the bar on her door, stoked the fire against the growing chill. The wind shrieked, rattling the small structure, carrying the first stinging pellets of icy rain against the oiled hide window pane. Outside, the world dissolved into a gray windswept chaos. Visibility dropped to near zero. It was the kind of storm that forced everyone indoors, that erased tracks, that muffled sound, a perfect cover for nefarious deeds. Her thoughts immediately went to Thomas. Was he safe in his office or caught out on a distant call? His office was sturdy enough, but it sat right on the main street. Vulnerable. And Henderson, a storm like this offered opportunity for sabotage, for settling scores under the cloak of natural chaos. The water pump would Henderson use the storm as cover to remove it, erasing the evidence. Or worse, the worry gnawed at her. She paced the small cabin, listening to the storm's fury, her senses straining against the roar of the wind. She tried to dismiss her fears as foolish anxiety, but the feeling persisted, cold and insistent. Thomas had put himself in danger for her. Henderson knew they were allies. In Henderson's twisted logic, eliminating the doctor might be seen as a way to isolate and weaken Ayana, to regain control. As the storm reached its zenith, the wind screaming like a tormented spirit, the rain turning to sleet that hammered against the roof, a frantic pounding erupted at her door, barely audible above the gale. It wasn't the sound of the mob. It was desperate, singular. Heart leaping into her throat, Ayana cautiously approached the door, calling out, "Who is it?" "Ayana, it's me, John Albright," came the shouted reply, strained against the wind. "You gotta come, it's Dr. Whitaker." Fear clenched Ayana's heart. She threw back the heavy bar and wrenched the door open, fighting against the wind's force. John Albright stood there, drenched, hatless, his face pale with urgency and fear. "What is it? What's happened?" Ayana demanded, pulling him inside out of the maelstrom. "His horse!" John gasped, catching his breath, water streaming from his clothes. "Found his horse wandering riderless down by the lower creek crossing near Henderson's boundary. Saddlebags still on, but no sign of the doctor. In this storm." He didn't need to finish the sentence. To be thrown from a horse, injured, exposed in this weather, it was a death sentence. Where was he heading? Ayana asked sharply, her mind already racing, grabbing her heaviest wool shawl and her emergency medical pouch, the one with potent stimulants, pain relievers, and wound herbs. "Don't know for sure," John said, shaking his head. "He set out earlier this afternoon, maybe heading towards the Croft place again, but he would have crossed the creek higher up for that. This lower crossing, it leads more towards Henderson's outlying pastures. Or," John hesitated, looking grim, "towards where you found that pump." Ayana's blood ran cold. Had Thomas gone back to check on the pump? Alone? Had Henderson's men ambushed him? The possibilities were terrifying. "We have to find him," Ayana stated, her voice low and urgent. "Now. In this John gestured towards the raging storm outside. Ayana, it's suicide. We can't see 10 feet. We don't have a choice, Ayana countered, her eyes blazing with determination. He could be injured, freezing. Every minute counts. She looked at John, seeing his fear, but also his fundamental decency. Will you help me? I know this land even in the storm, but I need your strength. John hesitated for only a second, wrestling with the undeniable danger, then nodded grimly. His debt to Thomas and Ayana, his inherent sense of duty, outweighed his fear. All right, let's go. Bundled against the driving sleet and wind, they plunged out into the tempest. The force of the wind threatened to tear them from their feet. The sleet stung their faces like needles. Visibility was almost non-existent. The familiar landscape transformed into a chaotic blur of gray and white. Ayana relied on instinct, on her intimate knowledge of the terrain's contours felt beneath her feet, on the direction of the wind, on the subtle shifts in the sound of the raging creek nearby, to guide them towards the lower crossing John had indicated. It was a brutal, exhausting trek. They slipped on muddy banks, stumbled over unseen rocks, shouted to stay together above the roar of the storm. Doubt clawed at Ayana. Were they searching in the right place? Was he even still alive? But the image of Thomas's face, his quiet strength, the memory of his promise, fueled her steps, pushing her onward against the elements. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they reached the area John recognized as the lower crossing. The creek was a raging torrent now, swollen and brown, carrying debris churned up by the storm. And there, huddled beneath a small overhang on the opposite bank, Henderson's side was a shape, a dark shape, unnaturally still. Thomas! Ayana screamed, her voice snatched away by the wind. With John's help, bracing against the current, they forged across the dangerously swollen creek, the icy water soaking them to the bone, threatening to sweep them downstream. They scrambled up the muddy bank towards the figure. It was Thomas. He was slumped against the earth bank, partially sheltered but clearly exposed. His face was deathly pale, beaded with icy rain, his eyes closed. There was an ugly gash on his forehead, bleeding sluggishly despite the cold, and his right arm was bent at an unnatural angle. His horse was nowhere in sight nearby, likely having bolted further after he fell or was thrown. Ayana knelt beside him, her fingers immediately seeking the pulse at his neck. It was there, faint, thready, but present. Relief, sharp and fierce, washed over her, quickly followed by renewed urgency. He was alive, but hypothermic, likely concussed, his arm clearly broken, possibly worse. Thomas, can you hear me? She shouted, gently shaking his shoulder. His eyelids fluttered open, his gray eyes unfocused, clouded with pain and confusion. Ayana? He whispered, his voice barely audible above the storm. Cold? We're here, Thomas. We'll get you warm, Ayana reassured him, already working, her healer's instincts taking over. She quickly opened her pouch, her fingers finding the herbs for shock and pain, crushing them rapidly. John, meanwhile, stripped off his own outer coat, ignoring the biting cold, and tucked it around Thomas as best he could. Ayana managed to get a few drops of a potent, warming tincture ginger and cayenne, mixed with snowmelt, into Thomas's mouth. She quickly cleaned the head wound as best she could in the driving sleet, and applied a thick pad of yarrow leaves to staunch the bleeding, binding it tightly with a strip of cloth torn from her own underskirt. The arm was trickier. The break looked bad, likely needing proper setting back at his office if they could get him there. For now, she could only try to immobilize it against his body, using another strip of cloth to minimize further damage and pain. Getting him back across the creek, back up the hill to her cabin, the nearest safe shelter, seemed an insurmountable task. He was barely conscious, unable to walk, and the storm still raged, showing no sign of abating. John looked grim, assessing the situation, the sheer impossibility of it. But Ayanna wouldn't give up, not now, not after finding him. "We have to try, John," she insisted, her voice fierce. "We take it slowly. We use the bank for support. I know paths." It was a desperate gamble against the fury of nature and the limitations of their own strength. As they struggled to lift Thomas, bracing themselves against the wind and the treacherous footing, the storm seemed to mock their efforts, its icy breath stealing their warmth, its roar drowning out their words. The prairie, usually a place of stark beauty and quiet wisdom for Ayanna, now felt like a malevolent entity, determined to claim its victim, testing their resolve, their loyalty, their very will to survive. The fate of the quiet doctor, the man who had crossed worlds to stand beside her, now rested precariously in the balance, caught in the heart of a storm, both literal and metaphorical. Chapter 17, The Reckoning Path. The struggle back to Ayanna's cabin was a brutal primal battle against the elements and the dead weight of unconsciousness. Thomas drifted in and out of coherence, his moments of lucidity marked by pained groans or murmured, disconnected words. Ayanna and John Albright fought side by side, their own exhaustion and freezing limbs forgotten in the desperate urgency of their task. The wind tore at them. The sleet blinded them. The treacherous, muddy ground threatened to send them sprawling with every step, yet they pressed onward, driven by a shared, unspoken determination. Ayanna led the way, her knowledge of the terrain proving invaluable, even in the disorienting chaos of the storm. She found pathways obscured by the weather, used rock formations as windbreaks, navigated the churning creek crossing with a terrifying combination of instinct and sheer will. John's stolid strength, essential in supporting Thomas's weight against the current. Every yard gained felt like a mile, every minute an eternity. The eagle feather and bare root Ayanna had given Thomas remained tucked inside his coat. She hoped, fiercely, that their symbolic power was lending some unseen strength to his flagging spirit. Finally, gasping, soaked and utterly spent, they stumbled through the door of Ayanna's cabin, collapsing just inside as John slammed the door shut against the howling gale, barring it securely. The relative quiet within the small space, broken only by the crackle of the fire Ayanna immediately rushed to stoke, felt like a sanctuary, hard-won and fragile. They gently lowered Thomas onto Ayanna's sleeping furs near the hearth, the warmest spot in the cabin. His skin was icy cold to the touch, his lips tinged with blue, his breathing shallow. Hypothermia was now as great a threat as his injuries. Working quickly, efficiently, Ayanna stripped off his soaked outer layers while John piled more wood onto the fire, coaxing it into a roaring blaze. Ayanna wrapped Thomas in her driest, warmest furs, tucking them tightly around him. She examined his injuries more closely in the firelight. The gash on his head needed proper cleaning and perhaps stitching, though the bleeding had slowed considerably thanks to the yarrow. The arm was definitely broken. The bone ends possibly displaced a clean break, she hoped, but impossible to tell for sure without setting it. He needed warmth, rest, and careful monitoring. She prepared another dose of the warming ginger and cayenne tincture, forcing a few more drops between his lips. She brewed a strong tea of willow bark for pain and fever, and added herbs like arnica to address the bruising and trauma to his system. John hovered nearby, offering assistance where he could, his face etched with concern and weariness. How did this happen? Ayana asked, her voice tight with suppressed anger as she gently cleaned the edges of the head wound. Did he say anything? Did he see who did this? Assuming it wasn't just an accident, a fall from his horse in the storm, an assumption neither she nor John truly believed. The location, near Henderson's boundary, near the pump site, felt too coincidental. John shook his head grimly. He was barely making sense, said something about pump, voices, horse spooked. Then he mentioned Stone. John spat the name like poison. Caleb Stone. Said the name clear as day before he passed back out. Stone, Henderson's right-hand man, the man who had led the mob who had threatened Ayana by the creek. It confirmed their worst fears. This wasn't an accident. Thomas had likely gone to check on the pump again, perhaps worried Henderson would use the storm cover to remove it, and Stone had ambushed him. Left him for dead, counting on the storm to finish the job. Fury, cold and sharp, coursed through Ayana. This was Henderson's reprisal, cowardly and brutal, aimed not just at Thomas, but indirectly at her, punishment for their defiance. He knew Stone was dangerous, Ayana murmured, carefully applying a soothing calendula salve to the cleaned wound before binding it again. We both knew. Henderson won't get away with this, John vowed, his fists clenching. When the storm breaks, I'm going straight to Brody. Tell him what Thomas said. Tell him about Stone. Ayana nodded, but doubt lingered. Brody was hampered by politics, by lack of concrete proof beyond the word of a delirious man. Stone would deny everything. Henderson would provide alibis. Justice in Redemption Creek was a slippery, uncertain thing, especially when challenging the powerful. For the next few hours, their focus was solely on Thomas. Ayana administered herbs, bathed his face, monitored his breathing and temperature, willing warmth back into his chilled body. John kept the fire blazing, fetched water, offered silent, steady support. Outside, the storm continued its relentless assault, isolating them completely, cocooning them in their small, fragile world of flickering firelight and urgent care. Slowly, painstakingly, warmth began to return to Thomas's limbs. The bluish tinge faded from his lips, replaced by a more natural, albeit pale color. His breathing deepened slightly, becoming less shallow. He stirred occasionally, moaning softly, his brow furrowed in pain, but he didn't lapse back into that terrifying, unresponsive cold. As the storm began to ease towards dawn, the wind lessening its frantic howl, the sleet turning back to rain, Thomas's eyes flickered open again. This time the confusion seemed less pronounced. His gaze found Ayana, kneeling beside him, and a flicker of recognition, of relief, softened his pained expression. Ayana? He rasped, his voice weak. I'm here, Thomas, she said softly, relief washing over her. You're safe, you're warm. He tried to shift, groaning as pain shot through his broken arm. My arm, Stone. Memory seemed to be returning. Shh, don't try to move, Ayana soothed, gently restraining him. Your arm is broken. John Albright found you, brought you here. You were exposed to the storm for too long. She didn't mention Stone directly, not yet. He needed rest, not agitation. He closed his eyes again, exhaustion claiming him, but his breathing was more regular now. He seemed to accept her presence, her care, sinking back into the warmth of the furs. Ayana continued her vigil, watching him, her heart aching with a fierce protectiveness. mingled with a simmering rage towards those who had done this to him. Seeing him so vulnerable, so hurt because of his association with her, because of their stand against Henderson, solidified something within her. This wasn't just about her land, her rights anymore. It was about justice. It was about protecting the man who had risked everything to stand beside her. When the gray light of dawn finally filtered through the window pane, revealing a world washed clean but battered by the storm, John Albright rose stiffly. "Storm's breaking," he announced quietly. "I need to check on Martha and the young'uns. Then I'm going to see Brody." "Be careful, John," Ayanna cautioned. "Henderson will be watching." John nodded grimly. "He won't stop me." He looked at Thomas, sleeping fitfully now near the fire. "You yell if you need anything. I'll be back." He slipped out quietly, leaving Ayanna alone with her patient. Thomas slept for several more hours, a deep, healing sleep. Ayanna tended the fire, prepared a thin, nourishing broth, and sat watching him, her thoughts tumultuous. John's determination to go to Brody was admirable, but she feared it wouldn't be enough. Henderson was too entrenched, too adept at manipulating the truth. Stone would have an alibi. Witnesses, perhaps other hands loyal to Henderson who would swear Stone was nowhere near the creek. The official path to justice seemed blocked. But another path began to form in her mind, a reckoning path, rooted not in the white man's law, but in the older, deeper justice of the community, of truth revealed, of consequences faced directly. Henderson's power stemmed from control, from fear, from the perception of his invincibility. What if that perception could be shattered? What if the people, the homesteaders he cheated, the townsfolk he manipulated were the ones to call him to account? It was a dangerous thought, bordering on inciting the very mob mentality they had faced before. But this time it wouldn't be fueled by lies and prejudice, but by righteous anger based on proven deceit and violence. The pump, the attack on Thomas, these were not just attacks on her or the doctor. They were attacks on the community itself, threatening its resources, its safety, its sense of fairness. When Thomas awoke again later that morning, he was more lucid, though weak, and clearly in pain. Ayanna helped him sip some broth, then carefully checked his bandages and the makeshift splint on his arm. "You saved my life, Ayanna," he whispered, his gray eyes searching hers, filled with gratitude and something deeper. "You and John." "Rest now, Thomas," she urged gently. "You need to heal." "What happened?" he pressed, frowning as memories surfaced. "The pump. I thought Henderson might try to move it in the storm. I rode out, saw fresh tracks, then Stone." He grimaced, pain flashing across his face. "He came out of nowhere, hit me from behind." His confirmation of the attack solidified Ayanna's resolve. She briefly told him about John going to the sheriff, but also shared her doubts about the effectiveness of that approach. Then, hesitantly, at first, she began to outline her own idea, not a plan yet, but the seed of one. "Henderson's power isn't just in his wealth or his men, Thomas," she explained, her voice low and intense. "It's in the fear he inspires, the belief that he's untouchable. What if we challenge that belief directly? What if the people he harmed, the Albrights, the Crofts, the other downstream farmers, even those in town who secretly resent him, what if they stood together? Not as a mob, but as a community demanding accountability." Thomas listened intently, his initial caution giving way to thoughtful consideration. Confront him publicly? Demand Brody take action based on collective testimony, not just our word? "More than that," Ayanna murmured, thinking aloud. "Perhaps a reckoning, a council of sorts. Not in Brody's office, but out in the open, where everyone can hear the testimony, see the evidence again, see Henderson forced to answer not just to the law, but to the people he has wronged. She looked at him, her eyes reflecting the firelight. It's the way my people sometimes sought justice, bringing the grievance before the circle, letting truth and consensus guide the outcome. It was a radical idea, blending indigenous tradition with frontier necessity, bypassing the compromised legal system for a form of direct communal justice. It was fraught with peril. It could easily dissolve into chaos or further violence if control was lost. Henderson would fight back fiercely. Thomas considered it, the risks, the potential. He looked at his broken arm, a painful reminder of Henderson's brutality. He thought of the fear in the town, the way Henderson manipulated it. He thought of Ayanna's courage, her wisdom, her belief in a deeper form of balance. A reckoning, he repeated slowly, the word tasting strange yet fitting on his tongue. It might be the only path left. He met her gaze, his own resolve hardening. But how do we make it happen? How do we convince people to stand together against him? That was the crucial question. How to turn simmering resentment and quiet support into open collective action. How to ensure truth prevailed over fear. The path was unclear, dangerous, demanding immense courage, not just from them, but from the allies they hoped to rally. As Thomas drifted back into a necessary sleep, Ayanna sat by the fire, the weight of their decision settling upon her. She looked out at the storm-battered landscape, the sky slowly clearing, revealing a world both wounded and washed clean. A reckoning path lay before them, and walking it would require every ounce of strength, wisdom, and shared resolve they possessed. The storm outside had passed, but the storm within Redemption Creek was just gathering force. Chapter 18. Scars on the land, scars on the heart. The days following the storm were brittle, charged with an unnatural clarity. The air, washed clean by the tempest, carried the sharp scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a constant reminder of autumn's relentless march towards winter. Redemption Creek settled back into its routines, but the undercurrents of tension remained, eddies of suspicion and resentment swirling beneath a surface of forced civility. Henderson's public humiliation and the blatant attack on Thomas Whitaker had fractured the town's uneasy equilibrium, leaving behind scars on the collective psyche, mirroring the fresh scars the storm had carved into the landscape. In Ayanna's cabin, another kind of healing was underway, slow and painstaking. Thomas recovered gradually from the hypothermia and concussion, his natural resilience aided by Ayanna's constant care. She kept the fire blazing, fed him nourishing broths infused with strengthening herbs like nettle and oat straw, changed the dressing on his head wound, and applied soothing poultices to the deep bruises left by the assault. Her touch was gentle, professional, yet charged with an unspoken tenderness that went beyond the duty of a healer. His broken arm remained the most significant challenge. Ayanna knew enough rudimentary bone setting from her grandmother's teachings, mostly dealing with animal injuries or simple fractures encountered in the wild. But Thomas's break felt more complex. It needed a doctor's trained hand, his own hand ideally, but that was impossible. He guided her as best he could, his voice strained with pain, describing the techniques for aligning the bones, the feel of a proper setting. It was an agonizing process for both of them. Ayanna, her heart aching at the pain she inevitably caused him. had to steel her nerves, her hands moving with forced steadiness, guided by his instructions and her own intuitive sense of the body's alignment. Thomas bore the intense pain with stoic endurance, biting back groans, his face pale and beaded with sweat. Finally, they managed to set the bones as well as possible. Immobilizing the arm with carefully padded splints, Ayana fashioned from smooth willow branches and bound tightly with clean linen strips. The intimacy of the procedure, the forced proximity, the shared vulnerability and pain forged another layer onto their already complex bond. During his convalescence, the small cabin became their entire world. The barriers between them, already weakened, seemed to dissolve further in the enforced closeness. They talked for hours, sharing stories, perspectives, fragments of their pasts. Thomas spoke more about Philadelphia, not just the disillusionment, but the intellectual stimulation, the friendships left behind, the complexities of the urban world that seemed so alien to Ayana. He spoke of his family, distant figures back east, his respect for his father, also a physician, his difficult relationship with a brother who embraced commerce over science. Ayana, in turn, shared more of her own history, hesitantly at first, then with growing trust. She spoke of her parents, lost not just to death, but to the westward expansion that had fractured her people. She described the solitary years with Isna Win, the richness of the Lakota traditions her grandmother had imparted, the deep spiritual connection to the land that sustained her. She spoke of the constant negotiation of living between two worlds, the pain of prejudice, the struggle to maintain her identity in a world that sought to erase it. Thomas listened with an empathy that felt profound, his questions gentle, insightful. He didn't pity her. He respected her resilience, her wisdom born of hardship. He acknowledged the injustices her people had suffered, not with empty platitudes, but with a quiet anger that mirrored her own. In his listening, Ayana found a different kind of healing, a validation of her experience that eased the aches of long-held grief and isolation. The physical closeness bred an emotional intimacy that was both comforting and deeply unsettling, helping him sit up, spooning broth into his mouth when his arm made eating difficult. Tending to his injuries, these necessary acts created a domesticity, a shared vulnerability that vibrated with unspoken feelings. Sometimes their eyes would meet and hold, a silent acknowledgement of the current flowing between them. Sometimes a casual touch lingered, sending sparks across Ayana's skin. She found herself noticing the way his dark hair curled slightly when damp, the thoughtful lines etched around his eyes, the way his hand, the uninjured one, moved with precision, even when performing simple tasks. She learned the cadence of his breathing as he slept, the slight frown that creased his brow when pain troubled his dreams. He was no longer just the Eastern doctor, the ally. He was Thomas, a man whose presence filled her small cabin, her thoughts, her carefully guarded heart. He, too, seemed increasingly aware of her, not just as a healer, but as a woman. He watched her as she moved about the cabin, grinding herbs, tending the fire, her movements fluid and economical. He commented on the intricate beadwork on her medicine pouch, asked about the meaning of the patterns. He noticed the way the firelight caught the dark sheen of her braided hair, the quiet strength in her eyes, the rare, fleeting smile that transformed her usually serious face. He was drawn to her resilience, her deep connection to the natural world, her quiet dignity in the face of adversity, and the fierce, protective tenderness she showed him during his recovery. The attraction was undeniable, a magnetic pull that grew stronger with each passing day they spent isolated together. But the world outside the cabin walls intruded, refusing to let them forget the danger, the unresolved conflict. John Albright visited daily, bringing news from town, supplies, and updates on the situation. Henderson remained quiet, but rumors circulated that he was meeting with powerful allies from the territorial capital, likely planning his counter-move. Sheriff Brody had questioned Stone and Lowry, but without corroborating evidence or Thomas being able to definitively identify Stone as his attacker in the storm, having been hit from behind. Brody's hands were tied. The pump remained, though John reported seeing less activity around it, perhaps Henderson scaling back temporarily while under scrutiny. The idea of the reckoning, the public confrontation Ayanna had proposed, lingered between them. John Albright was cautiously supportive, reporting that Silas Croft and a few other downstream farmers were angry enough to consider it, but still deeply fearful of Henderson's power and retribution. The town remained divided, the atmosphere thick with suspicion. "It needs more," Thomas said one afternoon, sitting propped up near the fire, his injured arm carefully supported. He'd regained much of his strength, though the pain was still significant. "Just our word, the sketch, the wrench. Henderson will deny, bluster, intimidate. People are afraid. We need something undeniable, something that breaks his hold completely." Ayanna nodded, stirring a pot of simmering soup. She had been thinking the same thing. The attack on Thomas proved Henderson wouldn't hesitate to use violence. A public confrontation could easily escalate, especially if Henderson felt cornered. "We need to disarm him," she murmured, more to herself than Thomas. "Take away his weapon." "His weapon is fear," Thomas said. "Fear and lies." "And control of resources," Ayanna added. "The water, the mercantile, the perception of power." She looked out of the window towards the scarred land, the distant, hazy outline of Henderson's ranch. Her gaze sharpened. The land itself holds scars, Thomas, scars from the storm, scars from his greed. Perhaps the land holds the final proof we need. Thomas looked at her, intrigued. "What do you mean?" "The pump," Ayanna said slowly, her mind working. "He draws water, yes, but where does it go? You said the outflow pipe went up over the ridge, towards his main pastures, his ranch house. He's not just watering his cattle near the creek. He's likely hoarding vast amounts of water, creating artificial ponds or filling large tanks, especially now knowing winter is coming and water will be scarce. Creating his own private reservoir while the rest of the valley goes dry," Thomas finished, understanding dawning. "If we could prove that, show people the scale of his theft." "Exactly," Ayanna confirmed. "Imagine revealing not just the pump taking the water, but the hidden reservoir it feeds, while everyone else suffers. That visual, that proof of his blatant selfishness on such a large scale. It might be enough to shatter his image, to galvanize people beyond their fear." The idea was compelling, but incredibly dangerous. It would mean another clandestine journey, deep into Henderson's territory, finding the hidden reservoir, documenting it somehow. And this time, Henderson and his men would be even more vigilant, knowing they were under suspicion. "It's too risky," Thomas protested immediately, concern for her safety overriding strategic thought. "Especially for you alone. I can't." He gestured helplessly at his splintered arm. "I wouldn't go alone," Ayanna said firmly. "John Albright knows that land almost as well as I do. Silas Croft, too, from his younger days hunting. Perhaps even one or two others who feel personally wronged by Henderson's water theft. A small group, moving carefully. And what would I do? Thomas asked, frustration evident in his voice. Sit here, useless. You would heal, Ayanna said softly but firmly, meeting his gaze. You need your strength for the reckoning itself. Your voice, your testimony, your presence beside me will be crucial then. But this part, this requires stealth, knowledge of the land. It is a task for those who can move like shadows. She placed a hand gently on his uninjured arm. Trust me, Thomas. Trust John. Let us find the final piece of the puzzle. He looked into her eyes, saw the unwavering determination there, the quiet competence. He hated the thought of her taking such a risk while he recovered. Yet he understood her logic. His role was shifting from active participant in the field to the strategic mind, the public voice that would lend weight to their findings. He had to trust her judgment, her skills, just as she had trusted his medical knowledge. All right, Ayanna, he conceded reluctantly, his hand covering hers for a brief moment, a silent acknowledgement of their intertwined fates. But promise me you will be careful. Promise me you won't take unnecessary risks. I promise, she whispered, though the word felt inadequate to cover the dangers inherent in her plan. We will find the scar Henderson has carved on this land, and we will bring it into the light. The conversation left a new layer of tension in the cabin, the weight of the impending reconnaissance mission settling upon them. The path ahead was fraught with danger, both physical and emotional. Ayanna felt the pull of the reckoning, the need for justice, but also the deep, aching fear of what discovery might mean, not just for her, but for Thomas, for their allies, for the fragile future she hadn't dared to imagine until he entered her life. The land held scars from storms and greed, but the deeper scars, the ones etched onto the heart by loss, by prejudice, by the dawning possibility of love in a hostile world, felt far more vulnerable, far more terrifying to expose. Chapter 19, Where Loyalties Lie. The decision to seek out Henderson's hidden reservoir cast a long shadow over the quiet intimacy of Ayanna's cabin. While Thomas focused on regaining his strength, his frustration at his own physical limitations palpable, Ayanna moved with quiet purpose, preparing for the dangerous reconnaissance mission. She spoke discreetly with John Albright during his next visit, outlining her plan. John, his face grim but resolute, after witnessing the attack on Thomas and Henderson's blatant lies, readily agreed. His loyalty, forged in gratitude, and a shared sense of outrage was unwavering. He needs to be stopped, Ayanna, John stated simply, his jaw set. Stealing water, hurting folks, lying to the whole town, it ain't right. If finding that hidden pond proves it once and for all, I'm with you. Securing further help was more challenging. Ayanna approached Silas Croft cautiously. The older rancher, though physically frail, possessed a keen knowledge of the upper pastures from his youth, and a simmering resentment towards Henderson that had been stoked into quiet fury by recent events. Yet, the risks were immense. Silas listened intently as Ayanna explained the plan, his gaze thoughtful. Is Henderson's core territory? Silas mused, rubbing his aching knuckles. He'll have watchers out, especially now. Stone and Lowry won't be sitting idle. He looked at Ayanna, his eyes sharp despite his age. But you're right. Just knowing about the pump ain't enough for some folks. They need to see the hoard, see what he's taken while preaching scarcity. He sighed, a low, weary sound. My legs ain't what they were, Ayanna. I can't make that trek. But he leaned forward slightly. My boy Ethan. He knows those hills too, and he's got no love for Henderson, not after Henderson pressured me near out of my best grazing land last year. Ethan Croft was a quiet, sturdy young man, overshadowed by his father's past grief, but known for his competence and steady nature. Recruiting him felt like pulling another family deeper into the conflict, yet Silas offered his son's help freely, seeing it as a necessary stand. Ayanna sought out Ethan the next day, finding him mending fences near the Croft homestead. She explained the situation, the need for proof, the danger involved. Ethan listened silently, his expression serious. He didn't possess John Albright's outward anger, but a quiet determination settled in his eyes. "If my pa thinks it's right," Ethan said finally, his voice low but firm, "and if it helps stop Henderson from bullying folk, then I'll go." Their small, clandestine team was formed. Ayanna, with her deep knowledge of the land and intuitive senses, John Albright, driven by loyalty and outrage, and Ethan Croft, quiet but capable, representing the younger generation weary of Henderson's dominance. They planned their expedition for the dark phase of the moon several nights away, hoping the deeper shadows would offer better cover. Inside the cabin, Thomas watched the preparations with a mixture of anxiety and enforced patience. He practiced using his left hand, frustrated by the clumsiness, determined not to be entirely helpless. He studied the rough maps Ayanna drew in the dirt floor, memorizing landmarks, offering suggestions based on his more analytical perspective. He cleaned and oiled the small pistol Ayanna knew he kept, ensuring it was ready, though they both hoped it wouldn't be needed. The forced inactivity chafed at him, but it also gave him time to observe Ayanna more closely than ever. He saw the quiet intensity with which she planned, the meticulous care she took in selecting herbs for their journey, not just for potential injuries, but for stealth, for endurance. He saw the way she moved, with a grace and certainty that seemed rooted in the earth itself. He saw the shadows of worry that sometimes crossed her face when she thought he wasn't looking, betraying the immense pressure she carried. His feelings for her deepened with each passing hour, evolving from respect and gratitude into something far more profound, more consuming. He admired her courage, her wisdom, her unwavering integrity. He was drawn to her quiet beauty, the expressive depth in her dark eyes, the unexpected warmth that sometimes broke through her reserved exterior. He found himself wanting, fiercely, to protect her, not just from Henderson, but from the harshness of the world that had consistently sought to diminish her. Yet he also recognized her strength, her self-sufficiency, and knew the true partnership meant respecting her agency, trusting her path, even when it led into danger he couldn't shield her from. The nights grew colder, the stars snapping with crystalline clarity in the dark sky. The eve of the planned reconnaissance arrived, heavy with unspoken tension. Ayanna made final checks of their meager supplies, dried meat, hard biscuits, water skins, her essential herbs, ropes John had procured. Thomas sat by the fire watching her, his expression unreadable. "It feels wrong, letting you go while I sit here," he said finally, breaking the silence, his voice rough with emotion. Ayanna paused in her packing, turning to face him. "You are not just sitting here, Thomas, you are healing. Your strength will be needed when we return, when we face the town, face Henderson. This part," she gestured towards the supplies, "requires different skills." She walked over to him, kneeling beside his stool so their eyes were level. "We each play our part. This is mine. Yours will come." He reached out with his good hand, gently touching her cheek, his thumb tracing the line of her jaw. The simple contact sent a familiar jolt through her, but this time she didn't pull away. She leaned into his touch almost imperceptibly, acknowledging the depth of feeling that flowed between them. "I worry, Ayanna," he confessed, his voice barely a whisper. "Henderson is ruthless. Stone is brutal. If they find you—" "They won't," she said, trying to inject a confidence she didn't entirely feel. "We will move like the night wind, unseen, unheard." She covered his hand with her own, her skin warm against his. "Trust us, Thomas, trust me." He held her gaze, searching her eyes, seeing the resolve there, but also the flicker of fear she couldn't completely hide. He sighed, a ragged sound. "I do trust you, more than I've trusted anyone in a long time." He drew his hand back reluctantly. "Just come back safe?" "We will," she promised, the words sealing their unspoken commitment. Later that night, under the cloak of a moonless, star-dusted sky, Ayanna slipped out of the cabin, leaving Thomas watching from the doorway, a solitary figure silhouetted against the firelight. She met John and Ethan at a prearranged spot near the creek, their forms barely visible in the deep shadows. Without a word, they melted into the darkness, heading upstream towards the heart of Henderson's territory, towards the hidden scar on the land. The journey was tense, fraught with peril. They moved slowly, using every scrap of cover, pausing frequently to listen, their senses strained to the breaking point. The night sounds of the prairie, the chirp of crickets, the distant yip of a coyote, the sigh of the wind through dry grass seemed amplified, each snap of a twig potentially signaling discovery. Ayanna led, her instincts guiding them, her moccasined feet making almost no sound on the rough terrain. John and Ethan followed, watchful, alert, their own frontier skills honed by years of navigating this unforgiving landscape. They bypassed the now familiar site of the pump, giving it a wide berth, knowing it might be watched. Following Ayanna's intuition and Silas Croft's remembered knowledge of the land's contours, they climbed the ridge beyond the creek, moving into higher pastures where Henderson kept his prized breeding stock, land rarely visited by anyone but his most trusted hands. Hours passed in silence, marked only by the stars wheeling overhead and the growing fatigue in their limbs. The air grew colder as they climbed higher, just as doubt began to creep into Ayanna's mind, wondering if her intuition had failed them. She caught it, the faint, unmistakable scent of standing water on the dry night air, stronger than any natural pond should smell in this arid region. She signaled a halt, gesturing for John and Ethan to stay low. Creeping forward alone, using a cluster of large granite boulders for cover, she peered over the crest of a shallow rise, her breath caught. Below her, nestled in a natural depression, deliberately hidden from the main valley view, lay a vast man-made reservoir. It was huge, far larger than any natural water source in the area, its surface gleaming dully under the starlight. Fed by the large pipe Ayanna recognized as originating from the pump far below, it held an enormous quantity of water, enough to sustain Henderson's herds through the harshest winter, while the rest of the valley suffered. Earthen dams, clearly constructed with heavy equipment, reinforced the natural depression. A network of smaller ditches led away from it, channeling water towards troughs scattered across the upper pastures. It was blatant, audacious, undeniable proof of Henderson's calculated theft and hoarding. The sheer scale of it, the arrogance, was staggering. This wasn't just watering cattle. This was seizing control of the valley's lifeblood for personal empire building. Ayanna sketched the scene rapidly in her mind, noting landmarks, the size of the dam, the network of ditches. She needed more than just her word. Looking around carefully, she spotted several discarded wooden stakes near the dam wall, likely used during construction, bearing the same mercantile brand mark as the wrench found by the pump. Evidence. Suddenly, a faint light flickered in the distance near the far edge of the reservoir. A lantern. Someone was there. A guard? Ayanna froze, melting back behind the boulders. She signaled urgently to John and Ethan, indicating the light, the need for immediate silent retreat. Discovery now would be disastrous. They began to backtrack, moving even more cautiously than before, every shadow seeming to hold a potential threat. As they descended the ridge, staying low, the sound of hoofbeats reached them faint at first, then growing closer. Not just one horse, but several, moving at a steady pace along a trail below them, heading back towards Henderson's main ranch. They flattened themselves against the earth behind a dense patch of sagebrush, hearts pounding, scarcely daring to breathe. 3 riders emerged from gloom, passing close enough for Ayanna to recognize them in the faint starlight. Caleb Stone, Pike Lowry, and Jed Henderson himself. They weren't actively patrolling, seemed to be heading in after a late inspection or meeting somewhere on the property. But their presence confirmed the danger, the constant vigilance Henderson maintained over his domain. Henderson was laughing, a low, unpleasant sound that carried on the night air, speaking to Stone. "Told Brody wouldn't find a thing," Henderson was saying, his voice smug. "Let the doc and his witch spread their lies. By the time anyone from the Capitol bothers to check, the pump will be long gone. Creek will be low 'cause of winter freeze. They got nothing." He chuckled again. "And the doc, well, reckon he learned his lesson about poking his nose where it ain't wanted. Won't be causing much trouble with one wing clipped." They rode past, oblivious to the watchers hidden just yards away. The cold-blooded confirmation of the attack on Thomas, the casual disregard for the law, the calculated plan to conceal his theft, it sent a fresh wave of cold fury through Ayanna. Once the riders were safely out of earshot, Ayanna, John, and Ethan exchanged grim looks. They had the proof they needed, the visual confirmation of the reservoir. The branded stakes Ayanna had quickly pocketed, and now Henderson's own overheard words, confirming his guilt and ruthless intentions. The journey back felt even longer, weighed down by the knowledge they carried and the understanding of the stakes involved. They reached the relative safety of Ayanna's hillside just as the first hint of dawn touched the sky. John and Ethan slipped away to their own homes, promising to be ready when Ayanna called for the reckoning. Ayanna entered her cabin, exhausted but resolute. Thomas was awake, sitting up, his eyes immediately searching her face for news. "We found it," Ayanna said quietly, sinking onto the stool, the adrenaline finally leaving her, replaced by bone-deep weariness. She described the reservoir, the scale of the theft, the branded stakes she carried. Then, her voice hardening, she recounted overhearing Henderson, Stone, and Lowry, repeating Henderson's chilling words about the attack on Thomas and his plan to remove the evidence. Thomas listened, his face growing paler, his good hand clenching into a fist. Hearing Henderson's casual admission of the assault, his dismissal of Thomas's suffering, ignited a cold fury in his eyes. "He won't get away with it," Thomas vowed, his voice low and dangerous. "Not the theft, not the attack, not anymore. No, Ayana agreed, meeting his gaze, their shared purpose hardening into absolute resolve. He won't. She looked around the small cabin, at the herbs, the fire, the sleeping firs where Thomas had convalesced. This space had been their sanctuary, a place where two worlds met and found common ground, where trust and affection had unexpectedly blossomed. But the time for quiet healing, for hiding between worlds, was over. Henderson's actions, his blatant disregard for life and law, demanded a response. The reckoning path lay clear before them now. It was time to rally their allies, confront the poison at the heart of Redemption Creek, and discover, finally, where loyalties truly lay. Chapter 18. Scars on the Land, Scars on the Heart. The discovery of Henderson's hidden reservoir, coupled with the chilling confirmation of his role in the attack on Thomas, settled over Ayana's cabin like the cold, heavy stillness after a blizzard. The immediate danger of the storm had passed, leaving behind a landscape raw and exposed. But the human storm gathering over Redemption Creek felt far more menacing, its potential devastation harder to predict. Thomas was healing, his body slowly knitting itself back together under Ayana's meticulous care. But the scars left by the ordeal weren't merely physical. They were etched onto his spirit, a grim reminder of Henderson's ruthlessness, and onto hers, a constant ache of fury and protective fear. In the quiet rhythm of convalescence, their connection deepened, transforming the small cabin into an unlikely crucible of intimacy. The practicalities of caregiving, changing bandages, helping him eat, ensuring his comfort stripped away layers of formality, leaving behind a raw vulnerability. Ayana moved with quiet competence, her healer's focus absolute. Yet beneath the surface, her heart wrestled with the tumultuous emotions Thomas's presence evoked. She saw the pain he tried to hide behind a stoic facade, the frustration simmering in his eyes as he chafed against his physical limitations, and the unwavering trust he placed in her hands, her knowledge, her judgment. Thomas, in turn, observed Ayana with an intensity that went beyond gratitude. He saw the quiet strength that anchored her, the deep wellspring of knowledge she drew from the earth, the fierce determination that hardened her gaze when she spoke of Henderson's deceit. He saw the weariness that sometimes shadowed her eyes, the lingering pain of past losses, the solitude that clung to her like her ever-present shawl. He recognized the immense risk she had taken, not just in confronting Henderson, but in allowing him, an outsider, into her carefully guarded world, into her heart. The realization filled him with a profound sense of responsibility and a tenderness that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. Their conversations, often held in the quiet hours after dark, with only the firelight flickering between them, became explorations. They navigated the terrain of their different worlds, finding surprising patches of common ground. Thomas, trained in the logic of diagnosis and the tangibility of anatomy, found himself increasingly captivated by Ayana's holistic understanding of healing, the intricate balance she perceived between body, spirit, and the natural world. He began to understand that her remedies weren't just folk cures. They were part of a complex, ancient system of knowledge rooted in deep observation and spiritual connection. Ayana, wary of the world, Thomas represented a world that had systematically dismantled her own, found herself drawn to his intellectual curiosity, his genuine desire to understand, his quiet integrity that stood in stark contrast to the arrogance and prejudice she usually encountered. He didn't dismiss her beliefs. He sought to comprehend them, bridging the gap between his scientific framework and her ancestral wisdom. It's the imbalance, she tried to explain one evening as she crushed dried hawthorn berries good for strengthening the heart, both physically and emotionally, in her stone mortar. Henderson creates imbalance. He takes too much water, disrupts the flow, weakens the land downstream. He sows fear and lies, disrupting the community spirit. The sickness spreads more easily when people are stressed, fearful, malnourished because their gardens fail. She looked up, her dark eyes serious. It's all connected, Thomas. The health of the land, the health of the community, the health of the individual spirit. Healing one requires addressing the imbalance in the others. Thomas nodded slowly, absorbing her words. My medicine focuses intensely on the individual disease, he admitted. We isolate the pathogen, target the malfunctioning organ. We often neglect the environment, both external and internal. The fear, the stress, the community's health, they are considered secondary factors, if at all. He looked into the fire, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. Perhaps that's why some patients fail to thrive, even when the disease itself is technically cured. We haven't addressed the deeper imbalance. This exchange, like many others, chipped away at the remaining walls between them. Yet the growing emotional intimacy was fraught with the harsh realities of their situation. The unspoken question of what next hung heavy in the air. Even if they succeeded in exposing Henderson, what future could there be for a Lakota healer and an Eastern doctor in a town steeped in prejudice? The cultural chasm remained vast, the societal barriers seemingly insurmountable. Ayanna felt the familiar ache of being caught between worlds, intensified now by the pull of her heart towards someone from the very world that had caused her people so much pain. The plan for the reckoning took shape through hushed conversations, first between Ayanna and Thomas, then cautiously expanded to include their small circle of allies. John Albright, his loyalty absolute, became their crucial link to the town. He reported that while fear of Henderson remained potent, anger was simmering, especially among those directly affected by the dwindling creek. The story of the pump, though dismissed by Henderson's cronies, had taken root, nourished by the undeniable evidence of the low water levels. The attack on Thomas had also shifted opinions. Even those wary of Ayanna disliked the brutality, the perceived lawlessness. Folks are talking, John reported one evening, having ostensibly come up to check on Thomas's progress. Whispering mostly. But they're angry about the water, and scared Henderson thinks he can just take out anyone who crosses him. Is it enough, John? Ayanna asked quietly. Enough for them to stand with us publicly? John sighed, rubbing his weathered hands together. It's a big ask, Ayanna. Henderson, he can make life real hard. Call in debts at the store. Refuse freight service. Get his hands to cause accidents. Folks got families to feed. He paused, then met her gaze, a spark of determination in his eyes. But some are tired of being afraid. Silas, Ethan, they're solid. Young Miller, whose baby you helped with that croup remedy last year? His wife's been talking to Martha, saying Henderson's holding back their credit at the store. They might stand, maybe one or two others downriver. He shook his head. It won't be a crowd, not at first, but maybe enough. They decided the reckoning needed a specific time and place, announced beforehand to give people time to wrestle with their conscience, to choose their side. Not a spontaneous eruption like the near riot at the well, but a deliberate council. They chose the day after the next supply wagons were due, a time when more people would naturally be in town, when news traveled faster. The location, the open space in front of the sheriff's office, it placed the burden of maintaining order squarely on Brody, forcing him to witness the proceedings, implicitly invoking the law, even as they employed a more communal form of justice. The plan was simple yet audacious. John Albright and Silas Croft, representing the established, respected settlers, would publicly call for a town council, stating the need to address the water dispute and the recent violence openly. Ayanna and Thomas would then present their evidence, the sketch, the wrench, the branded stakes from the reservoir, Ayanna's testimony of finding the hidden water hoard, Thomas's account of the attack, and crucially, Ayanna's recounting of Henderson's overheard confession. They would call upon Henderson to answer the charges before the assembled town. He won't come, Thomas predicted grimly, or if he does, he'll bring Stone and Lowry, armed, ready to intimidate or disrupt. If he doesn't come, his guilt is affirmed in their absence, Ayanna reasoned. If he comes with armed men, it shows his reliance on violence, not truth. Brody will have to act then to prevent bloodshed. She looked at Thomas. The risk is that he tries to stop it before it happens, that he targets John or Silas or us again. The danger felt immediate, pressing. Thomas, though still recovering, insisted on playing his part. His mind remained sharp, and he helped Ayanna and John strategize, anticipate Henderson's moves, plan contingencies. He painstakingly wrote out a clear, concise account of the pump's discovery and the attack, a formal statement he could read or present, lending the weight of his education and status to their claims. As the day of the planned reckoning approached, a palpable sense of foreboding settled over the cabin. Ayanna found herself watching Thomas with an almost unbearable tenderness, memorizing the lines of his face, the sound of his voice, acutely aware of how precarious their shared moments were. He, in turn, often fell silent, simply watching her, his gaze filled with a complex mix of admiration, concern, and unspoken longing. One evening, as a spectacular sunset bled crimson and violet across the prairie sky, painting the clouds in fiery hues, Thomas stood beside Ayanna near the cabin door, watching the breathtaking display. His arm was still in a sling, but he moved more easily now, his strength returning. "It's beautiful," he murmured, his voice quiet, almost violent in its beauty. "The land often reflects the heart," Ayanna replied softly, her gaze on the dramatic sky. Beauty and harshness, life and death, all held together. "Like us?" he asked, turning to look at her, his question hanging in the twilight air. Ayanna met his gaze, the intensity there mirroring the fiery sky. The barriers they had so carefully maintained felt paper-thin in that moment. "Perhaps," she whispered. He reached out, his uninjured hand finding hers, lacing their fingers together. It felt natural, inevitable. "Ayanna," he began, his voice thick with emotion, "after this, after the reckoning, whatever happens with Henderson?" He hesitated, searching for words. "I don't know what the future holds. I don't know if there's a place for someone like me besides someone like you in this world." The painful truth of his words resonated within her. The cultural divide, the prejudice of the town, the sheer unlikelihood of a lasting peace. For them, it was a harsh reality that even their growing feelings couldn't erase. Bitter choices lay ahead, regardless of the outcome with Henderson. "I know," she said, her voice barely audible, her heart aching. She squeezed his hand. "But facing the truth tomorrow, standing together, That feels right, Thomas. Whatever comes after. Yes, he agreed, his grip tightening on hers. It feels right. They stood in silence, hand in hand, watching the crimson sunset bleed into the darkening purple of night. The beauty of the moment was intense, poignant, tinged with the sadness of their uncertain future and the imminent danger of the path they had chosen. It was a sunset that promised confrontation, a sky that reflected the potential for both breathtaking victory and devastating loss. The scars on the land, left by the storm and by human greed, seemed insignificant compared to the invisible scars on their hearts, etched by love, loss, and the bitter choices demanded by a world that rarely allowed two disparate souls to simply find peace together. Tomorrow, they would walk the reckoning path, uncertain of the destination, armed only with the truth, their courage, and the fragile, powerful bond between them. Chapter 21. The Price of Healing. The morning of the reckoning dawned cold and clear, the sky pale, washed-out blue that offered no warmth, only an unnerving clarity. The air felt brittle, carrying the scent of frost and wood smoke, and a palpable tension that seemed to emanate from the very ground of Redemption Creek. As Ayanna and Thomas made their way down the path from her cabin, the silence between them was heavy, thick with unspoken fears and resolute purpose. Thomas's arm was still in its sling, a visible reminder of the violence that had precipitated this confrontation. But his stride was steady, his presence beside her a solid reassurance. Ayanna clutched the small pouch containing the branded stakes and her notes on Henderson's overheard confession, the evidence feeling both potent and terrifyingly fragile. They reached the open space before the sheriff's office as the sun climbed above the horizon, its weak rays doing little to dispel the chill. A crowd was already gathering, drawn by the deliberate announcement John Albright and Silas Croft had circulated the previous day, a call for a town council to address grievances concerning water rights and recent violence. People stood in tight knots, whispering, their faces a mixture of apprehension, anger, and morbid curiosity. The fault lines within the community were starkly visible. The downstream farmers and ranchers stood together, their expressions grim. Henderson's known associates and debtors clustered near the saloon, affecting an air of dismissive confidence. The majority milled uncertainly in the middle, torn between fear of Henderson's power and a growing unease about his actions. Ayanna felt the familiar wave of hostile stares wash over her as they approached. But today they were met with countercurrents, nods of cautious support from the Albrights and Crofts, who already stood near the office steps, their small families forming a nucleus of quiet courage. Ethan Croft gave a determined nod. Mary Croft offered a shaky but encouraging smile. Martha Albright stood tall, her earlier fear replaced by fierce maternal loyalty. Their presence, their willingness to stand openly, bolstered Ayanna's resolve. Thomas guided Ayanna towards their allies, his good hand resting protectively on her elbow, a simple gesture that spoke volumes in the charged atmosphere. They took their places near the steps, forming a small, determined island in the sea of uncertainty. Sheriff Brody stood on the top step, flanked by his two deputies, his face impassive but his eyes watchful, scanning the crowd, his shotgun held loosely but readily accessible. He looked tired, caught in the crossfire, but seemed resigned to letting this play out, perhaps hoping for a resolution, however messy. Moments later, a stir went through the crowd. Jed Henderson arrived, not skulking, but striding boldly down the street as if leading a parade. Caleb Stone and Pike Lowry flanked him, their hands ostentatiously near their guns, their expressions ranging from smug to menacing. Several other known Henderson loyalists fell in behind them, forming a phalanx of intimidation. Henderson's face was flushed, his eyes narrowed, radiating a furious arrogance. He clearly intended to dominate the proceedings through sheer force of will, an implied threat. He stopped directly opposite Ayanna and Thomas, his gaze sweeping over them with undisguised contempt, before turning to address the crowd. "Seems some folks got time for foolishness this morning," Henderson boomed, his voice dripping with false bonhomie that barely concealed the snarl beneath. "Spreading lies and fantasies instead of tending to honest work." Before he could continue his attempt to preemptively discredit them, Silas Croft stepped forward, leaning on his cane, but his voice surprisingly strong. "This ain't foolishness, Jedediah," Silas stated, using Henderson's full name, a subtle diminishment. "This is a council, called proper. Folks got grievances need addressing, about the water running dry downstream, about violence going unchecked." John Albright stepped up beside Silas. "We come here today seeking truth, Henderson, not lies, not threats, just the plain truth." Henderson scoffed. "Truth? You wouldn't know truth if it bit you. You're listening to a witch and a half-wit doctor who ought to have his license revoked." "That's enough, Jed," Brody intervened sharply, stepping down one step. "This council was called. Folks got a right to speak their piece, present their evidence, then you'll get your turn." "Orderly." Henderson shot Brody a venomous look, but subsided slightly, clearly intending to let Ayanna and Thomas make their accusation first, now planning to demolish them afterward. Thomas took a deep breath, the small pouch Ayanna had given him feeling warm against his skin. He stepped forward, holding the carefully written statement in his good hand. His voice, though strained by his recent ordeal, was clear and steady as he recounted the discovery of the pump, reading directly from his notes, detailing the location, the mechanism, the scale of the water theft. He then held up the sketch, turning it slowly so everyone could see. "This is not fantasy, Mr. Henderson," Thomas declared, his gaze locking with the rancher's. "This is a deliberate, systematic theft of a vital resource, causing hardship to your neighbors while you hoard water for your own gain." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Seeing the drawing, hearing the doctor's calm, factual account, lent weight to the accusation. Then Ayanna stepped forward, the branded stakes held firmly in her hand. Her voice, though softer than Thomas's, carried a quiet intensity that drew every eye. "I found these beside the reservoir," she stated, holding them up. "The hidden lake, fed by that pump. A lake built while others watched their crops wither." She paused, letting the image sink in. Then, her voice hardening, she recounted the night of the storm, the words she had overheard Henderson speak to Stone and Lowry. "He confessed," Ayanna declared, her gaze sweeping the crowd, then fixing on Henderson with burning intensity. "Let the doc and his witch spread their lies," he said. "By the time anyone checks, the pump will be long gone. And about Dr. Whitaker," her voice trembled slightly with suppressed fury, "reckon he learned his lesson. Won't be causing much trouble with one wing clipped." A collective gasp went through the crowd, repeating Henderson's own words. His callous admission of the assault and his plan to conceal the theft was devastating. It stripped away his facade, revealing the ruthless calculation beneath. Henderson's face contorted with rage. "Lies! All lies from a vindictive savage!" he roared, lunging forward instinctively before Brody blocked his path. She's twisting words, trying to save her own skin. Is it a lie, Jed? Martha Albright cried out, stepping forward protectively beside Ayanna. That Miss Ayanna saved my daughter when no one else could? Is it a lie that Dr. Whitaker shows kindness? Is it a lie? Silas Croft added, his voice ringing with conviction, that you pressured me for my land that you damned the Upper Fork years ago? This pump is just more of the same greed. More voices joined in downstream farmers recounting their failing wells, others muttering about Henderson's unfair practices at the mercantile. The tide of opinion, swayed by the evidence, the testimonies, and Henderson's own overheard words, was turning decisively against him. Fear was slowly being eclipsed by collective anger. Seeing his control shatter, Henderson seemed to snap, his eyes blazing with cornered fury, fixed on Ayanna with murderous intent. You! He screamed, shoving past a startled Brody. This is all your fault! He lunged towards Ayanna, his hand reaching inside his coat for a weapon. Thomas reacted instantly, throwing himself forward despite his injured arm, trying to intercept Henderson to shield Ayanna. At the same moment, Caleb Stone, seeing his boss lose control, drew his pistol, aiming not at Ayanna, but at Thomas, the man he clearly blamed for Henderson's downfall. Time seemed to slow. Ayanna saw the glint of metal in Stone's hand, saw Thomas moving to protect her, saw Henderson's contorted face lunging towards her. A scream rose in her throat. Then two things happened almost simultaneously. Ethan Croft, positioned slightly behind Stone, reacted with surprising speed, tackling Stone low around the legs, sending him sprawling, his shot going wild, harmlessly into the air. And Sheriff Brody, finally galvanized into decisive action, slammed the butt of his shotgun hard against Henderson's chest, stopping his lunge, sending him staggering back. Enough! Brody roared, his voice shaking with fury and adrenaline, leveling the shotgun towards Stone, who was struggling to rise, and then towards Henderson. This ends now! Stone, Lowry, drop your guns! Jed, you're under arrest for assault, inciting violence, and suspicion of water theft pending investigation. Stone and Lowry, seeing their boss subdued and Brody's shotgun aimed squarely at them, hesitated, then reluctantly dropped their weapons. Henderson stood panting, his face a mask of disbelief and impotent rage, finally realizing his power, his intimidation, had failed him. The town, his town, had turned. Deputies Miller and Sloan quickly secured the weapons and apprehended Stone and Lowry, while Brody himself roughly grabbed Henderson, shoving him towards the office jail cell. The crowd watched in stunned silence, the sudden explosion of violence and its swift containment leaving them breathless. In the sudden quiet, Ayanna rushed to Thomas's side. He had stumbled when Ethan tackled Stone, falling heavily onto his uninjured side, but seemed otherwise unharmed by the wild shot. Thomas, are you all right? She asked urgently, helping him up, her hands trembling. I'm fine, he reassured her, though his face was pale, his breathing ragged. He looked at Ethan Croft with gratitude. Thank you, Ethan. You likely saved my life. Ethan merely nodded, his face flushed, looking slightly stunned by his own actions. Ayanna looked around at the stunned faces of the crowd, the subdued figures of Henderson and his men being led away, the wreckage of the confrontation. They had won. The truth had come out. Henderson's reign of fear was broken. Justice, of a sort, had prevailed. But the cost... She looked at Thomas, at the sling supporting his broken arm, the lingering pallor on his face, the evidence of the violence he had endured because of her, because of their stand. She thought of the fear she had felt, the hatred directed at her, the deep chasm that still existed between her world and the town's. Healing had been offered, truth had been revealed, but the price was etched onto Thomas's body, onto her heart, onto the fractured community of Redemption Creek. As Brody slammed the jail cell door shut on Henderson, the sound echoing in the tense silence, he turned and looked at Ayanna and Thomas. His expression was weary, resigned. "Reckon you two stirred up more trouble than this town's seen in years," he said gruffly. "But," he paused, a grudging respect entering his eyes, "maybe it was trouble that needed stirring." He sighed. "Things ain't gonna be easy. Henderson's got friends. The poison he spread won't disappear overnight. But you stood your ground. Now, maybe folks can start figuring out how to heal." He turned and walked back into his office, leaving Ayanna and Thomas standing together in the center of the now quiet space. Their allies, the Albrights, the Crofts, gathered around them, offering quiet words of relief and support, their loyalty a balm on raw nerves. But even surrounded by allies, a profound sense of weariness settled over Ayanna. They had faced the reckoning, paid the price. The immediate battle was won, but the scars remained, visible and invisible. And the question lingered, heavy as the cold autumn air. Could a community, could two hearts scarred by such deep divisions truly find a way to heal? The path forward remained shrouded in uncertainty, the cost of their victory still being counted. Chapter 22. Echoes in the Canyon. The immediate aftermath of the reckoning felt strangely hollow. Henderson, Stone, and Lowry were locked in Brody's small jail, awaiting the arrival of a territorial marshal summoned by telegraph, a process that could take days, even weeks. The pump upstream had been disabled by Brody, and a posse of deputized, formerly resentful, downstream farmers, its silence a symbolic victory. The oppressive fear that Henderson had wielded like a weapon lifted, replaced by a fragile, uncertain atmosphere of transition. Redemption. Creek, stripped of its tyrant, seemed adrift, unsure how to navigate the power vacuum, how to mend the deep fissures the conflict had exposed. For Ayanna and Thomas, the victory felt complicated, bittersweet. They had achieved their goal. Henderson was exposed, his grip broken, but the confrontation had laid bare the town's deep-seated prejudices and the violence simmering just beneath the surface. The path forward, for the town and for themselves, remained obscured by the dust kicked up during the struggle. Thomas continued his recovery in Ayanna's cabin. The physical healing progressed steadily. His arm began to mend within its splint. The gash on his head scarred over. His strength slowly returned. But Ayanna sensed a deeper healing taking place within him, a mending of the spirit. The disillusionment that had driven him from Philadelphia seemed to be receding, replaced by a quiet sense of purpose, forged in the crucible of Redemption Creek. He had faced injustice head-on, stood for what was right, and found unexpected strength not just within himself, but in partnership, in community, however small and embattled. Their relationship, too, entered a new, undefined phase. The intense intimacy of his convalescence, the shared danger, the unspoken emotions confessed in twilight moments, these things couldn't be easily compartmentalized or ignored, now that the immediate crisis had passed. A tenderness existed between them, profound and palpable, yet fraught with the awareness of their different worlds, the uncertain future. They moved around each other with a careful awareness, moments of easy companionship interspersed with charged silences, lingering glances, the magnetic pull of unspoken desire warring with the fear of inevitable obstacles. Ayana found herself yearning for a simplicity that seemed impossible. She cherished the quiet moments, sharing a simple meal by the fire, listening to Thomas read aloud from one of his medical texts, often pausing to debate points with her from her own perspective. Watching the stars emerge from the cabin doorway, in these moments, the outside world, the town's judgment, the vast cultural differences seemed to fade, leaving only the connection between two souls who had found an unlikely refuge in each other. But reality always intruded a wary glance from a townsperson when she ventured near the settlement for supplies, a lingering awkwardness when John Albright visited, inadvertently highlighting the unusual domesticity of Thomas residing in her cabin. Thomas, too, seemed caught in this liminal space. He spoke of resuming his practice fully once his arm allowed, of the town's need for a dedicated physician. Yet he made no move to return to his office, lingering in the quiet sanctuary of Ayana's hillside home. He seemed reluctant to leave the fragile world they had built together, hesitant to face the complexities of reintegrating into the town, particularly the question of how his relationship with Ayana would be perceived now that the immediate crisis justifying their closeness had passed. One clear, cold afternoon, several weeks after the reckoning, Thomas felt strong enough for a short walk. His arm was still in a sling, but the pain had lessened significantly, and the confinement of the cabin chafed at him. Ayana suggested a walk upstream, along the creek, not towards Henderson's territory, but into the folds of the hills behind her cabin, towards a small, sheltered canyon she knew, a place of quiet beauty and echoes. They walked slowly, Thomas leaning occasionally on Ayana for support on the uneven ground. The air was crisp, smelling of pine and frost. The silence was comfortable, companionable. They followed the meandering creek, its voice sounding stronger now, healthier, since the disabling of Henderson's pump. The land itself seemed to be breathing easier. They reached the mouth of the canyon, a narrow opening between towering walls of weathered granite. Inside, the wind softened, the sounds of the outside world muted. Small, hardy pines clung to the rock faces, and the creek tumbled over smooth stones, its gentle murmur echoing softly off the canyon walls. Sunlight slanted down, illuminating patches of late-blooming wildflowers, clinging stubbornly to life in sheltered crevices. It felt like a hidden sanctuary, a place outside of time. They sat together on a large, flat boulder, warmed by the afternoon sun, listening to the water music, the gentle sigh of the wind high above. "My grandmother used to bring me here," Ayana said softly, breaking the peaceful silence. "She called it the place where whispers listen. She said the canyon walls hold the memories of all who have passed through, all the prayers and sorrows spoken here. If you listen closely enough, you can hear the echoes." Thomas looked around at the ancient rock formations, the resilient plant life, the clear water. He felt the profound peace of the place, the sense of timelessness. "It feels sacred," he murmured. "It is," Ayana confirmed simply, "a place for reflection, for seeking clarity." She hesitated, then turned to him, her dark eyes searching his. "Thomas, what happens now?" The question hung between them, heavy with unspoken anxieties. What happened with Henderson when the marshal arrived? What happened with the town? And most pressingly, what happened with them? Thomas sighed, looking down at his splintered arm, then out at the serene canyon. "I don't know, Ayana. Henderson, he'll likely face charges, perhaps lose some land, pay some fines. Men like him rarely face the full consequences they deserve, especially out here. But his power in Redemption Creek is broken. People stood up to him. That changes things. Perhaps, Ayanna conceded. But the fear, the prejudice, those roots run deep. Will the town truly accept you? Knowing you stood with me, will they ever truly accept me? He reached out, taking her hand, his touch sending a familiar warmth through her. Some won't, he admitted honestly. Prejudice is a stubborn weed. But others, the Albrights, the Crofts, Silas, they see the truth. They see you, Ayanna, not the witch, but the healer, the courageous woman who fought for what was right. Their voices matter too. He paused, his grip tightening slightly. And my place, it's beside you, if you'll have me. The declaration, simple and direct, stole her breath. He wasn't minimizing the obstacles, wasn't offering easy promises. He was simply stating his choice, his loyalty. He was choosing her, choosing the difficult path, choosing to remain between two worlds, if it meant remaining with her. Tears welled in Ayanna's eyes, blurring the lines of his face. Thomas, are you sure? Your life, your practice, staying connected to me will make everything harder for you here. Perhaps, he acknowledged, but leaving, walking away from you, from what we've found together, that would be harder. He brought her hand up, pressing her knuckles gently against his lips, a gesture of profound tenderness and commitment. My world felt incomplete before I met you, Ayanna, filled with knowledge but lacking balance, wisdom. You've shown me a different way of seeing, of healing. You've healed parts of me I didn't even know were broken. Her own carefully constructed walls crumbled under the weight of his sincerity, his vulnerability. The fear of hurt, the ingrained habit of solitude, battled against the overwhelming tide of affection, a belonging she felt with him. Could she dare to hope? Could they truly build a life together, bridging the chasm between their origins? Oh, Thomas, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. She leaned towards him, resting her forehead against his shoulder, needing his closeness, his solidity. He wrapped his good arm around her, holding her gently, protectively. They sat like that for a long time, two solitary souls finding solace in each other's presence, surrounded by the ancient, listening walls of the canyon. The future remained uncertain. The challenges were immense. Prejudice wouldn't vanish overnight. Henderson, even if imprisoned or diminished, would likely seek revenge. Building a shared life would require constant navigation, compromise, and facing down the inevitable hostility. There would be bitter choices ahead, sacrifices required. Yet in that moment, held in Thomas's embrace, listening to the gentle echoes in the canyon, Ayanna felt a flicker of hope stronger than fear. They had faced the storm, walked the reckoning path, and found their loyalties lay not with opposing worlds, but with each other. The price of healing for Thomas's body, for the town's fractured spirit, for their own scarred hearts, had been high. But perhaps, just perhaps, the reward might be a love strong enough to withstand the echoes of the past and brave enough to carve a new path forward, together. The canyon walls seemed to hold their breath, listening, waiting to see which echoes, those of fear and division, or those of courage and connection, would ultimately shape their future. The path out of the canyon led back to a difficult reality, but they would walk it hand in hand, their shared journey just beginning. Chapter 23, What Remains. The first snows came early that year, dusting the high peaks of the Black Hills with white, a stark contrast to the bruised purple of the late autumn sky. Down in the valley, Redemption Creek seemed to hold its breath under the cold, clear air. The dust had settled, both literally and figuratively, since the reckoning weeks ago, but an uneasy quiet prevailed. Henderson, Stone, and Lowry were gone, taken away by a grim-faced territorial marshal who had listened impassively to Brody's account. Thomas's formal statement, and the testimonies of John Albright and Silas Croft before hauling the prisoners east to face trial. News filtered back slowly, fragmented and unreliable, but the consensus was that Henderson, with his wealth and connections, would likely escape harsh punishment for the water theft, perhaps facing fines or sanctions, while Stone might face harder justice for the assault on Thomas, though proving intent without clearer witnesses remained difficult. Lowry, deemed a lesser player, might walk free altogether. Justice, it seemed, remained a complicated, often unsatisfying affair. But in Redemption Creek itself, Henderson's absence had created a palpable shift. His iron grip on the town's economy and spirit was broken. The mercantile operated under new, temporary management, appointed by the territory until Henderson's affairs were sorted, and prices seemed fairer, credit less arbitrarily withheld. The downstream farmers reported the creek flowing more steadily, reviving hopes for next season's planting. The fear Henderson had cultivated hadn't vanished. Entirely deep-seated prejudices rarely did. But it no longer held absolute sway. People spoke more openly, though still cautiously. The town felt lighter somehow, though scarred. Ayanna felt the change most keenly in the subtle shifts around her. The outright hostility had lessened, replaced mostly by a wary distance, though some townsfolk still averted their gazes or crossed the street to avoid her. Yet others offered tentative nods, a hesitant, "Mornin', Miss Ayanna," particularly those whose families had benefited from the cough remedy or who resented Henderson's reign. The Albrights and Crofts remained steadfast allies, their open friendship a small but significant bulwark against the lingering suspicion. Martha Albright often sent Clara, now fully recovered though still sometimes shy around strangers, up the path with small gifts, a loaf of fresh bread, a jar of preserves. Silas Croft, his spirit seemingly rekindled, made a point of stopping to chat whenever he saw Ayanna near town, his quiet respect a public statement. Thomas had moved back into his small office in town, his arm healing well, though still requiring the sling for support. He resumed his practice, finding himself busier than ever. The town needed a doctor, and his competence, coupled with his demonstrated integrity during the confrontation with Henderson, had earned him a grudging, growing respect, even from some who remained suspicious of his association with Ayanna. He worked tirelessly, setting bones, treating winter ailments, delivering babies, slowly weaving himself into the fabric of the community through dedicated service. Yet the space between Ayanna and Thomas remained charged, undefined. The physical distance imposed by his return to town felt both necessary and agonizing. They saw each other when possible. Sometimes he rode up to her cabin in the evenings, ostensibly to consult on a difficult case or simply to share a quiet hour by her fire. Sometimes she met him discreetly at the edge of town, perhaps near the Croft homestead, sharing news or simply drawing strength from his presence. Their feelings, confessed in the aftermath of danger and the intimacy of healing, hadn't faded, but the path forward remained obscured by the stark realities of their different worlds. The cabin felt quieter now, lonelier, after weeks filled with his presence. Ayana immersed herself in her work, gathering late-season roots hardened by the frost, preparing remedies for the coming winter, tending her small garden beds against the encroaching cold. The rhythm of the earth, the wisdom of the plants, offered solace, grounding her as always. Yet her thoughts often drifted to Thomas, to their shared moments, to the impossible choices that lay before them. Could she truly ask him to bind his future to hers, to constantly face the prejudice and isolation that came with loving a Lakota woman in this white man's world? Could she herself find peace, belonging, living perpetually on the edge, connected to him, yet separated from the remnants of her own people and traditions? One crisp evening, as the sun dipped below the western ridges, painting the snow-dusted peaks in shades of rose and gold, Thomas rode up her path. He dismounted, tying his horse loosely, and approached the cabin, his familiar figure solid and reassuring against the vast, cold landscape. Ayana met him at the door, a small, involuntary smile touching her lips. "Cold evening for a ride," she commented, stepping aside to let him enter the warmth of the cabin. "Needed the air," he replied, removing his hat, his gaze finding hers. "Needed to see you." The simple admission hung in the air between them. He walked towards the fire, warming his hands, his movement still slightly stiff from his healing arm. Ayana poured him a cup of hot chicory brew, handing it to him wordlessly. They stood in comfortable silence for a few moments, listening to the crackle of the fire, the wind sighing outside, the unspoken questions, the unresolved future filled the small space. "Brody heard back from the marshal," Thomas said finally, breaking the silence. "Henderson's trial won't be for months, maybe longer. He posted a hefty bond. Apparently, he's not allowed back in Redemption Creek pending the trial outcome, but he's not locked away." Ayana absorbed the news without surprise. It was the predictable outcome for a man of Henderson's means. "His shadow lingers then," she murmured. "Yes," Thomas agreed grimly, "but his direct power here is curtailed. For now." He turned from the fire, facing her fully, "which leaves us." Ayana's heart gave a familiar lurch. "Us," she repeated softly. "I've been thinking, Ayana," he continued, his voice low, serious, "about what you said in the canyon, about what remains." He took a step closer, his gray eyes searching hers. "I know the difficulties. I see the stares, hear the whispers, same as you. I know what choosing to be together openly would mean, for both of us." "It would mean never truly belonging anywhere," Ayana said, voicing the fear that gnawed at her. "You would be tied to the witch, the outsider. I would remain caught between worlds, neither fully accepted by the town nor fully part of the life my ancestors knew." "Perhaps," Thomas conceded, his gaze unwavering. "Or perhaps not. Perhaps we could build our own place, not defined by the town's prejudice or the ghosts of the past, but defined by this." He reached out, his uninjured hand gently cupping her cheek, his touch sending shivers down her spine. "By the respect, the understanding, the love that has grown between us against all odds." Love. He hadn't used the word before. Hearing it spoken aloud, seeing the quiet conviction in his eyes cracked open something deep within her, a yearning she had suppressed for so long. "Thomas," she whispered, her voice trembling, tears blurring her vision. "Is that possible? Can love truly bridge such divides?" "I don't know if it can erase the divides entirely," he answered honestly, "but I believe it can give us the strength to stand within them, together." He searched her face, his own vulnerability evident. "I came west seeking something true, something meaningful. I found it here, Ayana, with you, in the wisdom you carry, the courage you show, the healing you offer not just to bodies but to spirits. He paused, his voice thick with emotion. My place is beside you, if you'll let it be. The choice lay before her, stark and terrifyingly simple. Retreat back into the familiar solitude, the safety of emotional distance, preserving her independence, but forever carrying the ache of what might have been. Or step forward into the unknown, embrace the love offered, accept the risks, and fight to build a shared future, however fraught with difficulty. It was the ultimate reckoning, a choice not of public justice, but of the private heart. She thought of her grandmother, Isna Wynne, who had lived her life with quiet dignity on this very hillside, bridging worlds through her wisdom and compassion. She thought of the resilience of the plants she tended, pushing through hard earth, surviving harsh winters, offering their gifts regardless. She thought of the courage of the Albrights and Crofts, ordinary people who had chosen loyalty over fear. And she looked into Thomas's eyes, saw the love, the respect, the unwavering commitment reflected there. A deep breath shuddered through her. She raised her hand, covering his where it rested on her cheek, her touch answering his. My place, she said softly, her voice gaining strength, has always been between two worlds. A small, brave smile touched her lips. Perhaps it is large enough for two. Relief, profound and heart-stopping, washed over Thomas's face. He closed the remaining distance between them, wrapping his good arm around her waist, pulling her close. Ayana leaned into his embrace, resting her head against his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart beneath her ear. It felt like coming home, not to a place but to a person, an anchor in the turbulent sea of her life. They held each other for a long time, the fire crackling, the wind whispering outside, the future stretching before them, uncertain but faced together. There would be struggles, undoubtedly. Prejudice wouldn't vanish. Henderson's shadow might return. Building a life that honored both her heritage and his presence would be a constant negotiation, a delicate balance. Their love wouldn't magically erase the scars on the land or the scars on their hearts. But as Ayana stood there, held securely in Thomas's arms, she felt a sense of peace settle over her, deeper than any she had known before. The price of healing had been steep, paid in pain, fear, and confrontation. But what remained was this, a hard-won understanding, a community showing tentative signs of mending, and a love discovered against all odds. It wasn't a fairy tale ending, not a simple triumph. It was something real, complex, and resilient, like the prairie grass enduring under the vast open sky. What remained was the courage to choose connection over isolation, hope over fear, and the quiet promise of facing whatever came next, side by side between two worlds, together. Epilogue. Seeds on the wind. Years spun into decades, measured not by the frantic pace of the outside world encroaching further west, but by the slower, more deliberate rhythm of seasons turning on the prairie. Redemption Creek grew, shed its rough edges, gained a proper church, a schoolhouse, even eventually succumbed to the inevitability of the railroad passing a few miles south. The raw wounds of Henderson's reign scarred over, becoming part of the town's remembered history, a cautionary tale whispered alongside stories of harsh winters and sudden fortunes found and lost. Henderson himself never returned. His conviction on lesser charges, coupled with his financial ruin from legal battles and the loss of his stranglehold on the valley's resources, saw him fade into obscurity back east. Stone served a short sentence for assault, returning briefly to Redemption Creek only to find no welcome, drifting away into the vastness of the territories. The poison Henderson spread lingered in some corners, pockets of resentment and suspicion, flaring up occasionally like embers in a dying fire. But largely, the town settled into a pragmatic coexistence, focused on survival, family, and the hard work of wresting a life from the demanding land. High on the hillside overlooking the evolving town, Ayana's cabin remained, a steadfast anchor against the changing tides. It had expanded subtly over the years, a small, sturdy addition built with Thomas's careful planning, and the willing hands of John Albright and Ethan Croft provided space for a larger apothecary and a dedicated examination room. The herb garden flourished, spilling down the slope, a vibrant testament to Ayana's enduring connection to the earth, its scents mingling with the familiar aroma of wood smoke. Ayana herself, aged with the quiet grace of a deeply rooted tree, the fiery intensity of her youth, softened into a profound, steady wisdom. Lines etched by sun and worry crinkled around her dark eyes, but those eyes held the same keen observation, the same deep compassion that had defined her healing practice for decades. She remained a figure slightly apart from the town, her Lakota heritage an undeniable fact in a community still predominantly white. Yet the overt hostility had long since faded, replaced by a widespread, often grudging respect. She was simply Ayana, the healer on the hill. Her knowledge sought not just for physical ailments, but often for troubles of the spirit. Her quiet counsel valued for its honesty and grounding wisdom. She delivered babies, tended fevers, mended wounds both visible and invisible, her remedies woven into the very fabric of Redemption Creek's life, a quiet testament to the enduring power of her traditions. Beside her, Thomas Whitaker aged too, his dark hair silvering at the temples, the lines on his face speaking of years of dedicated service, shared joys, and weathered sorrows. His practice in town thrived, built on competence, integrity, and a holistic approach subtly influenced by Ayana's wisdom. He became known as a doctor who truly listened, who saw his patients not just as collections of symptoms, but as whole people within the context of their lives, their community, their land. His initial status as an outsider gradually transformed into that of a beloved, respected pillar of the community. The broken arm had healed completely long ago, leaving only a faint scar and a deeper understanding of vulnerability and the healing process. Their life together unfolded in the space they had carved out between two worlds. It was never entirely seamless. There were moments of friction, misunderstandings born of different cultural perspectives, reminders of the prejudice that still existed beyond their hillside sanctuary. Ayana never fully felt of the town, always retaining a core of her Lakota identity, her spiritual practices observed quietly, her connection to the earth her truest solace. Thomas never fully relinquished his scientific skepticism, often debating Ayana's more intuitive approaches, yet always with respect, always willing to learn, to acknowledge the limits of his own knowledge. Their home was a place where Lakota wisdom and Eastern medicine coexisted, where scientific journals lay beside bundles of drying sage, where discussions ranged from the latest surgical techniques described in letters from his Eastern colleagues to the subtle language of migrating birds Ayana read in the sky. They faced challenges together. Drought years tested the valley's resources, bringing back echoes of the water disputes, Though now handled through community councils rather than autocratic decrees, epidemics swept through, demanding their combined skills, pushing them to exhaustion as they worked side by side, healer and doctor, bridging their knowledge for the common good. There were losses too. Silas Croft eventually succumbed to his age and ailments, his passing mourned by the whole community, a symbol of quiet endurance. John and Martha Albright saw their children grow and move away, leaving them weathered but content on their small homestead, their friendship with Ayanna and Thomas a constant thread through the years. Ethan Croft became a respected rancher in his own right, raising a family, always ready with a helping hand or a quiet word of support for the woman and the doctor who had stood against Henderson alongside his father. Their love, born in crisis and forged in shared purpose, matured into a deep, quiet companionship, a partnership built on mutual respect, unwavering loyalty, and a profound understanding that transcended words. They never sought formal marriage in the eyes of the town's church, or law such institutions felt alien, inadequate to define the unique bond they shared. Their commitment was lived daily in shared work, quiet evenings by the fire, the comfort of presence, the unspoken language of the heart. Ayanna knew the steady rhythm of Thomas's breathing beside her in the darkness. Thomas knew the subtle shifts in Ayanna's mood by the way she tended her herbs. They were two distinct individuals from vastly different origins, yet inextricably woven together, creating their own unique world on the hillside. They never had children of their own, perhaps a silent acknowledgement of the complexities their offspring might face, or perhaps simply the way their path unfolded. Yet, their lives were filled with nurturing. Ayanna mentored several young women from the town and surrounding homesteads over the years, including Clara Albright, who grew into a bright, compassionate young woman with a keen interest in Ayanna's healing arts. Ayanna passed on her knowledge carefully, selectively, ensuring the traditions were respected, the plants understood, the balance maintained, planting seeds of wisdom for the future. Thomas, too, served as a mentor, guiding younger men towards medicine or simply offering counsel, his quiet integrity influencing the next generation. Their legacy wasn't in bloodlines, but in the healing they fostered, the bridges they built, the example they set of living with courage and compassion between divided worlds. One crisp autumn afternoon, decades after the reckoning, Ayanna and Thomas sat together on the familiar flat boulder in the place where whispers listen. The canyon walls, unchanged by the passage of years, held the golden sunlight. The creek murmured its timeless song. Ayanna's hair was now streaked with silver, braided neatly as always. Thomas leaned back against the warm rock, his face lined but content, his hand resting comfortably over hers. They sat in silence for a long time, listening to the echoes, feeling the deep peace of the place, the culmination of their long journey together. The struggles, the fears, the bitter choices of the past felt distant now, softened by time and the enduring strength of their bond. "Do you ever regret it, Thomas?" Ayanna asked softly, her gaze on the sun-dappled water. "Staying here, choosing this life?" He turned his head, his gray eyes clear and full of affection meeting hers. "Regret? Leaving the noise and ambition of Philadelphia? Regret trading protocols for understanding? Regret finding a home not just in a place but in a person?" He smiled, a slow, warm expression that reached his eyes. "No, Ayanna, not for a single moment. This," he squeezed her hand gently, "is where I was always meant to be, This is the balance I was searching for. A quiet joy filled Ayana's heart, a sense of peace settling deep within her spirit. The path had been difficult, fraught with challenges marked by scars, but standing together they had navigated it. They hadn't erased the lines between worlds, but they had learned to live within them, to draw strength from both, creating something unique, something resilient, something beautiful in the space between. The seeds we planted that day, Ayana murmured, thinking back to the confrontation, the spilled remedy, the testimonies of their allies. Some fell on barren ground, but others took root. Thomas nodded, understanding her meaning. The town wasn't perfect. Prejudice likely still flickered in hidden corners, but the seeds of courage, of community, of valuing healing over hatred, had indeed taken root, nurtured by their quiet example, by the simple fact of their enduring partnership. As the sun began its slow descent, casting long shadows within the canyon, they rose stiffly, ready to walk back towards the cabin, towards the life they had built together. Hand in hand, they emerged from the canyon's embrace, back into the vast landscape of the prairie. The wind, Ayana's old companion, whispered around them, carrying the scent of pine, the promise of coming snow, and perhaps the echoes of their own story, a story of healing, of resilience, of a love that dared to bridge two worlds. What remained, after all the storms and reckonings, was not the bitterness of division, but the quiet strength of connection, enduring and tenacious as the wildflowers clinging to the canyon walls, their seeds carried onward by the wind. The end.